The early summer sunlight filtered through layers of leaves, passing through the clean, bright windows and leaving shimmering spots of light. Outside, the servants in the estate wore light summer clothes, but inside, on the princess bed, the little girl was covered with a thick black silk quilt embroidered with golden scriptures. Su Huayu woke up from the heat. Half asleep, she pushed away the heavy quilt and reached for the cup on the bedside table, only to find that no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't reach it. Forcing her heavy eyelids open, she suddenly froze when she saw the sword made of copper coins hanging from the ceiling above her. The sword, reeking of copper, was covered with talismans drawn in red ink. From it, ropes full of charms stretched out to the four corners of the bed, as if sealing her in place. All this, just because she caught a virus? Wasn't this a bit too much? It looked like they were treating her as if she were some kind of evil spirit. Cold sweat broke out all over her body. She sat up in shock, but when she lowered her head and saw her much smaller hands, she froze completely. This had to be a dream, because these hands weren't hers. She was already 20 years old. There was no way she could have the hands of a child. Looking around in confusion, she saw that the Nordic-style bedroom was filled with props that only appeared in old ghost-hunting movies. Even the wind chimes by the window, which should have been playful and childlike, were made of talisman papers brushed with red ink. The strange scene gave her an odd sense of familiarity. She threw off the quilt, ran barefoot to the dressing mirror, climbed onto the chair, and touched her small face in disbelief. In the mirror, a little girl in a white puffy nightdress, with long black hair, skin as pale as snow, and round, sparkling eyes, copied her every move. She looked even more delicate than a porcelain doll. Su Huayu stared at the reflection, stunned. The little girl looked exactly like she did in the photo taken when she was 3 years old at the orphanage. Or rather, this little girl was her. The next moment, as she stretched out her tiny hand, a packet of cold medicine suddenly appeared in her soft, fair palm. After realizing that her personal space was still intact, Su Huayu let out a heavy sigh of relief. She still didn't understand what was happening, but as long as her space remained, she felt reassured. Just as she relaxed, footsteps sounded outside. Normally, it would only take 3 or 4 steps to reach the door, but with her weak little legs, Su Huayu struggled to run toward the strange-looking bed. The moment she slipped under the blanket, the door opened. "Madam, Huayu is still unwell. I've decided not to go with you to Hong Kong." The speaker was a young woman, her voice gentle yet firm. Su Huayu kept her eyes tightly shut, breathing slowly and evenly. But when she heard the child's name was the same as hers, her brows furrowed slightly. "Miaojuan, you know the situation in the country. If you don't leave with us today, it will be even harder to leave later. Besides, you know how much the master values Huayu. Her 3 older siblings all passed away, so there's no way he'll allow her to stay behind." At the word "passed away," Feng Miaojuan's mind went blank. Because her daughter's birth date was considered extremely auspicious, a respected master had declared that she would bring good fortune to her parents and family. From the moment she was born, Huayu had never left the Hua household, always treated as their symbol of luck. In her previous life, the first time her daughter left home was when she followed the Hua family to Hong Kong. But on that journey, she fell gravely ill and died on the ship. When Hui learned of his daughter's death, he immediately fell sick. At the time, Feng Miaojuan thought it was from grief. But later she discovered the truth. He believed his daughter's death had ruined his fortune, which was why he kept suffering misfortunes afterward. He hid this from her for 6 whole years. When she finally learned that he had used their daughter's remains in a ritual, sealing them inside a jade jar to protect the household, her spirit completely collapsed. In her despair, she took up a gun and ended both their lives. Now, looking at the copper coin sword pressed above her daughter's head and seeing the child's flushed cheeks, cold sweat, and tightly furrowed brows, Feng Miaojuan's heart ached so much she wished she could strike Huiyu down again. Her eyes reddened as she dug her nails into her palm, forcing herself to stay calm. Then, Choking back her tears, she said, "Madam, just look at Huayu. She's already so sick. If we force her to travel, I truly fear she won't survive the journey. If that happens, how could we ever explain it to the master?" Feng Miaojuan knelt down in front of Feng Yuanshan and pleaded, "Please, madam, persuade master to let us stay." Feng Yuanshan looked at Su Huayu, who was lying on the bed with flushed cheeks and beads of sweat, appearing very ill. She sighed, helped Feng Miaojuan up, and said, "Fifth sister, you know that even though I am the first wife, I cannot make such decisions. Especially when it came to matters concerning the children, even as the main wife, she had no right to interfere. I must first ask master's opinion. If he agrees, then you may stay." Hearing this, Feng Miaojuan's eyes lit up with hope. She quickly clutched Feng Yuanshan's sleeve and begged, "Please, madam, speak kindly for us." "All right, come with me," Feng Yuanshan said, glancing again at Su Huayu on the bed. "And send someone to hurry the doctor. Why hasn't he arrived yet?" "Thank you, madam, thank you." Their footsteps faded away, and as the door closed, Su Huayu suddenly opened her eyes. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. As a child, she had often dreamed the same dream, living in a grand house, having a gentle and caring mother and a stern but loving father. She dreamed of boarding a ship, and then, nothing more. She should have died on that ship. The moment Feng Miaojuan spoke, Su Huayu realized this woman was her mother. So those childhood dreams were not dreams at all, but memories. She was not an orphan. She had parents and family. Otherwise, how could she have known her own name, Huayu, when she woke up in the orphanage? As for why she had appeared in a 21st century orphanage, before she could sort out her thoughts, dizziness overcame her, and she drifted back into sleep. When she woke again, it was already night. She did not know whether the Hor family had left. Perhaps because of the rest, her body felt much better. The copper coin sword that had been hanging above her bed and the talismans in the room had all been removed at some point, leaving the space clean and refreshing. Just as Su Huayu tried to sit up, she startled Feng Miaojuan, who had been keeping watch by her side. Feng Miaojuan's delicate face was framed by graceful brows, her bright almond-shaped eyes shining like stars. When she smiled, dimples appeared faintly on her cheeks, making her look especially lovely. You're awake." When Feng Miaojuan saw Su Huayu wake up, she was overjoyed and held her tightly in her arms. Su Huayu, still not used to the closeness, was about to struggle when she heard Feng Miaojuan crying softly by her ear, "You are my dear, you are." Hearing this, Su Huayu slowly lowered her hands and stopped resisting. For some reason, her own tears began to fall along with Feng Miaojuan's. Noticing the little one in her arms was crying, Feng Miaojuan asked anxiously, Did I hold you too tightly? Are you in pain?" "I'm so sorry." She thought of her past life, when her carelessness had allowed Huiyu to keep her daughter's remains for years. The hatred in her heart made her wish she could destroy him completely. Su Huayu stared at Feng Miaojuan without blinking, then reached out her small hand to wipe away her mother's tears. "Mother, don't cry." Hearing her daughter's gentle comfort, Feng Miaojuan's tears fell again. This was her daughter, the child she had carried for 10 months, the daughter who was still alive. "Mother, don't take the boat." Since she knew the boat would bring death, Su Huayu had to stop it from happening. Feng Miaojuan did not doubt her words. She nodded firmly and promised, "We won't go. We won't take the boat. As long as we don't board that ship, my precious child will live, and we will never be separated." Su Huayu looked at her in surprise. So, it wasn't just she who had been reborn. Let's leave Hushi, shall we?" Before Su Huayu could answer, Feng Miaojuan clenched her fists and said with hatred, "The Hor family has already left on the passenger ship, but Huiyu said he would return the day after tomorrow to take us back. We must leave before he comes back." Today was June 6, 1955, and also Su Huayu's 3rd birthday. Perhaps because she was still so young, Feng Miaojuan did not hide the truth of her rebirth from her. Holding the small Su Huayu in her arms gave her a sense of safety. I knew he wouldn't let you go. She had never expected that Huiyu would risk so much just to return to Hushi and take her daughter away himself. Yes, in the past life, even after you died, he still kept your remains sealed in a jade jar for his own purposes. How could he possibly allow you to stay in Hushi? Feng Miaojuan was trembling, and after Su Huiyu heard her words, she also shivered, remembering the copper coin swords and talisman papers she had seen all over the room when she first woke up. Why did her so-called father sound like a superstitious madman? Don't be afraid, Yuer. Mother will never let you fall into that man's hands again. Thinking back, Huiyu realized that the reason Huiyu had forced the marriage in the first place was because of her favorable birth date. And the second wife's 2 children, as well as the fourth wife's child, had all passed away before the age of 5. Every child in the Hor family had been born with carefully chosen birth dates, calculated by Huiyu himself, ensuring they arrived at the exact time he wanted. Only Huiyu had been born naturally, and yet she ended up with the best fortune of all. I've heard that the city is about to re-register household records. I've already found the right connections. Tomorrow morning we'll handle the paperwork, in the afternoon we'll buy tickets, and by evening we'll take the train to the capital. Huiyu doesn't dare stay in the country for long. The authorities are becoming clearer in their stance against big capitalists. Before, it was the landlords who suffered, and soon it will be their turn. If Huiyu hadn't already sensed this shift, he wouldn't have started planning last year to move the entire Hor family abroad. And facts proved him right. Life for people like them in the country was only going to get harder. That was exactly why Feng Miaojuan dared to stay behind with her daughter. She knew that once Huiyu faced difficulties on the mainland, he wouldn't have the same power to control them. If things were still like before, with his far-reaching influence, no matter where she took her daughter, he would have found them. As the saying goes, the best place to hide is in plain sight. The capital was the political, economic, and cultural center of the nation. Settling there would be the safest choice. Feng Miaojuan didn't expect her daughter to respond. She was simply speaking her thoughts out loud, trying to sort out their next steps. Then, a crisp, childlike voice rang out. Looking down, Feng Miaojuan saw her daughter's sweet smile. Her own lips curved upward as well. You think it's a good idea too, don't you? No matter what, escaping Huiyu's control was the most important thing right now. After changing their household registration, the mother and daughter could finally live quietly under new identities like ordinary people. In the coming decades, anyone connected to capitalists would face trouble. Only a fool would want to be known as a rich capitalist's daughter. So, hiding their names was the best choice. That's good. Feng Miaojuan hugged Su Huiyu, pressing her cheek against her daughter's. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, I won't let you suffer. Feng Yuanshan knew Huiyu would return, so she left many things behind. I don't plan to leave the Hor family empty-handed, Feng Miaojuan said. Whatever we can take, we'll take. What we can't carry, we'll sell. If it can't be sold, we'll give it away as a favor. If time weren't so short, she wouldn't even leave a blade of grass for Huiyu. Nestled in her mother's arms, Su Huiyu looked around. Everything here was valuable. How could they not take it? Before leaving this grand house, she planned to put everything she could into her hidden space. But there was a problem. With her small body, she couldn't possibly search and move everything alone without her mother's help. After much hesitation, Su Huiyu suddenly bent down to pick up a stuffed rabbit. Yua wants the rabbit. Feng Miaojuan noticed her daughter's movement and reached out to help. But then she froze. The rabbit in her daughter's hand had vanished into thin air. She stood stunned. Was she seeing things? Su Huiyu called to her mother, then pulled the rabbit back out from her hidden space. The toy appeared and disappeared in her little hands like a magic trick. Fun, Su Huiyu said. Fun? Feng Miaojuan's voice trembled. How could this be fun? It felt more like seeing a ghost in the middle of the night. Where did you just put the doll? Hearing her mother's shaky voice, Su Huiyu hugged the rabbit and answered, in a box. She reminded herself to always act like the 3-year-old child she appeared to be. You mean, you put this rabbit into a box? Su Huiyu nodded her little head and said, It's an invisible box, a box only I know about. The space had existed since the time she first appeared at the orphanage. At the beginning, it was only the size of a jar. Later, by accident, it absorbed a piece of jade and grew a few centimeters larger. After noticing this change, Su Huayu worked hard for years and finally managed to expand the space to the size of a refrigerator. She kept her most important documents and belongings inside. She remembered that when she looked in the mirror before, she had seen a jade pendant shaped like a bagua mirror hanging around her neck. When she placed her small hand on it, the pendant disappeared, and her eyes widened in shock. "What's wrong?" Feng Miaojuan noticed her strange expression and asked nervously. "The box turned into my bedroom. It's so big now," Su Huayu exclaimed. Her new bedroom was about 30 square meters, not small at all. It had taken her 18 years of effort to make the space as big as a refrigerator, yet this one jade pendant had expanded it so many times over. It was clear how precious the pendant was. Feng Miaojuan's eyes lit up with joy. Do you mean that strange place grows bigger whenever it absorbs jade?"
"Yes."
Su Huayu gestured with her hands. At first it was only this big like a round jar, and then, before she could finish, she saw Feng Miaojuan silently crying again. "You said a jar." Feng Miaojuan's voice trembled. "Was it a jar with a round, wide belly?" Su Huayu nodded, and then suddenly realized why Feng Miaojuan was crying. Could it be that the small space she first obtained was actually the jar that had sealed her remains in her past life? Listen carefully to what Mother is about to say. You must remember this. Su Huayu looked up at her, her heart in turmoil. This invisible space, other than Mother, you must never tell anyone about it. Do you understand?
Su Huayu nodded seriously.
But Feng Miaojuan was still uneasy. She gripped Su Huayu's arm tightly and said word by word, "If anyone else finds out you have this space, they will try to take you away from me." Her daughter's good fortune alone had already driven Huayu to madness. If he ever discovered this secret, he would stop at nothing to keep her tied to his side. "Just tell Mother, don't tell anyone else." Su Huayu noticed Feng Miaojuan's fear and held her hand tightly, promising. Feng Miaojuan hugged Su Huayu close. After calming down, she heard the little one in her arms say, "Let's move, let's take everything with us." Feng Miaojuan laughed and replied, "All right, we'll take it all. We won't leave anything behind for Huiyu." At 7 in the evening, the Hui family mansion was brightly lit. Earlier that afternoon, when Feng Yuanshan left with the Hui family members, Feng Miaojuan had given all the servants a 3-day holiday. So now, the mansion belonged entirely to Feng Miaojuan and Su Huayu. As Su Huayu sipped the bird's nest soup her mother had prepared, she looked around the grand house. The main building of the Hui mansion was a 4-story garden villa. On each side stood a 3-story wing, each about half the size of the main house. When Huiyu was still alive, he lived in the main building with his wives. The left wing was for the sons, the right wing for the daughters, while the servants stayed on the first floors of the 3 buildings. After a simple dinner, the first thing Feng Miaojuan and Su Huayu did was head to the storage room in the first-floor kitchen to gather supplies. In her previous life, Feng Miaojuan had lived until 1961. At that time, the mainland had already suffered 3 years of severe natural disasters and many people had starved. She didn't know how long the disaster would last. When she and Huiyu perished together, the situation had still not improved. Now that her daughter had a special space, of course, she had to prepare enough food for both of them. As a child, Feng Miaojuan often went hungry, and she didn't want her daughter to suffer the same way. Besides, the country was about to implement a rationing system. In the future, buying things would require not only money but also special coupons, and there would even be purchase limits. So she had to stock up while she still could.
Sigh.
Feng Miaojuan looked at the refrigerator in the large kitchen and said, if only food could stay fresh forever. Grains were fine, but other foods would eventually spoil. Mother, it can. Su Huayu tugged at her sleeve. In my space, everything stays the same. Feng Miaojuan thought of the coming years of hardship. Su Huayu, who had studied history, also understood. Storing food was something they absolutely had to do. Not to mention, her space was completely still. No matter what was placed inside, no matter how long it stayed, it always remained exactly the same as when it first went in. Feng Miaojun exclaimed with joy, "You mean your space is like a giant refrigerator?" "Mother, look." A small bowl appeared in Su Huayu's hand, and the medicine inside was still steaming hot. Feng Miaojun's eyes widened in surprise. She took the bowl from her daughter and found that the temperature was exactly the same as when she had first placed it on the table. After the surprise passed, Feng Miaojun crouched down and said to her daughter, How could you not drink your medicine?" "Mother, it's too bitter." Su Huayu really didn't want to drink it, so she said playfully, "Mother, I'm already better." Looking at her daughter's pitiful expression and seeing that she did seem much healthier, Feng Miaojun decided not to force her to drink it anymore. The most urgent matter now was to stock up on supplies. Feng Miaojun took Su Huayu to the storage room next to the kitchen and packed all the rice, flour, meat, fish, fruits, and vegetables into her daughter's space. She also included all the valuable health products and supplements. However, since the Hor family only ate fresh food every day, the kitchen and storage room didn't hold much. Altogether, it was only enough for Feng Miaojun and Su Huayu to eat for about half a month. So, after clearing out the kitchen, Feng Miaojun looked at the contact numbers posted on the wall for the Hor family's food suppliers and made a call. "Hello, this is the Hor family residence. I'd like to order 15,000 jin of flour, 10,000 jin of rice, 1,000 jin of millet, 200 jin of salt, 200 jin of sugar. Also 5,000 jin of cornmeal, 3,000 jin of sweet potatoes." When Feng Miaojun mentioned 15,000 jin of flour, Su Huayu's mouth fell open in shock. That was so much food. "For fruits and vegetables, I want 500 jin of each kind. As for meat, 50 cows, 500 pigs, 100 sheep, 5,000 chickens, 5,000 ducks, 5,000 geese, 5,000 jin of eggs, and plenty of fish." When the person on the other end questioned the order, Feng Miaojun replied coldly, "The Hor family doesn't need to explain. I don't care how you manage it, but by 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, I expect everything delivered to the Hor residence." After receiving confirmation, she hung up decisively. "Mother." Su Huayu looked at her in awe. Even if the two of them ate for decades, they might never finish all that food. Feng Miaojun smiled and said, "Buy as much as we can. Food isn't just for eating. In times of disaster, food is worth more than gold. Come on, let's go upstairs." The fourth floor was divided in half. One side was Huiyu's study. The other side was the bedroom he shared with Feng Yuanshan. Since Huiyu would return to the family mansion in Shanghai the day after tomorrow, he had reminded Feng Yuanshan not to touch anything in his study. Huiyu was extremely cautious. In the entire Hu family mansion, Feng Miaojun knew of 3 secret rooms, and one of them was hidden inside his study. When the study door opened, Feng Miaojun held Su Huayu's hand and walked in. Aside from a few missing items on the tall bookshelves, nothing else in the study had been moved. After sweeping everything from the study into storage, Feng Miaojun removed a pair of jade bracelets from her wrist, bent down, and held them out to Su Huayu. "Here, see how much bigger it can get." Su Huayu looked at the deep green bracelets, took them, and let the space absorb them. The space, which had been the size of her bedroom, instantly doubled. 3 bedrooms now, she said. Feng Miaojun smiled. Good. Although Huayu was strict and controlling, he was generous with his family. After so many years of marriage, Feng Miaojun had never lacked jewelry. Since she had just ordered a large amount of food, she would need to expand her daughter's storage space again soon. After clearing the study, mother and daughter began searching for the hidden room. When they found a porcelain vase that couldn't be moved, Feng Miaojun twisted it, and a coded lock appeared. Her daughter's birthday was on June 6th of the Year of the Dragon, a date Huiyu considered especially lucky. So, Feng Miaojun entered her daughter's birthday as the code. With a click, the hidden door opened. As soon as the door moved, Su Huayu hurried after her mother on her short legs. Feng Miaojun stepped inside, and when she saw what was in the secret room, She froze in shock. Su Huayu, following behind, also opened her mouth wide in surprise. The secret room, about 30 square meters in size, had a wall covered with all kinds of guns and weapons. On the shelves below were 8 large boxes. Feng Miaojuan opened them. 7 were filled with ammunition, and the last one with grenades. Su Huayu quickly shut her mouth again. Was her father turning their home into an armory? The thought had just flashed through her mind when Su Huayu saw her new mother, Feng Miaojuan, take a pistol from the shelf and skillfully load it. To be honest, Feng Miaojuan's smooth movements amazed Su Huayu. She looked so cool. After checking that all the guns on the wall were loaded, Feng Miaojuan turned and smiled at Su Huayu, who was staring at her with admiration. All of this is ours now. At first, Feng Miaojuan had worried that it would be unsafe for a woman to escape with a child. But with so many weapons in hand, she suddenly felt much more secure. Once the guns, ammunition, and weapons were stored away in Su Huayu's space, Feng Miaojuan looked at the excited little girl and asked gently, Are you feeling unwell? Su Huayu shook her small head and replied, Mother, I'm better now. So there was no need to worry anymore.
Good.
Feng Miaojuan held back the sting in her nose as she spoke. It seemed her daughter's poor health before had been caused by the charms and talismans that Huiyu had brought. Now that those things were gone, her daughter could grow up healthy, like any other child. Thinking of how her daughter had suffered for so long because of Huiyu, Feng Miaojuan's eyes turned red. She said firmly, Once we leave, I'll burn this place down. When she had said before that she wouldn't leave even a blade of grass for Huiyu, she had truly meant it.
Huh?
Su Huayu was stunned by her words. Seeing her daughter's dazed little face, Feng Miaojuan touched her cheek and smiled. Don't be afraid. I know what I'm doing. Before the fire spreads through the Hor family estate, someone will come to put it out. It was just a pity. If only the fire could wipe out Huiyu as well, that would be perfect. Just as that thought crossed her mind, the phone in Huiyu's study suddenly rang. The moment the phone rang, Su Huayu felt the hair on her arms stand on end. It was as if Huiyu had been watching them from afar, and the instant he discovered that they had entered his study, he had called from across the ocean in anger to confront them. Feng Miaojuan was startled too. She took a deep breath, patted her daughter's head, and said softly, It's fine. Don't be afraid. Even if it was Huiyu calling, he wouldn't be able to return until the day after tomorrow. Feng Miaojuan listened to the phone, ringing non-stop in the study. Just as she walked over, the ringing suddenly stopped. She stood still, staring at the phone, then turned to Su Huayu beside her and asked, Are you still feeling okay? Su Huayu nodded her little head. She had slept a lot today, so she still felt energetic. You've worked hard, my dear Yuer. Feng Miaojuan guessed that the call just now was probably from Huiyu. The phone in Huiyu's study was not connected to the other phones in the mansion. Very few people knew this number besides him and his business partners. She suspected that the call was a test from Huiyu to see if anyone was inside his study. That also meant there must be something very important hidden there. What could it be? Feng Miaojuan took Su Huayu back into the secret room. The wall that once held weapons had already been cleared out by the two of them. The other 3 walls were filled with documents and Huiyu's collections. The valuable items were all placed into Su Huayu's storage space, while the documents were left behind. Feng Miaojuan had meant it when she said she would burn down the mansion. Whether those papers were useful or not was Huiyu's problem, not hers. As Feng Miaojuan searched the secret room for anything unusual, Su Huayu, being shorter, noticed a small bump on the wall near a shelf. There were faint shoe marks on it, as if someone often kicked that spot. Su Huayu thought for a moment, then lifted her short leg and kicked the bump. The moment it sank in, the shelf that once held weapons split open in the middle, revealing a hidden staircase. Feng Miaojuan quickly pulled Su Huayu close. What did you touch? Here. Su Huayu pointed to the spot she had kicked. After taking a look, Feng Miaojuan sighed again at Huiyu's cunning. Who would think to put a hidden switch so low? If not for Su Huayu's height, they might never have found it. Come, I'll carry you down to take a look. The staircase was long and dimly lit. Holding Su Huayu in her arms, Feng Miaojuan walked for nearly 3 minutes before reaching the bottom. The two of them walked down the stairs and saw a solid wooden door. Luckily, it wasn't locked. Feng Miaojuan set Su Huayu down from her arms and pushed the door open. Although Feng Miaojuan had already prepared herself mentally, she was still stunned when she saw what was inside. Su Huayu peeked out from behind her, and when she saw the contents of the room, her eyes almost hurt from the dazzling sight. The Hua family really deserves its reputation as one of the richest families in the country. The room, as large as 4 of the Hua family's main buildings combined, was filled with piles of gold, silver, jewels, antiques, and jade. There was so much of it that gold and other treasures were scattered on the floor, as if they were worthless. Feng Miaojuan walked to an open rosewood chest, picked up a jade rui made of fine Hetian jade, and handed it to Su Huayu. This is for you." Su Huayu understood her meaning. She took the jade rui and absorbed it into her space, which instantly expanded to 3 times its original size. "Can you fit everything here inside?" Su Huayu nodded, but thinking of the supplies they would need tomorrow, she trotted with her short little legs among the treasures and absorbed 4 or 5 more jade ornaments. Now her space was about 6 times the size of the Hua family's main building, more than enough to hold both the treasures here and the supplies for tomorrow. After Su Huayu finished, Feng Miaojuan lifted her onto a rosewood chest to sit and said, "Mother wants to discuss something with you." Although Su Huayu looked like a child barely 3 years old, Feng Miaojuan always valued her opinion. The country is in great need of money right now. Not only now. Before Feng Miaojuan's death in her previous life, the country had always been short of funds. "I want to keep 1 chest of gold for us and donate the rest to the country. What do you think?" Jewels, antiques, and paintings were not suitable for donation, as they might reveal traces of the Hua family. But gold was different. It was practical and valuable.
All right.
Su Huayu agreed without hesitation. After all, to her, these things were all unexpected gains. After receiving her daughter's firm answer, Feng Miaojuan bent down with a smile and kissed her little girl's cheek. Su Huayu, who had never been treated with such closeness before, blushed and looked shyly at her mother. In truth, she really liked the mother she had in this life. I need your help." The underground treasure room was filled with boxes made of wangwali and rosewood, all packed tightly with valuables, making them hard to move. So Feng Miaojuan carried Su Huayu with her, asking her to put away all the empty boxes they could find in the Hua family mansion. Then she brought her down to the treasure room to release them. In this way, Feng Miaojuan worked until midnight before finally finishing the task of sorting everything inside. The gold she planned to donate to the country filled 22 large boxes, and in addition, she wrapped 12 bundles using bed sheets. As she had promised, she kept only 1 box for herself and her daughter. The remaining 21 boxes and 12 bundles of gold were all to be donated. Holding the sleepy Su Huayu in her arms, Feng Miaojuan looked at the now empty treasure room and couldn't help but smile brightly. She was truly looking forward to seeing Huayu's shocked expression when he discovered the treasure room completely emptied. Even though she knew he had already transferred much of the Hua family's wealth overseas, the thought still made her feel satisfied. In such a good mood, Feng Miaojuan hugged Su Huayu and slept soundly until morning. When she woke up, she gazed at her daughter's soft, rosy little face and gently kissed her forehead. Good. Her temperature was normal. Hearing her daughter's sweet little voice calling her mama, Feng Miaojuan felt all the resentment she had carried from her past life vanish in an instant. "I'm here," she answered softly, as if afraid of startling Su Huayu. When Su Huayu fully woke up and saw her, she gave her mother a big smile. "Mother." "Yes, my good Yuer." Seeing that her daughter was lively and energetic in the morning, Feng Miaojuan decided not to give her any more medicine. After all, too much medicine could do more harm than good. The Hua family had left behind a car for her use. After a simple breakfast with Su Huayu, Feng Miaojuan drove with her daughter to the city center of Shanghai. She planned to sell the car first before taking care of other matters. Although they now had plenty of gold and jewelry, they actually didn't have much cash on hand. When Feng Miaojun was 10, she came with her parents to Shanghai. At that time, their family restaurant was short of workers, so she had done all kinds of jobs and been to many places. Naturally, she also knew where second-hand cars were bought and sold. The Hor family's cars were all luxury vehicles, but since Feng Miaojun was in a hurry to sell, she only got 55,555 yuan in cash. After the deal, she carried the box of money to a quiet place. She took out 1,555 yuan for herself and stored the remaining 54,000 in Su Huayu's hidden space. Although public safety in Shanghai had improved after the founding of the new government, robberies were still common. Feng Miaojun didn't dare to walk around with so much money. Once the money was secured, she took Su Huayu in a rickshaw to the office that handled household registrations. She had already asked around about the process. As soon as she entered, she told the staff she needed it done urgently and quietly slipped him 100 yuan. It turned out that money really did make things easier. The staff member quickly pocketed the cash and immediately led her into an office. After the founding of the new government, there were many people without official household records. So, even though Feng Miaojun couldn't provide any proof of her identity, as long as she had money, she could still get a new registration and identity. Of course, a new identity required a new name. Looking at the staff member who was about to write down her name, Feng Miaojun said, "My surname is Su. My name is Su Miaojun. I'm 20 years old." Her mother's surname was Su. Ever since her father, Feng Dingyuan, had caused her mother Su Jiji's death and later forced her into the Hor family, she had hated the surname Feng. Now, at last, she could be free of it. "My daughter's name is Su Huayu. She's 3 years old." Since she was her daughter, of course she would take her surname. Ancestral home, Tianjin. Current residence, Manhwa Alley, Chongsong Street, Shanghai. From now on, she was no longer Feng Miaojun, but Su Miaojun. The address she gave was in a crowded neighborhood where people came and went all the time, so no one would find it strange. After the paperwork was done, Su Miaojun gave the staff another 200 yuan. In just half an hour, she had the documents in hand. The very first thing she did after getting them was to take Su Huayu in a rickshaw straight to the train station. Unfortunately, there were no tickets left from Shanghai to the capital for the afternoon or evening, only one available for the next morning at 8:40. "I'd like a sleeper ticket." That's the right choice. If there are seats, buy quickly. So many people are heading to the capital these days, the tickets might be gone in a second. After buying the ticket, Su Miaojun kept it safely with her. Huayu would arrive the next day at noon, but by then, she and her daughter would already be on their way. Since it was still early, Su Miaojun took Su Huayu to the market she used to visit with her mother. The clothes they had were too eye-catching in both fabric and style. Now that they had taken on new identities, they couldn't wear their old clothes anymore. As the weather grew hotter, Su Miaojun bought her daughter 3 cotton dresses in different colors, 3 pairs of pants, and 5 tops. She also bought 5 pairs of shoes in different styles. "Oh my comrade, you really care for your little girl. The ration coupons will be used soon, so it's smart to buy more now. Later, you'll need coupons to buy clothes and fabric." Su Miaojun only smiled without replying, but she added 5 pairs of socks for her daughter. After buying summer clothes, she noticed winter clothes on sale. Estimating how much her daughter would grow by then, she bought 4 or 5 winter outfits as well. She then went to the fabric shop and bought a large amount. Besides ordering 20 bolts of practical white cotton, she also bought 10 bolts of every other type of fabric available. The shop owner was curious about why she needed so much fabric, but when he heard it was to be delivered to the Hor family estate, he immediately stopped asking. In Shanghai, everyone knew the Hor family estate. Whatever the Hor family bought, they always had their reasons. In addition, Su Miaojun purchased 3 sets of bedding and 1,000 pounds of processed cotton, all to be delivered to the Hor family estate. Carrying her daughter out of the fabric shop, she was still thinking about what else they might need when suddenly someone called her name. The moment she heard that voice, a wave of deep disgust rose within her. She never thought that one day she would feel such strong repulsion toward her own father. A tall but heavy-set man, panting heavily, ran up to Su Miaojuan and Su Huayu. Su Miaojuan's face was cold, while little Su Huayu, nestled in her arms, looked curiously at the tall, heavy-set man in front of them. "Do you need something?" Su Miaojuan asked. When she noticed her daughter wanted to get down, she set her on the ground and held her hand, then looked at Feng Dingyuan with icy eyes. Feng Dingyuan wasn't upset by his daughter's indifference. Instead, he smiled and said, "I heard the Hur family left by ship yesterday. Why didn't you and your daughter go with them?" He didn't think Huiyu had abandoned them. After all, both his daughter and granddaughter were well regarded in the Hur family. If anyone were left behind, it wouldn't be them. As your father, let me tell you, you're already 20. You should have more children while you're still young. Having only one daughter, no matter how much favor you enjoy, won't give you real influence in the Hur family. Su Miaojuan gave a cold laugh. Then you'll be disappointed. When I gave birth to you, it was very difficult, and I can never have another child. She will be my only one. Feng Dingyuan frowned deeply, clearly hearing this for the first time. Why didn't you tell me earlier?
Su Miaojun sat silent.
What was the point of telling him? If he had truly cared for his eldest daughter, he wouldn't have forced her, at just 16, to become Huiyu's concubine. If I had known, I wouldn't have married off your younger sister. She could have been another wife for Huiyu. What a pity. Looking at his regretful expression, Su Miaojuan's eyes turned completely cold. She had simply forgotten, after not seeing him for so long, just how shameless and selfish he was. But it doesn't matter. You could still learn from your mother who used to. Enough.
Su Miaojun snapped, her teeth clenched.
Holding her mother's trembling hand, little Su Huayu frowned tightly. You have no right to speak about her. It was true that her mother had once been a famous courtesan, but after marrying Feng Dingyuan, she had devoted herself to being a good wife. In fact, his restaurant business only succeeded because of her careful management. And yet, this man, for his own gain and safety, had once forced Su Zhizhi, already pregnant at the time, into a terrible situation. Unable to bear the humiliation, Su Zhizhi had ended her life, taking her unborn child with her. In this world, Su Miaojuan hated two men the most. One was Feng Dingyuan, who caused her mother's death. The other was Huiyu, who caused her daughter's death. In short, she believed no man was truly good. When Feng Dingyuan noticed the hatred in Su Miaojuan's eyes, he was startled for a moment. But then he thought to himself that women were narrow-minded, and it wasn't worth arguing with her. Especially now, with the new policies of joint ownership, he could no longer show off his wealth as before. He had to rely on his son-in-law's influence to stay secure. All right, let's not talk about it, he said with a forced smile. Then he looked at Su Miaojuan and asked cheerfully, So, what's the situation now? Are you and the child living alone in the Hui family's big house? Is Mr. Hui coming back? If he isn't, that house is far too big for just the two of you. Why don't your aunt, your siblings, and I move in to keep you company? Su Miaojuan looked at Feng Dingyuan's greedy eyes. Suddenly, she hid her hatred and smiled.
Sure.
Feng Dingyuan's eyes lit up at her agreement, but the next moment she added, Yesterday was Yuer's birthday. As her grandfather, don't you think you should have prepared something? Feng Dingyuan frowned slightly. He truly had known it was the little girl's birthday yesterday. What kind of gift does a little child need? At most, just some. Father even called this morning to ask about it, Su Miaojuan interrupted calmly. I told him you were busy yesterday, but today you would bring a proper gift to celebrate Yuer's birthday. Her meaning was clear. You know how much Father adores Yuer. If you show some thought, he will have no objection to you moving in. Feng Dingyuan, who hadn't planned on giving Su Huayu a gift, fell silent. After thinking for a moment, he turned to the little girl standing beside Su Miaojuan and asked with a smile, Yuer, what would you like? He didn't ask Su Miaojuan because he knew his daughter would take the chance to demand something costly. A small child, especially a 3-year-old, would be much easier to please. Anything I want? The little girl asked. Of course, anything you want. Feng Dingyuan replied with a grin. After all, What could a child want besides dolls or candy? It wouldn't cost much. Spending little but gaining face in front of Huiyu, what a bargain. But Su Huiyu was not really an ordinary child. She could clearly see through Feng Dingyuan's little schemes. Since Feng Dingyuan had spoken, he couldn't blame anyone if he asked for too much. Feng Dingyuan's hand trembled as he signed the bill. It was just a 3-year-old child, yet she wanted everything she saw. An entire shopping street. She acted like a little bandit raiding a village, wishing she could take everything home. And now they had entered a department store. Feng Dingyuan felt his breathing grow heavy. Every time he wanted to refuse, the little girl would call out in her sweet childish voice, "Good grandpa, if my dad knew you bought me so many things, he would be so happy." Whether Huiyu Kai would be happy, Feng Dingyuan didn't know. But he himself was definitely not happy. He was miserable. All the money he brought out today was gone, and on top of that, he had signed a bill for 6,259 yuan and 35 cents. Don't ask him why he remembered the numbers so clearly, because every cent was his hard-earned money, and every cent felt like it was cutting into his flesh. Miaojuan. Feng Dingyuan's voice shook. If this spending continued, he felt he might end up in the hospital from a heartache. The more he suffered, the more delighted Su Miaojuan became. This man deserved to be squeezed dry. Still, when she saw how pale his face had become, she comforted him. "Don't worry, this money won't be wasted." At once, Feng Dingyuan's trembling heart calmed. "You mean, if you're generous with Yuer, the master will be generous with you." Su Miaojuan looked at little Su Huiyu, who was pointing at everything in the department store, demanding it all, and she smiled. "Tomorrow at noon, the master will return to Shanghai to pick us up. Once we leave, who knows? This Hu family mansion might end up in your hands." She smiled at Feng Dingyuan and added, "After all, you are Yuer's good grandpa." If Feng Dingyuan had been more observant, he would have noticed the mockery and hatred in her eyes. But at that moment, all he heard were 4 words, "Hu family mansion." That was one of the finest estates in Shanghai. If it really came into his hands, he would sell it immediately for cash. Such a property would be worth at least several million. With that money, why suffer in Shanghai? He could simply use his connections to go abroad and live in comfort. Thinking of this, Feng Dingyuan no longer felt so upset when he saw Su Huiyu happily shopping in the department store. Spending a little to gain a lot, tens of thousands of yuan were nothing compared to millions. But when Feng Dingyuan looked at the backs of Su Huiyu and her mother leaving, then at the thick stack of bills in his hand, he still felt as if his heart was bleeding. Tomorrow, he was determined to go to the Hu family mansion and make up for all his losses. Sitting in the rickshaw, Su Miaojuan held Su Huiyu in her arms, kissed her little face, and said, You did so well." Su Huiyu proudly lifted her small head. She was sure Feng Dingyuan had bullied her mother before, so, of course, she had to help her mother get even. After parting ways with Feng Dingyuan, the two did not return directly to the Hu family mansion. Instead, they enjoyed a fine meal at the Peace Hotel and then made a phone call. Su Miaojuan called the Public Security Bureau, saying she planned to donate a batch of gold to the government and that the gold was currently in a certain conference room of the Peace Hotel. Of course, the gold was not placed there by Su Miaojuan herself. She had Su Huiyu keep watch, and when no one was around, the little girl ran into one of the conference rooms and placed the gold they had prepared the day before. Only then did Su Miaojuan make the call. Besides the gold, Su Miaojuan also left something else in the room. When the officers arrived at the Peace Hotel, Su Miaojuan finally took Su Huiyu back to the Hu family mansion. On the way, she asked the rickshaw driver to come pick them up again at 6:30 the next morning. They arrived home at exactly 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The rice, grain, meat, and vegetables they had ordered the night before were all neatly stacked on a truck parked at the gate of the Hu family mansion. After opening the gate, Su Miaojuan had the delivery workers move everything onto the front lawn. There were so many goods that it took the workers a full 2 hours to finish unloading. Once she confirmed the numbers, Su Miaojuan handed over 30 large yellow croakers she had prepared to the steward. The steward accepted the fish with a smile and said, Thank you, fifth madam. If you need anything in the future, just let me know.
Sumiao hun narit coldly.
After the steward and the workers drove away, she closed the gate of the mansion. When she turned around, the supplies covering the entire front lawn were vanishing at a speed visible to the eye. Su Huayu now felt like the snake in a mobile game. Wherever she went, supplies disappeared until everything on the lawn was neatly stored away in her space. By now, the space had expanded a lot, with about 1/5 still empty. Seeing her daughter's little face flushed from exhaustion, Su Miaojuan carried her back to the main house to rest. After Su Huayu fell asleep, Su Miaojuan drank a cup of cool tea and continued the unfinished work from the night before, searching through the entire her family estate. Because Fong Yuanshan and the others had left in a hurry yesterday, many small items were left behind. Having grown up with hardship, Su Miaojuan searched carefully, starting from the 4th floor in Huiyu's and Fong Yuanshan's rooms. When Su Huayu woke up, it was already 5:30 in the afternoon. She rubbed her eyes, climbed down from the soft bed, grabbed the ear of her stuffed bunny, and shuffled out in her little slippers. Before she appeared, her voice had already reached Su Miaojuan's ears. Sometimes she called Nyang, sometimes Mama, and Su Miaojuan was used to both. Your Mama is here. Standing in the 1st floor hall, Su Miaojuan called out to her daughter, who was on the 3rd floor stairs in a cream-colored nightdress, holding her bunny. Looking at the hall filled with piles of things, Su Huayu suspected her mother hadn't rested at all while she slept. Sure enough, when she reached the bottom of the stairs and was scooped into her mother's arms, she heard her mother say proudly, "There's nothing I, Su Miaojuan, can't find." Besides the items Fong Yuanshan and the others had accidentally left behind, Su Miaojuan had also discovered some hidden money. Look, all of this came from the estate. The most eye-catching were 2 boxes of gold, along with jewelry, and more than 28,000 in cash. The Hor family had lived extravagantly, and because they left in such a rush, everything now belonged to the 2 of them. The things we bought today have also been delivered. Those items were placed in the courtyard. Not wanting her daughter to get tired, Su Miaojuan carried her to the front yard to put everything away. Is there still space left? Su Huayu packed everything Su Miaojuan had gathered from the living room into her space, then pointed toward the dining room and said, "There's still this part left." "It's fine, there's not much left anyway." On their last night in the Hor family mansion, Su Miaojuan personally cooked a full meal to celebrate the new life she and her daughter were about to begin. After eating, she made 30 meat buns and 20 vegetable mushroom buns with Su Huayu. Once they cooled a little, she placed them, along with the steamers, into Su Huayu's space, planning for breakfast the next morning and lunch on the train. Since they had to leave early for the train station the next day, Su Miaojuan packed a plain suitcase she had bought on the shopping street, putting inside some clothes and shoes she had purchased that day. When everything was ready and nothing was left behind, she carried Su Huayu to bed. She thought she would be too excited to sleep, but listening to her daughter's steady breathing, she soon drifted off as well. Someone else, however, could not sleep. Huayu stood by the railing of the passenger ship, staring at the dark sea with a heavy expression. In his previous life, after his youngest daughter's death, his fortune had declined. Even keeping her remains close to him had not restored his former success. So, after being reborn, the first thing he wanted to do was bring his living daughter back to his side. But when he heard that Feng Miaojuan refused to board the ship with the Hor family, he realized that she too had been reborn, the very person who had caused his death in the last life. Su Miaojuan suddenly woke up at 2 in the morning. Her heart was pounding so hard it felt like it might leap out of her chest. Her whole body was drenched in sweat, as if she had just stepped out of a bath. She looked around the dark room, her trembling hands clenching tightly. Glancing at the time, she made a quick decision. After washing up briefly, she changed into a plain navy blue striped qipao she had bought at the market the day before. She pinned her hair up high with a peachwood hairpin, then gently woke Su Huayu. The girl blinked sleepily, confused to see her mother already dressed and ready. Su Miaojuan gently lifted her small daughter from the blanket. While the little girl was still half asleep, She dressed her quickly, then held her close. After making sure the child clung tightly to her, she tied her securely to her chest with a piece of black cotton cloth she had found. By now, Su Huayu was fully awake. Su Miaojuan kissed her daughter's cheek and said softly, Mommy feels uneasy. Let's leave early. Su Huayu nodded her little head and replied, Mommy, I can walk by myself. After all, she was already 3 years old, and she knew her mother would get tired if she carried her all the time. It's fine. Mommy can walk faster this way. Just hold on to my neck. Okay. Su Huayu added seriously, but if you get tired, put me down. Looking at her thoughtful daughter, Su Miaojuan felt warmth in her heart. She nodded to reassure her, though she had no intention of letting her down. These days, child kidnappers were everywhere. She had only just gotten her daughter back and would never risk losing her again. As Su Miaojuan carried her daughter downstairs, the faint smell of oil drifted through the air. She glanced at the table, where a thick, long candle stood. She walked over and lit the candle. When she bought it, she had asked carefully, this candle could burn for 5 or 6 hours. She glanced at the oil-soaked cloth tied around its base, then turned away without hesitation. If Huiyu returned at the time he had mentioned, he would find nothing but ruins where the Hu family mansion once stood. If he came back in the morning, he would be greeted by the sight of the mansion already in flames. And the one who would be blamed for setting the fire? Naturally, it would be the greedy Feng Dingyuan. Although she had agreed to meet Feng Dingyuan at noon, knowing his nature, he would surely arrive at the Hu mansion early in the morning. Even if Feng Dingyuan could not truly harm Huiyu, letting Huiyu deal with him would still be satisfying. As for Huiyu, the gift she had prepared for him was already on its way. Indeed, as Feng Dingyuan's daughter, Su Miaojuan understood him very well. Normally, Feng Dingyuan never rose before noon, but today he was awake before 5. After eating, he immediately hired a rickshaw and hurried toward the Hu family mansion. When he arrived nearby and saw thick black smoke rising from the estate, he shouted anxiously to the rickshaw driver, "Faster! Hurry!" The luxury house he was about to get. There was no way he could let those millions go to waste. As for Su Miaojuan and her daughter, their lives or deaths were not within Feng Dingyuan's concern. All he could see was his money being thrown into the flames, and he wished he could rush in to pull it back out. When Feng Dingyuan got off the rickshaw and staggered toward the Hu family mansion, he realized he wasn't the only one who had come so early in the morning. He glanced at the time, 5:40. At this hour, besides him, Mr. Hu? Feng Dingyuan took a few steps forward and saw clearly that the man standing at the gate was Hu Yushi. He cried out in surprise. When Hu Yushi turned around, his face was dark and cold. The sight made Feng Dingyuan stumble back several steps in fear. Oh, Feng Dingyuan. Hu Yushi looked at the tall, heavy-set man before him, recalling his name from memory. Seeing Hu Yushi's expression suddenly return to normal, Feng Dingyuan began to wonder if he had imagined that gloomy look just now. "Good day, Mr. Hua. Oh, my poor daughter." Feng Dingyuan suddenly put on a sorrowful face and rushed toward the burning mansion. Halfway there, he noticed that Hu Yushi hadn't said a word, so he turned back with a pitiful expression. "Mr. Hua, have you seen my daughter?" Hu Yushi looked at the man's clumsy act with a faint, mocking smile. Slowly, he said, "I'd like to ask you the same. Have you seen my daughter?" At once, Feng Dingyuan replied, "Just yesterday, I saw Miaojuan taking little Yu out shopping. As her grandfather, I personally took them both out. We nearly bought out the entire department store." He spoke with great enthusiasm, but Hu Yushi's cold expression didn't soften in the slightest. "You even said I was a good grandfather," Feng added. Hu Yushi's lips curved in a sharp, icy smile, his handsome face openly filled with scorn. "Then, good grandfather, why don't you tell me, where exactly did your daughter take my daughter?" Feng Dingyuan felt something was wrong. Hu Yushi seemed like a ghost crawling out of the fire, especially with the raging flames behind him, making him look even more terrifying. He instinctively stepped back, but suddenly someone appeared behind him and gave him a hard shove forward. Feng Dingyuan looked at the people who suddenly appeared around him. His knees gave way, and he knelt on the ground, raising his head to face Huiyu's cold and stern expression. Holding back his urgent need to use the restroom, he trembled and said, "I really don't know, Mr. Hua.
That girl has always hated me.
How could she possibly tell me where she went? Maybe she and her mother are still in the mansion, and now they might have been trapped in the fire." With a wave of Huiyu's hand, the man behind Feng Dingyuan struck him with a wooden stick, forcing him flat on the ground. Huiyu stepped forward, pressing his expensive black leather shoe on Feng Dingyuan's head, grinding it as if to crush him into the floor. Just when Feng Dingyuan thought his life was over, the shoe lifted from his head. But his relief lasted only a second. The next moment, Huiyu looked down at him and said, "Since you claim Miaojuan and Yuer are in the mansion, then as their grandfather, you should be the one to bring them out." As soon as Huiyu finished speaking, an unpleasant smell spread in the air. Huiyu sneered at the man on the ground and gestured to those beside him. "Send Master Feng on his way." Feng Dingyuan's legs gave out completely, and two strong men dragged him toward the blazing Hua family mansion. "Spare me, Mr. Hua. Please spare me." But no matter how loudly Feng Dingyuan begged, Huiyu showed no sign of mercy. He seemed determined to watch him perish in the flames. "Mr. Hua, wait. I know where Miaojuan took the child." Shanghai train station. Carrying a suitcase in her left hand and holding her child in her right arm, Su Miaojuan, with a black veil covering her head, approached the ticket counter once again. "Hello. May I ask when the next train from Shanghai to the capital will depart?" After speaking, she glanced at her watch. It was already 6 o'clock. The train she had bought tickets for would not leave for another 3 hours, but she could not wait any longer. Since waking up in the middle of the night, her heart had been filled with panic. Just moments ago, as she carried Su Huiyu out of the restroom, she noticed several men in dark gray uniforms searching around the station. She immediately realized that Huiyu had already discovered that she and her daughter were missing. The ticket clerk glanced at Su Miaojuan's anxious face, then slowly checked the schedule and said, "The next train is at 6:20. Su Miaojuan's eyes lit up and she quickly said, "I want to change my ticket." But the tickets are already sold out. The only one left is for 11:30 this morning. If you need it, you'll have to pay now. Su Miaojuan's body went weak, and the little girl in her arms, Su Huiyu, immediately noticed something was wrong. Her mother was very afraid of her cruel father. "Mom, does it cost more?" Su Huiyu's voice was soft, but clear enough for the anxious Su Miaojuan to hear.
Su Miaojun sitit her gaze.
She still had her child. She couldn't panic. She couldn't fall apart. If she collapsed, then both of them would truly become helpless prey for Huiyu. She slowly let out a deep breath, then carefully pulled a gold leaf from the third layer of cloth wrapped around Su Huiyu. Without drawing attention, she handed it to the ticket seller and said, "Please, give me one ticket for the 6:20 train from Hu City to the capital. Any seat will do." The ticket seller frowned, ready to refuse, but after seeing the gold leaf in her palm, he glanced around, then quietly slipped it into his hand. "No sleeper seats left, but there are still hard seats. Wait a moment." As the seller turned to call someone, the tight knot in Su Miaojuan's chest loosened a little. When another worker came to replace him, the seller who had taken her gold leaf led Su Miaojuan into the station. "You're lucky you met me today. If it had been someone else, even 2 gold leaves wouldn't have gotten you this chance." Holding her daughter with one arm and her luggage with the other, Su Miaojuan glanced back and saw the men who had been searching outside now entering the station. She quickened her pace and urged the seller, "Please, hurry, I'm in a rush." The seller frowned, but then heard her choking voice. "I escaped with my child. My husband is gone, and my father is forcing me to marry an old man over 60. He even wants to sell my daughter. If he catches me, it's over. Please, I beg you." As soon as she finished, the seller grabbed her suitcase and pulled her along. "Why didn't you say so earlier? This way, quickly." If Su Huiyu hadn't been tied to her mother's body, the seller would have offered to carry the child himself. After all, Su Miaojuan's thin frame didn't look strong enough to run while holding a child. Although Su Miaojuan was slender, she still ran after the conductor. To make it easier to escape today, she had changed into comfortable cloth shoes early in the morning, so she could run while holding her daughter. As she carried the child and followed the conductor into the station, Huyu drove at full speed and finally arrived at the train station at 6:15. The news that Su Miaojuan had brought her child to the station was not told to Huyu by Feng Dingyuan, who was too afraid to die. When Feng shouted that he knew where Su Miaojuan had gone, it was only out of fear for his own life. Although Huyu did not throw Feng into the fire after realizing he had been deceived, he still broke both of Feng's legs. Huyu actually learned about Su Miaojuan's plan from a rickshaw driver. She had arranged with the driver the day before to pick her up at the Hu family residence at 6:30. But the driver, intimidated by the Hu family's reputation, arrived more than half an hour early to wait outside. He was then dragged by Huyu's men and brought before Huyu. After learning Su Miaojuan's plan, Huyu immediately rushed to the train station in Shanghai without hesitation. Since she had arranged to leave the Hu residence at 6:30, she would likely reach the station around 7:30. That meant her train ticket must be for departure after 7:30. As long as he guarded the station, Huyu was certain he could catch her. However, he did not place all his men at the station. Having lived with Su Miaojuan for so many years, he knew how clever she was. What Huyu still could not understand was why, in their previous life, the gentle and considerate Su Miaojuan had gone so far when she discovered he had kept their daughter locked at home. The reason she had killed him back then was because he never imagined she would raise her hand against him, nor that she would refuse to even hear his explanation, dragging him with her into death. Stepping out of the car, Huyu adjusted his coat to cover the gun hidden inside. If he caught Su Miaojuan this time, he thought he would not kill her, but he would still shoot her twice to make her remember the price of betraying him. The thought that Su Miaojuan, even after living again, still could not escape his grasp made the corners of his lips curl. He did like clever women, but only as long as they did not try to outsmart him. When Huyu entered the train station, the staff who wanted to check him were immediately blocked by the people around him. Just as the staff were about to call for help, one of the uniformed men recognized who it was and quickly stopped the security personnel. "Mr. Hua, you are..." Huayu smiled lightly at the man in front of him. "I'm just looking for someone. Once I find them, I'll leave. I won't cause you any trouble." "Haha, Mr. Hua, you're too polite. If there's anything we can do to help, please just say it. We'll do our best to meet your request." The person in charge had his reasons for saying this. Rather than letting Huyu and his people stir up trouble in the station, it was better to take the matter into their own hands. At worst, he could write a report afterward. In this city, no one dared to offend Huyu, even if rumors said he would soon be leaving. Huyu looked at the crowds moving through the station and said, "Actually, there is something you can help me with." Meanwhile, Su Miaojuan, carrying her daughter Su Huayu, boarded the train with the help of a ticket clerk. The clerk spoke briefly with one of the attendants and then placed their luggage on board. Su Miaojuan glanced at the time, 6:16. Only 4 minutes left before departure. But to her, those 4 minutes felt longer than 4 years. Then she heard the announcement. "Attention, Ms. Feng Miaojuan. Your father has been in a car accident and is unconscious. Please." The moment she heard her name, her face turned pale. She didn't care at all about Feng Dingyuan's condition. What terrified her was that Huyu had found her after all. "Excuse me, please let me through." Su Miaojuan carried a suitcase in one hand and held her daughter with the other as she squeezed through the crowded train car. Her voice was hoarse and trembling. Su Huayu lifted her small head and looked at her mother's pale, sweat-soaked face. She raised her little arm to wipe it gently. "Mom, you can put me down." The child's heart ached for her mother. She could feel her mother's body shaking, yet she still refused to let go. "It's okay. Mommy can hold on." Su Miaojuan didn't go to the seats the attendant had found for them. Instead, she kept walking further inside after passing by them. As she struggled forward while holding her daughter, Huyu's men had already arrived outside the train. The way Huyu searched for people was so overwhelming that passengers inside the carriage all turned their heads to look out the window. Are they looking for someone outside? They don't look like railway staff. I know them. They're from the Hua family. When Su Huayu heard this, she instinctively looked out the window. Su Miaojun quickly lowered her head and turned her back to that side of the train. Noticing her daughter trying to peek outside, Su Miaojun gently pressed Su Huayu's head against her chest to block her view. A knock came on the window, followed by a man's voice. Have you seen a young woman with a 3-year-old girl? The woman has long hair. Su Miaojun's heart tightened. She immediately covered her daughter's head and pushed her way deeper into the crowded carriage. How could they have found her so quickly? That scheming Huayu must have had people watching her all along. If the carriage hadn't been so crowded, she would have broken into a run. Hearing the murmurs behind her about a young woman and a little girl made her vision blur. Finally, when she spotted the restroom ahead, she pulled the door open without hesitation and went inside. The moment they entered, the train began to move. At that instant, Su Miaojun let out a long breath. If she hadn't been holding onto the sink, she felt she might have collapsed right there. But this was not the time to relax. Mom? Su Huayu looked at her worriedly, noticing how pale her mother's face had become. What had her father done to make her mother so afraid?
I'm fine.
Su Miaojun forced a reassuring smile at her daughter, then steadied herself to stand. But she didn't leave the restroom right away. Instead, she said softly, give me a pair of scissors. Although Su Huayu didn't know why her mother needed them, she still took out a pair of scissors from her space. After handing them over, she also removed the peachwood hairpin from her head. The moment her hair fell, Su Huayu finally understood what Su Miaojun was trying to do. She cut her long hair, which had reached her waist, all the way up to her shoulders. Not only that, she even gave herself straight bangs. Now, Su Miaojun looked completely different. If someone who knew her well wasn't standing right in front of her, they would never recognize her. As she cut, she kept asking Su Huayu if any part looked uneven so she could fix it. 5 minutes later, the newly transformed Su Miaojun held Su Huayu's hand and walked out of the restroom. By then, the train had already left the station in Shanghai. Looking at the scenery moving past the window, Su Miaojun let out a slow breath and forced herself to keep walking forward. Hello, are there any sleeper berths available? At first, there weren't any. But with some extra money, Su Huayu and her mother managed to get one. However, they couldn't keep it for the whole trip. The passenger who had bought the ticket would board at the next stop. So, for 20 yuan, Su Miaojun could only use the berth for about an hour. Even so, she was content with that short time. Seeing her mother's trembling hands, Su Huayu climbed onto the bed, sat beside her, and used her small, soft hands to massage her, hoping to ease her soreness. Su Miaojun gazed at her daughter with gentle eyes. At last, they had escaped. Holding her little girl in her arms, she was about to speak when voices drifted in from the corridor. The Hor family is unbelievable. They can even get on the train without tickets. Hearing this, Su Huayu saw her mother's face freeze again, just when she had finally begun to relax. Don't be afraid, Mama. Su Huayu kissed her mother's pale cheek and whispered, I'll hide under the bed. Their temporary berth was a lower bunk. There was just enough space beside the luggage under the bed for a 3-year-old to fit without trouble. Without hesitation, Su Huayu slipped out of her mother's arms, swung her short legs down, and before Su Miaojun could stop her, she crawled under the bed, her little body disappearing into the shadows.
Yue.
Su Miaojun's heart ached at her daughter's thoughtfulness. Just as she was about to climb down and pull her out, 3 people entered their carriage. It was a pair of elderly husband and wife with a young boy who looked about 7 or 8 years old. The boy was very handsome, with a proud look in his eyes and brows, making him seem quite difficult to approach. The elderly couple appeared very refined. When they saw Su Miaojun, they nodded and smiled at her politely. Although Su Miaojun was very tired, she nodded back in response to their kindness. Mom, look how well I hid. The boy's cheerful voice came from under the bed. The elderly couple looked at the bed with surprise, probably not expecting there to be a child hiding inside, especially a little boy hiding under the bed. The young boy standing beside the elderly couple crouched down to look at Su Huayu, who was curled up like a cooked shrimp, and poked her. "I found you." Hearing the boy's voice outside the bed, Su Huayu released her hold on her head and curiously looked at him. The boy was very good-looking. Su Huayu. He was a handsome boy but had a somewhat bad temper. "Zhongbua," an older voice warned. The old lady crouched down to look at Su Huayu, who was curled under the bed, and asked with concern, "Child, the space under the bed is dangerous. Can we come out now?" Hearing her mother's voice, Su Huayu was about to crawl out but was grabbed by the boy called Zhongbua by her ankle. Before she could move herself, the boy pulled her out. It didn't hurt, but when Su Huayu, lying on the ground, saw 4 heads above her, she stared blankly with wide eyes. She was stunned until the mischievous boy reached out and poked her cheek. Su Miaojuan picked Su Huayu up from the ground, and Zhongbua was pulled to his grandmother or grandfather by her. She shyly apologized to Su Miaojuan and her daughter, saying, "Sorry, comrade. Our child is a bit naughty." Although Su Miaojuan was angry about the rude behavior of the little boy earlier, she remembered the situation outside and nodded politely. She was worried that any conflict in the carriage might attract Huiyu's people, and at this moment, she wasn't sure if the person on the train was Huiyu himself or his subordinates. The elderly couple seemed to notice Su Miaojuan's displeasure, so they pushed their grandson's arm and said, "Apologize to your sister. This is a delicate and cute little girl, clearly raised with care by her family. She probably hasn't experienced much hardship, so it's understandable that her mother is upset when she is suddenly bullied. Her family would naturally be angry too." Lu Zhongbai stepped forward and looked at Su Huayu, who was being held by Su Miaojuan. He said insincerely, "Sorry." Su Huayu looked at Lu Zhongbai, who showed no regret on his face and still smiled, saying, "It's okay. She didn't bother with petty children." Lu Zhongbai looked up at Su Miaojuan and pointed at her daughter, Su Huayu. He asked, "Can you sell her to me?" Su Miaojuan's face changed, but the old man beside her scolded Lu Zhongbai. "Lu Zhongbai, how did you promise your grandparents before leaving home? This isn't the old days anymore, and Lu Zhongbai's parents are important people. If he doesn't change his habits, even if he returns to the capital to be with his parents, his own father might throw him out." Seeing his angry grandfather, Lu Zhongbai didn't show any respect that a young person should have for elders. He turned to Su Miaojuan and said, "Sorry, Auntie. I mean, your little girl is very pretty. I like her. Thank you, but you don't need to like her," Su Miaojuan replied. She didn't like Lu Zhongbai's tone of speaking, nor did she like his affection for her daughter. His attitude made Su Miaojuan think of Huiyu. Both of them had grown up feeling superior, self-centered, and didn't care about others. "Sorry, comrade. We didn't educate the child well," Qi Yishuan, holding his grandson's shoulder, apologized to Su Miaojuan. Lu Zhongbai's grandmother also looked apologetic. "He means no harm, comrade." "I apologize on his behalf." Lu Zhongbai was indeed arrogant, but his grandparents were very polite and well-mannered. Su Miaojuan nodded and sat closer to the window, holding her daughter. But this wasn't good enough. Su Huayu was anxious inside. If the Hu family really came looking for them, with their thorough search methods, they wouldn't miss any possible clues about her and her daughter. "Mom." Su Huayu looked at Su Miaojuan, who was holding her. "Can I?" "Little girl, do you want to eat osmanthus cake?" Because of her grandson's recklessness, Bai Hui felt guilty inside. She opened her bag and took out the osmanthus cake she had specially asked the cook to make before leaving. Smiling at Su Miaojuan, who was cuddling Su Huayu, she said, "Grandma's osmanthus cake is very tasty." Su Huayu looked at Bai Hui, who had a kind and gentle face, then at Su Miaojuan, who still looked worried. She slightly curled her small body and said, "Mom, I want to go down."
Su Miaojuan gently put down Su Huayu.
Once she was steady, she smiled at Bai Hui and said, "Thank you, Grandma. My mom bought a piece of cake. Let's eat together." Su Huayu then reached into Su Miaojuan's bag, where the piece of cake they bought yesterday for the train was stored. "Mom, can we share it with Grandpa, Grandma, and brother?" Su Miaojuan looked at her obedient and sensible daughter and nodded. "Of course. Oh, dear, your little girl is really adorable." Bai Hui said with a smile as she watched Su Huayu, who was holding the cake, come over. She looks like a young girl in front of Guanyin, so lovely. Grandma looks like Guanyin, Su Huayu said softly, and Bai Hui was even happier. Oh, sweetheart, your little mouth is so sweet. What's your name? After Bai Hui asked, Su Miaojuan looked at her daughter with concern. She was worried her daughter might forget to change her surname. My name is Huayu, Su Huayu. Huayu, what a beautiful name, Bai Hui said, placing her osmanthus cake and Su Huayu's piece of cake together. Would you like to eat with your brother? Su Huayu nodded happily, and then placed her piece of cake on the bed, which was covered with a handkerchief. She then looked at Lu Zhongbai sitting on the bed and said, Brother, can I get on your bed? Lu Zhongbai looked at Su Huayu, who was not afraid of him at all, and even smiled brightly. He nodded. Not only did he nod, but he also got off the bed and directly picked up the shorter Su Huayu, placing her on the bed. When Lu Zhongbai was about to pick up Su Huayu, 3 adults nearby stood up at the same time. As a result, Lu Zhongbai only managed to put Su Huayu on the bed and didn't do anything else. Qi Xian and Bai Hui both sighed in relief. Su Miaojuan also withdrew her foot that she had just stepped forward. When the 3 of them looked at each other, they all wore slightly awkward smiles. My shoes are still on. Before Su Huayu finished speaking, Lu Zhongbai casually took off Su Huayu's shoes and placed them under the bed. Then he kicked off his own shoes and sat beside Su Huayu. Thank you, brother. You're so kind, Su Huayu said sweetly. Bai Hui watched the interaction between the 2 children, took out a damp handkerchief, wiped their hands, and then sat next to Su Miaojuan with a smile, asking, May I sit here? Su Miaojuan nodded and gave Bai Hui a seat. Comrade, I'm really sorry. Our Abai has never had many friends his age. Although he speaks a bit impolitely, he's actually a sensible child. Thinking of how Lu Zhongbai had just taken off her daughter's shoes, Su Miaojuan smiled slightly and nodded. Our Yuer is the same. She rarely goes out, so I feel a bit nervous. I understand. Are you all going to the capital? While Su Miaojuan and Bai Hui were talking, Su Huayu was also chatting with Lu Zhongbai. She only said 5 sentences, and Lu Zhongbai was able to reply once, which was quite good. Brother, do you want a piece of cake? Brother, how old are you this year? I just turned 3 years old. Su Huayu felt like she was trying to entertain a child, but Lu Zhongbai also seemed to be looking at a child. He thought this little girl was smarter than the children nearby. Those children didn't speak as clearly as Su Huayu did. Here, this is for you. After Su Huayu said she just turned 3, Lu Zhongbai pulled a simple, old-fashioned gold bracelet from his wrist and handed it to her. Su Huayu stared blankly at the gold bracelet Lu Zhongbai had put in front of her, then looked up at him. Although this child's personality isn't very likable, he might be a bit too generous. I don't want it. When Su Huayu raised both arms to refuse, Lu Zhongbai pulled her right arm and directly slipped the somewhat large gold bracelet onto her wrist. Su Huayu. Brother, I can't take this. Su Huayu wanted to take it off, but Lu Zhongbai, already impatient, said, If I give it to you, then it's yours. If you don't want it, just throw it away. Su Huayu. This is really too valuable. The argument between the 2 people was heard by Su Miaojuan and the others nearby. Su Miaojuan didn't like Lu Zhongbai's bossy attitude, so she turned to Bai Hui and said, Aunt Bai, bang.
Bang. Bang.
Before she finished speaking, she saw a man in a black and gray uniform at the door. She quickly swallowed her words and immediately hid behind Bai Hui. The man in uniform looked at the 5 people inside the carriage and asked, Have you seen a woman about 20 years old with long hair, along with a little girl about 3 years old? Su Miaojuan clenched the bedsheet tightly. Bai Hui looked at her, raised her hand, patted her hand gently, and then turned to the man and said, This carriage only has our family of 5. There is no one else. The man in the black and gray uniform glanced at the short-haired woman opposite Bai Hui, then looked at Qi Xuan, who was standing up, and the little boy on the bed, who was holding something. He then turned and left. Bai Hui looked at Su Miaojuan, who seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, and asked with concern, Are you okay? Su Miaojuan supported herself on the bed and shook her head slowly. I'm fine, just a little tired. On the bed nearby, Lu Zhongbai looked down at Su Huayu, who had suddenly thrown herself into his arms and hidden. He couldn't help but reach out and gently tousled her hair. Her hair was fine and soft, much softer than the one at home, and holding her was very comfortable. Su Huayu had just thrown herself into Lu Zhongbai's arms out of necessity. Now that the danger was over, she wanted to get out of his embrace, but found she couldn't break free. This little brat's strength was surprisingly strong. "Big brother, I remember now." Hearing Su Huayu's muffled voice from his arms, Lu Zhongbai loosened his hold. Su Huayu, with messy hair and a flushed face, looked up at him. Seeing her like this, Lu Zhongbai couldn't help but smile. When she reached up to pull at his hair, he took the opportunity to gently rub her head a couple of times. It wasn't until Su Miaojuan called her name that he stopped. "Mom is here." Before leaving, Su Huayu still wanted to take off the gold bracelet on her wrist and give it to Lu Zhongbai. "Big brother, here. If you don't want it, just throw it away." Su Huayu. This bad-tempered little brat, what a strange habit. Gold is not something to be casually discarded. Lu Zhongbai didn't want it, so Su Huayu had no choice but to hold the gold bracelet and turn around to give it to Qi Xuan, who was closest to her. "Grandpa, this is my brother's bracelet." Su Huayu thought that elders would accept such a gift, since it was valuable. After all, this gold wasn't something you'd just give away on a train. But who knew? These grandfather and grandson were both very stubborn. Lu Zhongbai didn't want it, and Qi Xuan also didn't want it. "Zhongbai, if it's yours, then it's yours." He knew his adopted grandson well, and his bad temper was unpredictable. If he dared to take it back, he would really throw it out the window. Qi Xuan was deep in thought and really wanted to sigh. He wasn't raised to be like this, but somehow he had grown into such a stubborn person. Now, Qi Xuan just hoped that when they went to the Lu family, this child would be a little afraid of his own parents. When Su Huayu looked at Bai Hui for help, Bai Hui smiled and said, "Meeting someone is fate. Since your brother gave it to you, just keep it." Su Huayu finally understood that the family in front of her was probably as wealthy as the Hui family. Money was not a problem for them. But being rich didn't mean she had to accept the bracelet just like that. She didn't want to owe favors for no reason. So, when she was carried onto their bed by Su Miaojuan, Su Huayu secretly took out another bracelet from her own space in her bag, away from everyone's eyes. This bracelet was more finely made than Lu Zhongbai's, but not so delicate that it was rare on the market. When Su Huayu took out the bracelet, she said to Su Miaojuan, "Mom, can I swap with my brother?" Su Miaojuan looked at the small, lively Su Huayu and nodded. Yes, she didn't want to take advantage of Lu Zhongbai for nothing. "Brother, this is for you." Su Huayu hobbled over in her little shoes to Lu Zhongbai and handed him her bracelet. Lu Zhongbai looked at the prettier gold bracelet and held out his hand to Su Huayu. Although he didn't say a word, his meaning was clear. His bracelet was given to Su Huayu by himself, and Su Huayu should also wear her bracelet for him. However, Su Huayu's gold bracelet was small because she had worn it since childhood. Fortunately, the clasp was open, and Su Huayu used all her strength to pry it open a bit before slipping it onto Lu Zhongbai's wrist. To be honest, Su Huayu used to think it was a bit strange for boys to wear gold bracelets, and she rarely saw boys wearing them. But when the bracelet was on Lu Zhongbai's wrist, it actually looked quite nice. "Do boys need to look good?" Lu Zhongbai said this with his mouth, but he was turning the bracelet on his wrist, and his eyes showed satisfaction that he couldn't hide. "Does it have your name on it?" Lu Zhongbai looked at Su Huayu's silly expression in front of him. He pulled her soft little hand and pointed to the 3 letters inside the bracelet, saying, "It has my name and birth date." Su Huayu took off the bracelet and looked at it. Sure enough, she saw Lu Zhongbai, August 8th, 1948 on it. That birthday is very lucky. Lu Zhongbai shook his slightly tight bracelet and asked Su Huayu, "Does it have your name on it?" Su Huayu honestly shook her head. "Do you know how to write your name?" Su Huayu knew, but she was too young to know it now. She turned her little face to look at her mother. Su Miaojuan said when her daughter looked over, "Su for Su, Huai for embrace, and U for Jade." After she finished, Su Huayu looked back at Lu Zhongbai, meaning her mother had already told him her name. "What about your birthday?" Su Miaojuan didn't want to say it. The child was like checking household registration. June 6th. June 6th, 1952. I remember it. Su Huayu looked at Lu Zhongbai, who was very serious, and she really wanted to say that they just met on the train by chance, so there was no need to know each other's birthdays in such detail. Su Miaojuan and her daughter temporarily avoided the crisis of being investigated by the Hor family. But as long as that person was still on the train, Su Miaojuan didn't dare to let her guard down. So, while her daughter and Lu Zhongbai played teacher and student games on the opposite bed, she didn't stop them. Su Huayu only realized during a word recognition game with Lu Zhongbai that the young boy in front of her, who was not yet 7 years old, could recite the Analects fluently and remember its meanings clearly. She didn't expect that Lu Zhongbai, who seemed like a rebellious little boy, was actually so cultured. Now, Su Huayu, who is relatively uneducated, was feeling very sleepy while Lu Zhongbai explained the meanings of the Analects to her. Eventually, her head tilted to one side, and Lu Zhongbai caught her in time. He looked a bit helpless and gently let her rest her head on his lap, so she fell asleep. Watching her daughter sleep, Su Miaojuan was about to get up and carry her back to her own bed when the train stopped, and the passengers who had booked the beds on their side entered with their luggage. Bai Hui saw Su Miaojuan packing up her things from the bed and kindly said, "Come over to our side, Aunt Bai." Although Su Miaojuan didn't like Lu Zhongbai, who was somewhat arrogant and lacked manners, she had a good impression of Bai Hui and Qi Xuan as a couple. Especially because Bai Hui had recently stepped in to help her when she noticed her unusual behavior, which made Su Miaojuan like her even more. Moreover, Su Miaojuan didn't want to take her sleeping daughter outside now. Huiyu's people kept coming one after another. Carrying her daughter around in such a conspicuous way was risky. If she just stepped out with her luggage, she might be caught. She had finally managed to escape with her daughter and absolutely couldn't be taken back by Huiyu. "Come on, there's still some time before we reach the capital. It's not good to keep holding Xiuyu. We should find a place to rest." Bai Hui gently patted her upper bunk and said, "The bed above is ours too. You can carry Xiaoyu up there to sleep, and we can rest downstairs." "Thank you, Auntie." This morning, Su Miaojuan had woken her daughter up very early. Now that she was asleep, she didn't want to wake her. After placing Su Huayu, who was resting her head on Lu Zhongbai's leg, onto the upper bunk, she glanced at Lu Zhongbai climbing up to the top without saying anything. After all, he had bought that spot himself. And besides, although Lu Zhongbai's behavior at first was a bit difficult to accept, he had been very obedient while reading with her daughter later on. Su Miaojun has a good impression of readers. Lu Zhongbai gently pushed the sleeping Su Huayu toward the inside of the bed, then sat on the edge and looked at the noisy children and adults across from him. Relying on his position on the upper bunk, he said somewhat condescendingly, "Can you be a little quieter?" Because Lu Zhongbai was considerate of Su Huayu sleeping nearby, his voice was not loud, so the new family of 3 did not hear him. Lu Zhongbai took off his shoes and threw them on the ground. After catching the attention of the family across from him, he said, "Please be quiet. My sister is sleeping." The man across looked up at Lu Zhongbai sitting at the edge of the bed, frowning. The woman beside him awkwardly apologized. "Sorry, we will be careful." Seeing that they finally quieted down, Lu Zhongbai handed his other shoe to Qixuan, then sat at the top of Su Huayu's head and gently placed her small head on his lap. Su Huayu was very tired. Plus, she was still young and had woken up early today. Lu Zhongbai's small actions didn't wake her at all. In the past, Su Huayu often had nightmares about being trapped in a small, dark room, unable to call for help. Because of that, she had some claustrophobia in her previous life. But in this life, after being reborn, Su Huayu was only startled when she woke up and saw the room full of talismans. After that, she was never frightened again and didn't have any more nightmares. Her restless heart finally settled down. Even though her current situation with her mother, Su Miaojun, wasn't completely safe, as long as she was with her mother, Su Huayu felt she had nothing to fear. Lu Zhongbai watched Su Huayu, who still called out, "Mom," even in her sleep. He casually covered her with a black scarf that Su Miaojun had placed on the bed. Maybe it was because the scarf carried her mother's scent. After covering her with the scarf, Su Huayu instinctively grabbed one corner and held it under her nose. "Little baby," Lu Zhongbai muttered as he looked at her. Only a little baby would keep calling for mom. As for him, since he was born, he never looked for his mother. Having grandparents was enough for him. The person sleeping on the upper bunk, Lu Zhongbai, was keeping Su Huayu company, while Bai Hui, on the lower bunk, was watching the stray hair at Su Miaojuan's collar. She carefully used her handkerchief to sweep away the loose hair from her collar and shoulders. Some things don't need to be spoken. Smart people can understand the truth at a glance. Huiyu had sent many people to the train station to look for someone. Even if they didn't know him, the large show of force made it clear that something important was happening. Moreover, Huiyu directly described the person they were looking for, a beautiful woman around 20 years old with long hair and a small 3-year-old child beside her. Su Miaojuan's current appearance didn't match what her servants described, but Bai Hui understood from the loose hair at her collar what was happening. The fact that Huiyu would search the entire train station to find her and the child suggested that Su Miaojuan and the little boy, Su Huayu, had a close relationship with Huiyu. Perhaps she was his woman, and the child was his. While Bai Hui was helping Su Miaojuan sweep away the stray hair, she suddenly froze in place. Earlier, when Su Miaojuan hurriedly cut her hair at the clinic, she hadn't paid attention to many details.
Now,
Bai Hui and Qi Xuan were both smart people. They probably already knew that the person being searched for outside was them and Huayu. Noticing Su Miaojuan's stiffening body, Bai Hui whispered, "We won't say anything." Because Lu Zhongbai's parents had a special status, Bai Hui and Qi Xuan knew a little earlier about the current political situation. They understood that if they got involved with capital interests later, it wouldn't end well. So they didn't think it was a problem for Su Miaojuan to leave the Hor family voluntarily. It only showed that this young woman had foresight. Su Miaojuan appreciated Bai Hui and Qi Xuan's understanding, but she was determined to leave with her daughter once the train arrived. She hoped to find a place where no one knew her or her daughter, and where no one knew their background, to start fresh. Su Huayu was awakened by Lu Zhongbai. Still not fully awake, Su Huayu groggily moved around in place. Hearing her mumbling, Lu Zhongbai thought of the pink pig he saw when his grandfather took him to the countryside, after it had been thoroughly cleaned. Unable to resist, Lu Zhongbai poked Su Huayu's rosy little face and smiled, saying, "You're cuter than the pig." Almost waking up, Su Huayu heard Lu Zhongbai say this first. She looked speechless at Lu Zhongbai above her head, thinking to herself, "Am I sleeping so badly? How did I end up in his arms?" Once fully awake, Su Huayu's first action was to shout, "Mom." Meanwhile, Su Miaojuan, who was already ready to get off the train, looked at Su Huayu's flushed face and smiled, opening her arms to her. After pulling Su Huayu down from the upper bunk, Su Miaojuan wrapped her in a scarf in front of her, just like before. Bai Hui watched this action and asked, "Do you feel comfortable like that? Should we help hold Suyu?" Su Miaojuan shook her head with a smile and refused. "No need, auntie. This way is fine." Bai Hui noticed Su Miaojuan's distant attitude but said nothing, just nodded with a smile. After Lu Zhongbai climbed down from the upper bunk, she asked him to carry her small bag. "Grandma, they've left." Lu Zhongbai wanted to chase after Su Huayu and her mother but was stopped by his grandfather, who grabbed his arm. "We were just strangers meeting by chance. Parting is inevitable." Lu Zhongbai didn't like hearing such words. He directly pulled away from his grandfather's hand and rushed to the train door, but when he looked around, he saw that Su Huayu and her mother had already disappeared. Su Miaojuan wasn't sure if the person who had asked about her earlier was still there. She just wanted to take advantage of the crowd now to quietly leave with her daughter. As the crowd moved away from the train carriage, Su Miaojuan, who was always alert and listening carefully, saw a man in a dark gray uniform. Before he could turn his gaze, she quickly looked away first. To avoid drawing attention to herself and Su Huayu, Su Miaojuan silently followed a tall man wearing a faded blue shirt and black pants, pushing her luggage. The surrounding crowd was dense. The man carried 2 heavy bundles and was busy watching 2 young boys holding hands in front of him. He had no time to pay attention to Su Huayu and her. As they were about to leave the capital train station, Suddenly someone shouted from somewhere, "My money fell. Don't step on my money." After shouting the sentence, almost everyone lowered their heads to look for money. Su Miaojuan, who was not short of money, just happened to see the man in front of them suddenly turn around, pick up the two young boys in the blue shirts, and run away. Someone's kidnapping the children. Su Miaojuan instinctively wanted to reach out to stop him, but because she was holding her daughter in front of her chest, she couldn't stop him. So she had to use all her strength to shout loudly. The man must have been watching these two boys for a while. Even after hearing Su Miaojuan's loud cry, he didn't look back. Help! Someone's kidnapping the children. Call for help. When Su Miaojuan shouted for help, she happened to make eye contact with the older boy in the man's arms. The boy was so scared he started crying loudly and reached out towards Su Miaojuan, either asking his father to save him or asking Su Miaojuan for help. Su Miaojuan dropped her suitcase and quickly grabbed the man who looked confused after hearing her voice. "Your children have been taken. What are you doing?" In just 3 or 4 seconds, the man turned around. When he saw that the children in front of him had disappeared, he ignored Su Miaojuan's anxious outstretched hand and suddenly collapsed to his knees. "What are you standing there for? Chase after them." Su Miaojuan looked at the man running farther and farther away, feeling anxious. She tried to pull the kneeling man, then shouted at the people around. "Someone's kidnapping the children. Help! Help! Someone's stealing the children." Stop the one in black clothes, holding 2 boys in her arms. Su Miaojuan didn't want to run after them herself, but she was still holding her daughter Su Huayu. With so many people around, if something happened, she wouldn't mind, but her daughter was her life. This was her daughter, she had just found again. Su Miaojuan was willing to give her life for her, so she would never put her daughter in danger. "Go after them. They can't have gone far with the children." Su Miaojuan saw people chasing out and shouted angrily, pulling the man beside her. How could a grown man be so weak at a critical moment? Are those really his children? In the end, the man staggered and chased after them, but by then, the kidnapper had already disappeared. Although Su Miaojuan was worried about the 2 boys, her current crisis with her daughter hadn't been resolved. So, taking advantage of the chaos, she hugged Su Huayu, grabbed her suitcase, and headed in another direction. Only by completely escaping from the Hor family's pursuit could she and her daughter be safe. After leaving the train station, Su Huayu looked at the dusty, gray capital city and quietly buried her face in her mother's chest. "Mom, where are we going?" Su Huayu asked softly. Su Miaojuan also didn't know where to go. Just as Su Miaojuan looked around trying to find a direction, she saw the man who had previously taken the 2 boys. However, at this moment, the 2 children were nowhere to be seen, and he was walking quickly northwest alone. When Su Miaojuan saw him, she almost didn't hesitate and ran toward a man standing nearby on the roadside, dressed in a white uniform and tall and upright. The man heard Su Miaojuan's voice and turned to look at her. When he saw her, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes, but his attention was soon caught by what she said. "Comrade," Su Miaojuan pointed to the man walking northwest and said, "That man just took 2 little boys at the train station, one about 5 or 6 years old, and the other about 3 or 4. I am sure he is the one who took them. But the children..." Before Su Miaojuan finished speaking, the man who had been patiently listening to her moved quickly toward the man heading northwest. The kidnapper, perhaps hearing footsteps behind him, turned around. When he saw the man in the white uniform about to run, he was kicked hard and flew a few steps away. By the time he recovered and tried to get up, he was already caught by the man in the white uniform. When the man in the white uniform was about to take the kidnapper to find Su Miaojuan for confirmation, Su Miaojuan had already disappeared with Su Huayu. Su Miaojuan didn't intentionally wait for the man in the white uniform to return. When she was standing still, Su Huayu saw 2 men in dark gray uniforms come out, so she immediately took Su Huayu and ran to a nearby Rueli shop to hide from their sight. "Are you here to buy something?" The owner of Rueli's shop looked at Su Miaojuan and the other person who hurried into her store and asked. Su Miaojuan slowly calmed her breathing, and when the owner, Wang Fingji, saw Su Huayu in her arms, she smiled and stepped forward to ask, "Oh, how old is your girl?" "She looks very pretty." Before Su Miaojun could answer, Su Huayu was already hugging her mother's neck and smiling sweetly at Wang Fingji, saying, "Beautiful auntie, I am 3 years old now." Her cute, sweet words made Wang Fingji very happy. She picked up a fruit hard candy from the counter and handed it to Su Huayu, smiling, "Haha, little girl, you are so sweet. Here, Auntie gives you some candy." Su Huayu waved her small hand and said, "Mom said I shouldn't take other people's things without asking." "Auntie isn't a stranger. I'm offering you some," Wang Fingji replied. Then she looked at Su Miaojun, who was finally catching her breath, and said, "You should take the child down first. You look exhausted." Wang Fingji looked at Su Miaojun's small body and wondered where she got so much strength. She was holding a suitcase in one hand and carrying her child on her back with the other. After thanking Wang Fingji for her kindness, Su Miaojun gently took Su Huayu off her back. "Where are you coming from after leaving the train station?" Wang Fingji asked, noticing there was no man with Su Miaojun. "Where is your husband?" "My husband drowned," Su Miaojun said quietly, lowering her head. Wang Fingji looked a bit embarrassed and quickly tried to comfort her. "Sorry, sister. We didn't know. Are you coming home or visiting relatives in the capital?" "In 1947, my aunt married in the capital, so I thought I'd come to visit her," Su Miaojun replied. "Really?" Wang Fingji asked with some confusion. "What about your other family members?" Su Huayu was placed on the ground by Su Miaojun. She held her mother's hand quietly, watching her mother talk tearfully and emotionally.
Su Huayu sighed to herself.
Her mother really had a talent for acting. "My husband's family all died. He drowned at sea and didn't leave a body. After my father married a stepmother, he sold me to my husband. If I go back now, my father would probably sell me again," Su Miaojun said, tears falling down her face. "I really had no choice but to come to the capital with my child to find my aunt," she added. Wang Fingji looked at Su Miaojun crying so hard and felt very sad. "Your father is really not a good person. As the old saying goes, when there's a stepmother, there's a stepfather. Where does your aunt live?" "I've lived in the city all my life. There's nothing here I don't know." Wang Fingji patted her chest and said, "I only know an old locust tree alley." This name was heard by Su Miaojun from a woman who ran a stall in Shanghai. When the two were chatting about their families, they found out they shared the same surname. The woman said she had two sisters, one married in Shanghai and the other in the old locust tree alley in the capital. "Isn't that a coincidence? I live right next to Plum Blossom Alley, near the old locust tree alley. If you believe me, once I close my shop, I'll take you there." Wang Fingji looked at the mother and daughter with sympathy and offered to help. "Thank you, big sister. My surname is Su, and my name is Miaojun. May I ask what your name is?" Wang Fingji smiled and said, "My surname is Wang. You can call me Sister Fingji. Thank you so much, Sister Fingji. This is my first time in the capital, and I don't know anyone. If it weren't for your kindness, I wouldn't know when I'd find a place for my daughter." "Really, thank you." When Feng Miaojun bowed deeply to Wang Fingji, Su Huayu also bowed beside her mother and said, "Thank you, pretty auntie." "Oh, don't be like that, little Su. We're all women and mothers. I understand your difficulties." "Really, thank you, Sister Fingji." Su Miaojun looked at the items in the shop and then asked Wang Fingji, "Sister Fingji, I want to buy a gift for my aunt to meet her. Can you help me choose something suitable?" "That's exactly what I'm good at." Wang Fingji walked around her shop, picked up a box of old-fashioned pastries, and placed it in front of Su Miaojun. "A little sweet treat suitable for everyone, it's perfect. Thank you, Sister Fingji." In the end, Su Miaojun bought 2 sets of pastries. One was peach cookies, 6 pieces inside, costing her 1.2 yuan. The other was sakima, for pieces, also costing 1.2 yuan. These pastries, costing 2.4 yuan in a time when the average salary was about 30 to 40 yuan, were quite expensive. Wang Fingji kept praising her for being generous until they closed the shop and left together. Being generous is good. You've come so far to visit your aunt, and you don't know her situation. It's better to prepare some gifts so you can build a good relationship. Wang Fingji pushed her bicycle, with Su Huayu sitting on the back, watching her talk to her mother. Su Huayu was actually a bit worried. She wondered what her mother would do if they followed Wang Fingji to Leoweishu Alley and couldn't find her little aunt with the surname Su. Su Huayu had many thoughts in her mind, but she was still too young to say things that didn't fit her age. She thought about her mother's way of handling things on the way and believed she would find another solution later. Everything would work out in the end. She didn't believe that the big city of Suzhou had no place for her and her mother to settle down. When they arrived at Leoweishu Alley, it was already completely dark. Wang Fingji took Su Huayu and her mother directly to the neighborhood committee. "You're really lucky to meet me. The women's committee member here is my friend. With her help, you should be able to find your relatives." But the result disappointed Wang Fingji. The women's committee member in Leoweishu Alley was named Li Yan. She checked all the alleys under their neighborhood committee's responsibility, but couldn't find anyone matching Su Miaojuan's description. Could Miaojuan be mistaken? Wang Fingji asked. Su Miaojuan shook her head. "No, I remember my mother telling me when she was still alive that my little aunt's house on Leoweishu Alley has a 100-year-old locust tree. We saw it just now when we passed by, so there shouldn't be a mistake. Maybe it was moved? Maybe, that's possible." The neighborhood committee members were all eager to help. Knowing that Su Miaojuan had traveled a long way to find relatives, they all wanted to assist. "My little aunt got married in the capital in 1947, so it's been about 7 or 8 years now. Something might have happened in between." Yes, especially after the founding of the country, many people came and went. It's possible she moved away. While most people were trying to think of ways to help Su Miaojuan and her mother, Security Officer Peng Dihai, dressed in a navy blue short-sleeved shirt, was observing Su Miaojuan and asked, "Comrade, may I see your ID?" After saying this, Peng Dihai felt a little tense, but he kept a calm face and said, "Of course, comrade. Maybe I can find some clues from my ID. Recently, Shanghai has been reorganizing household registrations. Do you think my ID is still useful?" Re-registering household records wasn't just happening in Shanghai, so it wasn't unusual. Peng Dihai took Su Miaojuan's ID, looked at it carefully several times, and then handed it to Li Yan. Li Yan said, "This ID is fine, the train ticket is correct, and the proof is there." Peng Dihai looked at Su Miaojuan again. "If we really can't find anything, I think we should report to the police station." Peng Dihai kept staring at Su Miaojuan's face. He always felt that her delicate appearance, which seemed to never get her hands dirty, didn't quite match her story about her background. Su Miaojuan knew that Peng Dihai was suspicious of her, so she didn't refuse. Instead, she cooperated and said, "Okay. Her documents and proof are all legal and genuine. She's not afraid of being checked. The only thing she fears is being found by Huiyu." "I just remembered," the mediation officer loudly said. 3 years ago, there was indeed a woman named Su living near my home. Her husband's surname is." When the mediation officer mentioned the husband's surname, his smile became more genuine. "That's right, his surname is Wu. But it seems they moved to the south. Did they not inform you after they left?" Su Miaojuan shook her head and hesitated before saying, I got married 4 years ago. My husband is very strict and doesn't let me go out. Maybe he told me, but I don't know. Don't you go back to your family?" Peng Dihai thought he had found a flaw in her story and said,
Su Miaojuan presset her lipstightly.
Why go back? Only married women go back to their families. Xiao Su was sold to her current husband by her own father and stepmother. Where do you expect her to go? Wang Fingji liked Su Miaojuan, so she was a bit upset by Peng Dihai's aggressive questioning. She came to visit her relatives, not to be questioned by you. And seeing Su Miaojuan's face turn pale from the pressure, Wang Fingji was already a little unhappy. "Forget it, let's leave it at that for today," Wang Fingji said, walking over to Su Miaojuan. "It's late. Come home with me and stay at my place tonight." "No." Peng Dihai stood up. "Comrade Su is still an outsider. I think we should report to the police first." "Report what?" Li Yan saw Wang Fingji get angry and quickly said, "It's just a formal procedure. We'll be back soon." Su Miaojuan didn't want Peng Dihai to doubt her more, so she also took the initiative to persuade Wang Fingji, saying, "Fingji, I'm fine, Everyone has been so kind to me and has helped me a lot. I should also cooperate with our neighborhood committee's work. At first, the members of the neighborhood committee had a good impression of Su Miaojuan. Now, hearing her reasonable words, their impression of her has improved even more. Even Security Officer Pang Dihai, upon seeing how cooperative Su Miaojuan was, reflected a little and wondered if he had been a bit too harsh. "Mom, I'm hungry." Su Huayu felt that everyone's emotions were a bit high now and loudly asked, "Mom, can I eat this?" Seeing her daughter pointing at the peach pastry, Su Miaojuan immediately understood and opened the packaging. She handed a round, large peach pastry to Su Huayu, then broke the remaining pastries and offered some to the people in the neighborhood committee. "No, comrade, we're not hungry. That's right, we haven't solved your problem yet, so how can we eat your food? Even if it was solved, we shouldn't eat it. Serving the people is what we should do." Su Miaojuan smiled and said, "I know. I just want to thank everyone. Since our matter has delayed your mealtime, I really feel sorry." While she was speaking, Su Huayu had already broken off a big piece of her pastry and shoved it into Wang Fingji's hand. Wang Fingji saw her little action and felt her heart melt. Such a cute and beautiful child, and such a good-looking young woman. How could they be bad people? "Xiaoyu, be good. Auntie won't eat it. You eat it yourself." Su Huayu shook her little head and said, "Auntie is hungry too. Xiaoyu likes Auntie and wants her to eat." Su Huayu insisted again and kept pushing the pastry into Wang Fingji's hand. Finally, Wang Fingji had no choice but to accept the half piece of pastry. Su Huayu successfully gave her pastry to Wang Fingji, and Su Miaojuan also shared her pastry with the people in the neighborhood committee. Even Pang Dihai, who kept refusing, was eventually given half a piece by a colleague nearby. Since everyone was eating, she couldn't be left out. Eating the pastry only took about 10 minutes. Su Miaojuan looked at Su Huayu, who had finished her pastry and drank half a cup of water, and smiled as she gently patted her little head. "Mommy will hold you." Su Huayu shook her head. Today, Su Miaojuan was really exhausted, not just physically but also emotionally. "I'll hold your hand, Mom." After speaking, Su Huayu turned to Pang Dihai and said, "Uncle, let's go to the police station." Her open and innocent look softened Pang Dihai's heart, but duty was duty. He stood up and said, "All right, let's go." "I'll go with you." It was Wang Fingji and Li Yan who spoke. After all, they were the first to take on this matter. Before eating the peach pastries, they couldn't just walk away, and after eating them, they felt even more responsible. "Thank you, Sister Fingji. Thank you, Sister Yan. I'm really sorry for troubling you today," Su Miaojuan said sincerely. "It's nothing. After we finish at the police station, I'll take you home." Wang Fingji casually took the suitcase from Su Miaojuan's hand and continued, "We have 3 rooms at home. I'll let my husband sleep with the boys, and the 3 of us women can share 1 room." "Sister Fingji, all right, that's settled." Wang Fingji waved her hand, not wanting to hear any refusal. Today, she was determined to take care of this matter. On the way to the police station, little Su Huayu once again sat on the back seat of Comrade Wang Fingji's bicycle. The seat was covered with a layer of soft cloth, so it wasn't uncomfortable at all. Su Huayu thought that once she and her mother settled down, she would buy a bicycle and make a seat cushion like this too. After all, for a long time to come, this spot would be her special seat. The capital was still lively at night, but not for long. By 10 o'clock, the streets were almost empty. If someone wandered around after 10, they might be stopped by patrolling officers. But for now, there was no need to worry. Su Huayu never expected that her first time entering the capital's police station would be with so many people. When they arrived, there were already quite a few people standing at the entrance. Some were holding on to police officers, asking questions. Some were crying, as if their children had gone missing. As Su Huayu got closer, she realized that the people gathered at the entrance were all parents who had lost their children at the train station. And just as she held her mother's hand and stepped up to the police station, she suddenly spotted a familiar man. A man who, while trying to pick up money by looking down, ended up losing his 2 children. He was kneeling at the police station entrance, looking like a lifeless stone block. When Su Miaojun and Su Huayu arrived at the police station door, the man seemed to notice their gaze and looked up, meeting Su Miaojun's eyes. The moment he saw Su Miaojun, he suddenly stood up from the ground. Yes, 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 it's you. Don't go. His shout drew everyone's attention at the police station entrance. Wang Fingji saw the man shouting at Su Miaojun and rushing over, so she hurriedly and Pang Dihai stepped forward to stop him, saying, "What are you doing? Why can't you say what you want to say?" Before Wang Fingji finished speaking, the tall, strong man knelt in front of Su Miaojun and her daughter, choking with emotion. "Thank you, kind person. If it weren't for your reminder that my children were lost, I might never have known how my children disappeared. Thank you. It's all my fault for being so irresponsible back then." Su Miaojun looked at the man crying and talking at the same time and asked, "Did you find the children?" After she asked, the man's face instantly fell. With that expression, Su Miaojun understood clearly. No, the children hadn't been found. In that situation, if he hadn't managed to get the children back immediately once the traffickers changed hands, it would be very hard to find the children again. Su Miaojun didn't know how to comfort the man in front of her. No matter what she said, it felt empty. Fortunately, the sound of a car approaching interrupted her. The man who had been kneeling suddenly rushed forward when he saw the returning small truck. Su Miaojun, holding Su Huayu, looked in the direction of the man's gaze. When the vehicle stopped and quieted down, a group of children's chattering voices came from the truck bed. Hearing the children's voices, Su Miaojun silently breathed a sigh of relief. Then she saw a man in a white uniform step down from the driver's seat, the same man she had met outside the train station. The man in white seemed to notice Su Miaojun's gaze. When he turned to look, he saw the woman who had disappeared during the day reappear at the police station entrance. He smiled and nodded at her. "Haifeng, did you find a Chuan and Xiaojiang?" The man who had been kneeling in front of Su Miaojun staggered and approached nervously after the man in the white uniform got out of the car. His trembling appearance when facing Wu Haifeng made Su Miaojun look at them both a little longer. "Yes, we found them." After Wu Haifeng said this, Wu Haishan suddenly collapsed. If Wu Haifeng hadn't caught him in time, he would have fallen to the ground just like at the train station earlier. "That's good, that's good." The nearly 2-meter-tall man cried like a child next to Wu Haifeng. "De Chuan Xiaojiang. De Chuan Xiaojiang." Wu Haishan cried out to the police officer at the car. He had prepared himself that if the children couldn't be found, he would give his own son to Wu Haifeng. But now that plan was no longer needed. After Wu Haishan was steadied by Wu Haifeng, he headed toward the car. However, the car was crowded with parents, children, and adults crying out loudly. Wu Haishan couldn't get in. "Xiao Su, let's go inside." Su Miaojun heard Wang Fingji's voice and nodded, turning to walk into the police station with her daughter. The police station was very busy, mainly because they had just solved a case involving human traffickers. Our director is amazing. He single-handedly caught the trafficker and even uncovered their hideout. That's incredible. Of course, he's amazing. Our director has long been involved in underground work. Before the founding of the country, he made many contributions on the battlefield. That's how he rose to his current position at such a young age. This time, it's a big achievement. I just asked the deputy director. There are 32 children rescued. These traffickers are really too bold. Wang Fingji, hearing this, clenched her teeth and said, "People who steal children are worse than animals. Why doesn't heaven strike them down with lightning?
They do all these sneaky things.
I think they should die." While Wang Fingji was cursing, Su Miaojun quietly covered the ears of Su Huayu, who was standing beside her. When Su Miaojun arrived at the police station with Long Dihai leading her, she had just taken out her and Su Huayu's IDs from her bag. At that moment, Wu Haifeng, dressed in a white uniform, was walking over with 2 young boys and Wu Haishan, who was kneeling at her feet outside the police station. Someone saw Wu Haifeng approaching and called out, "Director." Su Huayu looked at the young face in front of her and heard the surrounding people calling him director. Although she had just learned from the police that their director was very young, Su Huayu didn't expect him to be this young. Wu Haifeng nodded to his subordinates and then asked Su Miaojuan, "May I know your name, comrade? My surname is Su, and my name is Su Miaojuan." After learning Wu Haifeng's identity, Su Miaojuan suddenly felt a bit more reserved. As a common person, even though she had seen a lot in front of He before, she naturally felt a sense of respect for someone like Wu Haifeng. "May I see your ID?" Su Miaojuan nodded, and Wu Haifeng took out her and Su Huayu's IDs. Seeing her age and her relationship with Su Huayu, he nodded slightly. "You're from Shanghai." "Sort of. I was born in the north, but later I moved to Shanghai with my parents and have lived there ever since." After she finished speaking, seeing that Wu Haifeng didn't say anything, she held her daughter's hand and repeated her background, which she had told many times at the neighborhood committee. Su Miaojuan spoke quickly but clearly. After she finished, Wu Haifeng looked at her and said, "Don't be nervous. I'm just asking casually." Su Huayu. Su Huayu held back his urge to complain and just hugged his mother's hand, asking, "Mom, how long will we stay at the police station?" Su Miaojuan wanted to say she didn't know either. "Your ID has the official stamp, so there's no problem. I came to thank you." After Wu Haifeng finished speaking, Wu Haishan, standing beside him, nodded repeatedly. "Comrade Su, thank you so much. I only found out after my second brother told me. It was also your help that led to catching the trafficker. It's all my fault for not being useful. If I had chased after him when you reminded me, maybe Haifeng wouldn't have to work so hard. I also wonder if the children have suffered during this time." The slightly older boy looked at his uncle and said, "Uncle, we're fine." It's true, they'd just been locked in a small dark room by some kidnappers, but their hero, who is said to be their father, suddenly appeared and saved them all. Before coming from the countryside to the capital, Wu Lichuan often said he missed his father and wanted to live with him. However, he had only seen his father when he was very young and couldn't remember what he looked like. He also didn't know if their father would like him. Wu Lichuan tried hard to act more mature because he believed adults liked children who behaved well. He thought their father probably liked that too. "I checked, and no one is hurt," Wu Haifeng said, patting his two sons on the shoulders. "You're quite brave and did well." Suddenly, Wu Lichuan's face turned red from the compliment. He didn't know what to say when his younger brother, who was a year and a half younger, loudly said, "Our dad is a soldier. We are soldiers' children. Soldiers' children must be brave." "Good job." Wu Haifeng ruffled his younger son's hair with a big hand. "Anyway, we should thank Comrade Su. The case was solved so quickly because of your help. Do you have any plans now?" Li Yan, who had been walking with Su Huayu and his daughter, smiled and said, "Comrade Su will be staying in our alley for a while." "That's good. I'll have someone send a banner to you later," someone said. Su Miaojuan, feeling a bit embarrassed, waved her hand and said, "No need for that. It's what I should do. I believe anyone would do the same if they saw such a thing." "Really, little Su, don't be so modest. Learning from Lei Feng and doing good deeds is very admirable," Wang Fingji said. Knowing that the police solved the case so quickly thanks to Su Miaojuan's help, Wang Fingji straightened her back even more confidently than Su Miaojuan herself. She thought to herself that this girl was trustworthy and had good character. She also raised her eyebrows at Pang Dihai, daring him to criticize the people she brought. Pang Dihai felt genuinely embarrassed. He hadn't expected to hold such a big prejudice against a comrade who helped others selflessly. "All right, I'm free tomorrow. Where do you live?" "I'll come and deliver it to you," Suziajin. People around also looked at Wu Haifeng together. A director personally giving a banner of thanks? "By the way, thank you for saving my two sons." Suziajin hesitated and tried to wave her hand. "Comrade, then can we meet at your neighborhood committee entrance at 10 a.m. tomorrow?" Suziajin was a bit speechless under Wu Haifeng's strong attitude. Does she still have the right to refuse? Suziajin really couldn't get used to Wu Haifeng's enthusiasm, even if it was to repay kindness. Suziajin was pulled by Wang Fingji beside her, so she nodded. "Okay." Wu Haifeng seemed to just want to come over and thank Suziajin with the children. After confirming the meeting time for tomorrow, he left the Public Security Bureau with his older brother and the two children. Suziajin and the others didn't stay long at the bureau, especially now that they had just solved a big case, and the police were very busy. So, shortly after Wu Haifeng left, Suziejin and the others also left. If Li Yan and Pang Dihai had shown some distance and caution towards Suziejin on the way to the bureau before, when they left, they were fully enthusiastic about Suziejin and her daughter. A female comrade who did good deeds without expecting anything in return definitely isn't a bad person. Suziejin was a bit overwhelmed by Li Yan and the others' warmth. In her past life, whether in Shanghai or later in Port City, her interactions with people were always distant, polite but cold. So, being in such a warm and enthusiastic environment, Suziejin felt a bit lost. But Sus Huayu adapted much better. When Suziejin didn't know how to respond to the neighborhood committee's enthusiasm, Sus Huayu, taking advantage of her young age, proactively answered for her mother. However, her response was just a warm reply and didn't say anything useful. For a 3-year-old girl, being able to respond warmly was already quite impressive. After arriving at the 100-year-old locust tree, everyone parted ways. Wang Fengji smiled and patted Suziejin's arm, saying, "Little Suz, they aren't doing this against you. They're just worried that bad people might mix into the crowd. I understand, Sister Fengji. Everyone has been very kind to me. This is because you are worth it. Now tell me how you realized that person was a human trafficker at the train station today." As they talked, they arrived at Manhwa Alley, where Wang Fengji lived. Wang Fengji's family of 7 lived in 3 rooms in a large courtyard in Manhwa Alley. It seemed a bit crowded, but compared to others in the courtyard, it was quite spacious. When Wang Fengji and Su Huayu returned home, her parents-in-law had already gone to their own bedroom separated from the main hall, and her husband and 3 sons were doing their homework in the remaining part of the hall. When Donghai saw his wife bringing along a young, beautiful woman and a cute little girl, he couldn't help but stand up. "Fengji, who is this? Is she a relative of my wife? It can't be. All of my wife's relatives live under the city walls, and I know them all. No one looks this young and beautiful." Wang Fengji patted the shy Su Miaojuan and said to her husband and his 3 sons, who were all staring at Su Miaojuan and her daughter, "This is Xiao Su. She came from Shanghai to visit relatives in the capital. She's also a hero in the recent case the police solved about human traffickers." After saying this, Wang Fengji immediately went to get a stool for Su Miaojuan, and her 3 sons exclaimed one after another, "Sister, you're amazing." "Yeah, how did you recognize the traffickers?" Wang Fengji's 3 sons are, the oldest Xiao Qian, who is 12, the second, Xiao Qiang, who is 10, and the youngest, Xiao Qian, who is 7. The ones calling Su Miaojuan sister are her oldest and second sons. "Don't call her sister, call her auntie." Wang Fengji looked at her chattering 3 sons and felt her head about to explode. When she saw her youngest son trying to secretly hold Su Huayu's hand, she slapped his hand and shouted, "Xiao Qian, what are you doing?" Xiao Qian, holding his red hand from his mother's slap, didn't cry but smiled mischievously. "I want to play with my sister." "Nonsense. Have you finished your homework? Hurry up and do it." Su Miaojuan, standing beside her, hugged Su Huayu, and both mother and daughter stared in shock at Wang Fengji, whose voice had risen several decibels after returning home. Wang Fengji gently slapped each of her 3 sons on the back of their heads. When they finally reluctantly picked up their pens to do their homework again, she turned around and shyly said to Su Miaojuan, "Did I scare you?" Wang Fengji patted Su Huayu's small head and looked at Su Miaojuan with envy, saying, "Little Su, you don't know. Boys from small are hard of hearing. If you don't raise your voice a lot, they won't hear you." Back in the day, before Wang Fengji got married, she was a gentle girl who spoke softly. But after having 3 sons, her voice became loud and strong. She sighed deeply and said, "It's better to have a daughter. Daughters are prettier and more well-behaved." "Me too, Andy." Su Huayu stood beside Su Miaojuan and looked at Wang Fengji with admiration. She really thought Wang Fengji was kind and honest, with a simple charm unique to this time. "Ha ha ha, you must be hungry. I'll go make you some noodles." Su Miaojuan had wanted to buy food earlier, but didn't find any. Hearing Wang Fengji, she didn't refuse and simply said, "Fengji, I'll help." Then she handed her remaining sakima to her daughter and said, "Share it with your brothers, okay?" "Oh, no need, little Su. These boys already ate dinner." Before Wang Fingji finished, Su Miaojuan interrupted with a smile. "Fingji, if you feel uncomfortable having us here, Huayu and I won't bother you to eat or stay." Wang Fingji looked at Su Miaojuan, who was open and honest, and sighed. All right, all right." She then pointed her eyes at her three sons and said, "Take good care of your sister. Don't bully her, understand?" "Got it," the three brothers responded in unison. Wang Fingji then turned to her husband, Xiang Donghai, and said, "Tonight, you should move your things and sleep with your son." Xiang Donghai nodded and helped carry the suitcases of Su Huayu and her daughter to his bedroom. When only Su Huayu and the three brothers from Xiang Qianfei were left in the main room, the obedient Su Huayu sat on a bench hugging her sakima. She watched as the three brothers suddenly turned their heads and stared at her, like three big dogs suddenly fixated on her. "Little sister, what's your name? Little sister, how old are you this year? Little sister, can I touch your small face? Little sister, little sister." Su Huayu hugged the Sagima tightly, watching the three little boys who had unknowingly surrounded her. She felt a bit helpless and shrank back on the stool a little scared. Because in her past life, being surrounded like this in an orphanage had not ended well for her, especially since boys at their age can do anything. So as they got closer, the 3-year-old Su Huayu looked toward where her mother and Wang Fingji had gone. She was about to open her mouth to shout for help when she was suddenly silenced by a hand covering her mouth. Don't shout, the boy in front said to her. "We just want to play with you." The boy in front took the chance to touch Su Huayu's small, soft hand, but she quickly slapped his hand away. Just as Su Huayu struggled and tried to bite the boy's hand, he quickly let go. "Here, I have some candy for you. White rabbit milk candy." As soon as her mother called out, the oldest boy, Xiang Qianfei, handed a big white rabbit milk candy to Su Huayu's mouth. "Don't be afraid," Xiang Qianfei said, giving each of his 2 younger brothers a gentle tap on the head. "We won't bully you." Xiang Qianfei squatted down and nodded at Su Huayu. "Little sister, will you call me big brother? I haven't been a big brother before." He had always been the younger brother outside and at home, but he wanted to experience what it felt like to be the older brother. "Yes, little sister, I am the second brother." Xiang Qianfei followed his brother's lead, stuffing the big white rabbit candy into Su Huayu's hand and saying, "I am the big brother." Su Huayu looked at her 3 brothers kneeling in front of her, their eager eyes, and finally agreed to their request. "Big brother, second brother, brother." "Wow," the 3 of them said in unison. It felt wonderful to be called brother by a girl even more beautiful than a doll. "I also have white rabbit candies. I will give you mine. I also have chocolate. Do you know what chocolate is? I will get some for you." In just 5 minutes, Su Huayu's sakima was not open to share with the 3 brothers rushing ahead, and he ended up with a pile of snacks in his arms. It was clear that the Xiang family owned a shop. The 3 brothers gave Su Huayu all kinds of snacks. Nothing was missing. After confirming that these 3 boys meant no harm, Su Huayu relaxed a bit. He continued eating white rabbit candies while watching the brothers do their homework. Wang Fingji, holding a bowl of noodles, looked at her well-behaved sons and wondered if they had eaten something strange today. "Auntie, the brothers are so well-behaved," Su Huayu said. The 3 brothers blushed at his words. In the past, they were not known for being obedient at all. Hearing this, Wang Fingji laughed and said, "Today must be a special day." Since Wang Fingji was eating at the table, her 3 sons were sent to their rooms to do homework. She put down her bowl and looked at her reluctant sons. She couldn't help but get a little angry. "What are you doing? Just sitting around. Hurry up and make some space for me." Xiang Qianfei waved his hand with his school bag. "Sister, we're leaving." "Bye, brothers." "Bye, sister. See you tomorrow." Wang Fingji looked at her 3 sons, who seemed like they had never seen a little girl before, then placed a bowl with a fried egg in front of Su Huayu. She changed from a grumpy mother to a gentle aunt. "You try the egg noodles I made. They're really delicious." "Thank you, Annie." After dinner, the 3 went back to their room. Wang Fingji also brought a quilt for Su Miaojuan and her daughter. Before sleeping, Wang Fingji looked at Su Huayu, who was already asleep between her and Su Miaojun, and softly asked, "Little Su, do you have any plans for the future?" Su Miaojun paused and said, "I want to settle down in the capital with Yue." Hearing this, Wang Fingji was excited. "That's great." She then looked at Su Huayu, who moved slightly, and lowered her voice quietly. "There are rental houses in our alley, and next to Leoweishu Alley. If you want to settle down, I can take you to see the houses when I have time. It'll save on agency fees, and I noticed that you seem to have trouble reading and writing." Su Miaojun nodded and said, "Yes, I learned a few years of reading and writing when I was young." Wang Fingji couldn't help but pat the pillow beside her and said, "That's even better." Now, with the public-private partnership, many factories and companies are hiring. If you can read and write, it shouldn't be hard to find a job. Once you have an income, it will be easier to raise your children. I think so too, but I don't know what kind of job to look for. I have never worked before. No one is born knowing how to work. Being able to read and write is already a big advantage, Wang Fingji said. She then thought that Su Miaojun was new to the city and finding a suitable job wouldn't be easy, so she offered, "If you trust me, I can ask around for you." "Thank you so much, Sister Fingji." Su Miaojun felt that since her rebirth, she had met many kind people, especially Wang Fingji. If it weren't for her, she wouldn't have been able to settle in the capital so quickly with her daughter. As they talked, Su Miaojun and Wang Fingji gradually fell asleep.
She was really exhausted that day.
If Su Huayu hadn't woken her up the next morning, she might have slept until noon. But since they weren't at home, Su Huayu woke early and, after noticing Wang Fingji had gotten up, quickly called her mother. They had breakfast at Wang Fingji's house. Her parents-in-law had already learned about Su Miaojun and her daughter from her son. When they found out that Su Miaojun had helped the police rescue many children kidnapped by traffickers, they were very enthusiastic. After breakfast, the Qian family, who were going to school, left. Wang Fingji and her husband had to go to work, so they entrusted Su Miaojun and her daughter to her mother-in-law, Qianing. "I've already told my mother-in-law about your house search. She knows the city better than I do. She knows every alley and lane around here," Wang Fingji said, patting Su Miaojun's arm. "Tell me your requirements for a house, and my mother-in-law will find a suitable one for you within a morning." "Thank you, Sister Fingji." "Thank you, Aunt Qian." Qianing really liked the clean and beautiful girl in front of her. She smiled and said, "Fengji hasn't told you everything. My father and grandfather used to be famous dentists in this area. When I was young, I often went with them. If they didn't think it was hard for a girl to follow in their footsteps, I would have become a better dentist than my brothers. Do you want to go out with me now, or should I come back at noon and tell you?" Su Miaojun wanted to go out with Grandma Qian, not only because she felt it was not good for an elderly person to help her find a house alone, but also because she wanted to let her daughter get familiar with the surroundings. "Sorry, Auntie Qian, a colleague from the police station is coming to the community committee at 10 in the morning. I can't go far. You're too kind. Thank you." Su Miaojun felt genuinely embarrassed. She thought her mother and she owed a lot to the Xian family. She promised herself she would find a way to repay them later. Qianing smiled and waved her hand. "There's no need to thank me. It's just a walk and a chat, something I can handle easily. What kind of house do you want? I just want to find one or two clean, safe, and tidy houses nearby with good neighbors so we can settle in." "All right, I've noted that. You can wait for good news from me this afternoon." "Thank you, Auntie Qian." While the Xian family was out busy, Su Huayu and her mother changed into matching mother-daughter outfits, bought a bag of hard fruit candies from a shop, and then went to the community committee's entrance. Su Miaojun and Su Huayu arrived at the community committee at 9:45. Seeing no one outside, they went inside. The story of Su Miaojun's brave act had already spread throughout the community committee, thanks to Li Yan and Pang Dihai. When everyone saw Su Miaojun walking in with her daughter, they warmly greeted her. After greeting everyone, Su Miaojun handed out 2 pieces of fruit candy to each person and mentioned her plan to find a house nearby in an alley to settle down. When everyone at the committee offered to help, Su Miaojun said that Qian Ing was already helping her look for a place. Su Miaojun spent about 10 minutes talking with Su Huayu at the neighborhood committee. When she saw that it was almost 10 o'clock, just 2 minutes away, she quickly said, I have an appointment with Comrade Wu from the Public Security Bureau at 10 here. I need to go now. Haha, okay. Feel free to come and visit whenever you're free. Su Miaojun smiled and waved goodbye, while Su Huayu cheerfully called out, "Goodbye, uncle and auntie." As they left the neighborhood committee, they saw Wu Haifeng dressed in a Zhongshan suit, along with his neatly dressed brothers, Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang. Comrade Wu. Wu Haifeng looked at Su Miaojun, wearing a light blue checkered dress, and Su Huayu, dressed in a similar small dress, and smiled, saying, "Good morning, Comrade Su." "Good morning, little Comrade Su." Su Miaojun and Su Huayu responded, "Good morning." "Hello, Auntie Su." Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang, standing beside their father, greeted Su Miaojun. However, unlike yesterday, when Wu Lichuan greeted her with a smile, today he looked at Su Miaojun with a faint hint of hostility in his eyes. At this moment, Su Miaojun was forced to look away from Wu Haifeng's direct and obvious gaze. She didn't notice Wu Lichuan's expression, but Su Huayu, standing beside her, saw it clearly. Could the child have misunderstood something? "Did you have breakfast this morning?" When Wu Haifeng moved to stand beside her, Su Miaojun was about to shift aside, but she saw her daughter had already slipped between her and Wu Haifeng. "Uncle, we ate breakfast." Wu Haifeng looked down at the adorable little girl, even more beautiful than yesterday, and smiled slightly, asking, "Would you like Uncle to hold you?" Su Huayu shook her head and said, "No, I'm 3 years old. I can walk by myself." "We can do that too." "I'm 4.5. Wu Lijiang, on the other side of Wu Haifeng, heard Su Huayu and leaned in to say, "You're younger than us." "You're my little sister." "Yes, I'm young," but she only looked small on the outside. In fact, she was the same age as her current mother. So, Su Huayu understood what Wu Haifeng's gaze at her mother meant. Wu Haifeng was interested in her mother, and she guessed her mother probably felt the same. Su Miaojun looked at the person who said they came to deliver a banner, but Wu Haifeng, who was supposed to have the banner, did not carry one. She said, "I want to stay in the capital first." Her words were the same as what she told the police last night. She was naturally cautious, and since she had only just met Wu Haifeng, she didn't plan to tell him much about herself. Wu Haifeng had met many people over the years, so he could sense that Su Miaojun was distant from him. But he didn't think much of it. This was normal for a woman when she faced a man she didn't know well. "If you need help in the capital, you can find me anytime. I live at..." Before Wu Haifeng could finish, Su Miaojun shook her head and said, "Thank you, comrade, but I have already taken care of my own matters." Wu Haifeng saw that even though Su Miaojun knew his identity, she didn't treat him specially. This made her more likable to him. She is kind-hearted and not afraid of powerful people. She is a good girl. While Su Miaojun and Wu Haifeng had a casual chat, holding her mother's hand, Su Huayu was curious, looking at the capital of 1955. It was very different from her memory of the city. "Since this is your first time in the capital, you probably haven't tried the roast duck here." Wu Haifeng took Su Miaojun and Su Huayu to Quanjude, a famous restaurant in the city. Quanjude is now a joint venture between public and private sectors. "I got some tickets recently, so today we can try it." Su Miaojun nodded, pretending not to notice Wu Haifeng's pride in his words. Anyway, after they finished meeting and eating today, they probably wouldn't see each other again. Wu Haifeng's personality didn't matter to her. When Su Miaojun and Wu Haifeng arrived at Quanjude with the 3 children, the restaurant had just opened. Because of the joint venture, roast duck was still their specialty, but customers needed tickets or foreign exchange coupons to buy it. Ordinary people rarely came here to spend money. So when they entered, they were the only customers in the restaurant. The waiter brought the menu. Wu Haifeng ordered a whole roasted duck. After ordering, he handed the menu to Su Miaojun and said, "Take a look and see what you and the children want to eat. Just order whatever." Su Miaojun took the menu and immediately saw the price of the roasted duck. A whole duck cost between 8 and 10 yuan. For ordinary people, that was quite expensive. "One more sweet and sour wood ear mushrooms, please." Su Miaojun only ordered one dish before returning the menu to Wu Haifeng. Wu Haifeng didn't take it. "Order a few more." Seeing Wu Haifeng insist, Su Miaojun took the menu back and told the waiter, Add a bowl of duck bone cabbage tofu soup and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. After that, she handed the menu to Wu Haifeng again. Here you go. This time, Wu Haifeng didn't refuse. After taking the menu, he ordered a few more dishes, including several main courses and desserts. Su Miaojun started to doubt whether they could finish so much food, considering how much Wu Haifeng and his two sons were eating. They not only finished the initial dishes but also ordered more because the food wasn't enough. Su Miaojun underestimated how much Wu Haifeng and his sons could eat. Wu Haifeng eats quite normally, but Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijang eat as if they are fighting for food. Their small hands hold chopsticks below the table, and if you're not paying attention, you might think they are grabbing food directly. So, besides the 2 duck rolls and some scrambled eggs with tomatoes that Su Miaojun wrapped for her daughter at the start, she couldn't bring herself to eat much because of the messy table. In the end, Wu Haifeng noticed that Su Miaojun hadn't eaten anything and ordered the waiter to bring half a duck and some spring pancake side dishes, placing them in front of Su Miaojun and Su Huayu. Sorry, kids from the countryside are not particular. Su Miaojun wanted to say that not all children from the countryside are like that. But she didn't. She just said, "Thank you." Wu Haifeng warned his 2 sons, but after they were startled, they quickly returned to normal. Although Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang are Wu Haifeng's sons, from the time they were born until now, when they came to live with her, Wu Haifeng had spent less than 10 days with them. He didn't want to scold or punish his 2 sons outside, especially since he wasn't very familiar with them. He also understood why they were eating so greedily. They had a big family, many children, but not much food. If they didn't eat quickly, they would go hungry. When Su Miaojun put down her chopsticks, Wu Haifeng and his 2 sons had also finished eating. There was a clear contrast between the 2 sides during the meal. Wu Haifeng ate quickly and decisively, like a machine pushing food. 2 children eagerly stuffed meat into their mouths, eating quickly and messily. After finishing their meal, their new clothes were already stained and unrecognizable. Meanwhile, Su Miaojun ate slowly and carefully. Next to her, Su Huayu ate somewhat like Wu Haifeng, but her appearance was still pleasing to look at. "Dad, my clothes are dirty," Wu Lijiang said, rubbing his stomach after eating. Suddenly, he noticed his clothes covered in sauce, as if someone had drawn a picture on them. Wu Lichuan, after hearing his brother, also looked at his own clothes. When he saw they were dirty too, he immediately shrank back, feeling embarrassed. It seemed he was ashamed of himself in front of his dad. "I'll take the kids to clean up," Wu Haifeng said, standing up to Su Miaojun. She nodded. "Okay." After Wu Haifeng left with the children, Su Huayu looked at her mother and asked, "Mom, are you full?" During the meal, Su Miaojun had been feeding her, so Su Huayu was worried she hadn't eaten enough. She smiled and nodded. "Yes, I'm full." Since marrying into the Hu family, Su Miaojun had always eaten just enough. But her daughter's appetite had improved a lot since leaving the Hu family. "I'm full too." "Is it tasty?" Su Huayu nodded happily. "Next time, I'll take you to eat again if we get the chance." Money wasn't a problem. They didn't lack money. But now, many things couldn't be bought even if they had money, like the roast duck they had today. You needed special tickets and foreign exchange coupons to buy it. As Su Miaojun discussed with Wang Fengji last night, she needed to find a job soon. Besides working, she was worried about what would happen to Su Huayu when she started working, since she was still so young. It would be great if she could work somewhere that allowed her to bring her child along. When Wu Haifeng and the children came out of the bathroom, about 10 minutes had passed. Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang had both been taken off their shirts by Wu Haifeng. Their short sleeves had been washed and were now in their hands. "Let's go," Wu Haifeng said. Su Huayu, thinking about how she had just gotten off her chair, was the first to be picked up by her mother. Wu Haifeng looked at Su Huayu, who was very different from his own son, and asked, "Xiaoyu, is the roast duck tasty?" Su Huayu smiled and nodded her little head. "Thank you, uncle, for treating us to roast duck." Wu Haifeng looked at Su Huayu, who was young but spoke very fluently. He took out 2 foreign exchange vouchers from his pocket and handed them to her. "This is for you. Next time, you and your mother can come to eat." Su Huayu shook her head. Su Miaojun said, Thank you, Comrade Wu, but it's not necessary. It's for the children, Wu Haifeng replied, unwilling to take it back. After realizing he was interested in Su Miaojuan, he immediately decided to pursue her. Some things need to be decided quickly. Hesitation only leads to failure. When pursuing someone, of course, you buy her things, invite her to eat, spend money on her, and help solve her problems. Really, I don't need it, Su Miaojuan refused again. Seeing her keep refusing, Wu Haifeng had no choice but to take back the vouchers. He could tell that Su Miaojuan didn't seem to like him much. After he took back the vouchers, Su Miaojuan kept walking silently. Feeling a bit awkward in this tense atmosphere, she spoke up, "They might catch a cold if they don't wear clothes." "It's okay. Kids from the countryside are tough," Wu Haifeng said. Since Wu Haifeng said that, Su Miaojuan didn't have much to say. Su Huayu watched the awkward scene between her mother and Wu Haifeng and thought about using her childish advantage, just loudly saying she wanted to go home and sleep. Just as she was about to speak, Wu Haifeng said, "There's People's Park nearby. Want to take a walk?" Su Miaojuan actually wanted to go back because she was still thinking about looking for a house in the afternoon. But since Wu Haifeng asked, and considering his status as a newcomer, Su Miaojuan didn't want to offend this powerful man. Maybe because the weather was warm, many people were at People's Park, even some practicing juggling. Wu Lichuan and his brother's eyes lit up when they saw the jugglers. After getting their father's permission, they ran over to join the fun. Su Huayu held her mother's hand the whole time. She wasn't interested in these activities. She was more curious about what Wu Haifeng wanted to say to her mother next. Yes, from the moment they entered the park, Su Huayu sensed that Wu Haifeng had something to say to her mother. When the brothers Wu Lichuan and Wu Lichuan went over to the group playing with juggling, Wu Haifeng directly invited Su Miaojuan and her daughter to sit on the nearby bench. Of course, Su Huayu sat between them. Su Miaojuan might have had a faint feeling. She was hesitating whether to speak first, but Wu Haifeng was already straightforward and said to Su Miaojuan, "Comrade Su Miaojuan, would you like to become my revolutionary partner?" Revolutionary partner. Wu Haifeng's attitude was too formal and serious. Su Miaojuan couldn't help but repeat what he said. "Yes, let me introduce myself first." Wu Haifeng slightly turned to the side, looked seriously at Su Miaojuan, who seemed a bit stunned, and said, "My surname is Wu as in martial arts. My name is Wu Haifeng. I am 30 years old, born in a rural area of Q City, S province. My father passed away before the founding of the country, but my mother is still alive. I have an older brother you saw yesterday, named Wu Haishan. I also have a younger brother, Wu Haishan, and a younger sister, Wu Haiying. I am the second oldest. I joined the army at 15, married at 20, and have 2 sons with my ex-wife. The older son, Wu Lichuan, is 7 years old, and the younger, Wu Haishan, is 4.5. About half a year after the younger son was born, my ex-wife thought I had died in battle and remarried another man from our village. I haven't settled down since, so the children have been raised back home. I asked my older brother to send the children here. You saw what happened yesterday. You saved Lichuan and the others. I guess we are destined to meet." Su Miaojuan didn't know what to say after hearing this, so she just smiled. "My workplace is the City Public Security Bureau, and I am the director. My monthly salary plus allowances is 280. Wu Haifeng had looked at Su Miaojuan's ID yesterday and knew she was 8 years younger than him. The age gap was a bit large, but Wu Haifeng thought his current conditions could make up for it. Both of them were remarried and had children. His allowances and benefits could support a family of 5, and if they had more children later, the salary could support them too. As long as we get married, I am willing to treat your daughter as my own. I hope you feel the same. As for our future children," Su Miaojuan listened as Wu Haifeng talked further and even mentioned their future children. She could no longer remain indifferent and interrupted. "Comrade Wu." Wu Haifeng nodded and fell silent. "I know your conditions are very good." Su Miaojuan spoke honestly. Just by looking at Wu Haifeng's appearance, he seemed quite good. He is 1.83 meters tall, handsome, strong, and has a somewhat macho personality. But compared to the even more macho Huayusu Miaojuan has seen, Wu Haifeng is not that extreme. His emotions are quite stable. Even when he saw his two sons misbehaving in public, he only gave appropriate advice without blaming everything on the children, instead focusing on solving the problem. Moreover, he is young but already the director of the capital city public security bureau. If he hadn't achieved many military honors before, it would be hard for most people to reach this position at his age. Even though Wu Haifeng is married and has two sons, he is still very popular in the matchmaking market. However, Su Miaojun has no plans to remarry. They had known each other for less than 2 days. Even though Wu Haifeng was doing well now, most men Miaojun knew were selfish and proud. As she had said before, Miaojun was about to settle in the capital with her daughter, and she didn't want to offend someone like Wu Haifeng. Looking at Wu Haifeng, Miaojun said, "I must tell you the truth. When I had my daughter, I suffered some health damage and won't be able to get pregnant again." Actually, the doctor's initial conclusion was that she would have difficulty conceiving, not that she couldn't conceive at all. But after her daughter passed away many years ago, she never had another child. Also, Miaojun didn't want to have a second child besides Su Huayu. Wu Haifeng didn't expect Miaojun to say this. He was silent for a moment. Just as he was about to speak, Miaojun stood up with her daughter and politely said to Wu Haifeng, "Thank you, Comrade Wu, for treating us to a meal today. It's getting late, and I have an appointment to look at a house, so I won't stay any longer. I'll see you off." Miaojun probably knew Wu Haifeng wouldn't accept her inability to have more children. Her smile now was much brighter than before. "No need, we'll walk back ourselves. Goodbye, uncle." Su Huayu waved his small hand, as Miaojun and her daughter, dressed in matching clothes, left hand in hand. Wu Haifeng couldn't take his eyes off Miaojun for a long time. Su Miaojun held her daughter's small hand and said, "Let's bring some good food to Aunt Fengji and Grandma Qian." Now, in big cities like the capital, people are starting to buy meat and other foods with tickets. Su Miaojun didn't have tickets, but luckily, when they were in Shanghai, they used the Hu family's name to stock up on many supplies in advance. Before returning to Manhwa Alley, Su Miaojun and her daughter bought a woven basket for 5 cents from an old man pushing a cart of bamboo baskets. Then, they went to a quiet corner where Su Huayu almost crawled into the basket and placed 5 pounds of pork belly and 2 bones inside. This was their gift to the Xiong family. When Grandma Qian saw Su Miaojun take out so much meat from the basket, she was surprised and asked, "Where did you buy this?" They couldn't tell the truth, so Su Miaojun made up a story. "On our way back, we saw many people gathered in an alley. I took you over and found they were buying pork, so I bought some too. How much per jean?" To keep the story believable, Su Miaojun had checked the current pork prices. Since they didn't use meat tickets, it was probably more expensive. "This pork belly is 90 cents, and the bones are 30 cents. We didn't use tickets." Grandma Qian looked a bit worried. "That's a bit expensive." Su Miaojun smiled and said, "It's not expensive for our family to eat. Aunt Qian, you can keep it." "Keep it? You finally bought meat. It's for everyone to share. Thanks to you and Sister Fengji for helping. Otherwise, my daughter and I might be sleeping on the streets now. Look at you," Grandma Qian said, a little reluctant. Hearing this, she accepted the meat and said, "I won't be polite. Tonight, I'll cook braised pork and some cabbage with bones and vermicelli. It will taste very good." Su Miaojun smiled and said, "Thank you, Aunt Qian. It's nothing. You rest a bit while I put things down, then I'll take you to see the house." When Su Miaojun and Su Huayu heard they could go see the house, they looked at each other, their excitement and smiles impossible to hide. How happy Su Miaojun and her daughter were. The same way, the distant Huyu in Shanghai was feeling very gloomy. He looked at the 2 people returning from the capital and asked again, "Are you sure you didn't see them?" If Su Miaojun and Su Huayu were here, they would recognize that the 2 men in dark gray uniforms are the same ones they saw on the train and at the train station. But someone saw Feng Miaojun holding Yuer and getting on the train, and they told me directly that their destination was the capital. You took the same train, and yet you say you haven't found them. After speaking, he slammed a glass cup hard onto one man's head. The man staggered from the hit, but after a moment, even though he felt hot blood flowing from his head, he stood up again. A man dressed in a black suit, standing nearby, stepped forward after Huiyu finished venting and said, "Master, the cruise ship has docked. If we don't leave now, we won't know when the next ship will come." Huiyu slowly exhaled and said to the man beside him, "I remember the Chao family and the Han family still have people in the capital." "Yes, master. Call them and send them photos of Feng Miaojuan and Yuer. If they can help me find the people, the reward won't be a problem." "Yes, master." Before leaving, the man in the black suit turned back to Huiyu and said, "Master, I heard from Lao Zhang, who used to deliver supplies to the old house, that fifth madam took a lot of materials with her before leaving Hushi. He took a list out of his pocket and handed it to Huiyu. This is the order for the goods fifth madam ordered." Huiyu took the list, but it was so long that it fell to the ground and even rolled out twice. He frowned slightly and quickly glanced over the list, then asked, "Ahong, do you know where these items ended up?" The man in the suit, called Ahong, shook his head and said, "There are records of them being brought into the old house, but none of them show they were taken out. I suspect they might have been burned in the fire," but his suspicion was very unlikely. Normally, people wouldn't do such a thing. If he didn't say this, it would mean the materials disappeared right after arriving at the Hor family's old house. That day, when Huiyu rushed back to the old house, a big fire was burning fiercely. By the time the firefighters arrived, the old Hor family house had turned into a pile of ruins. There were too many hidden things in the old house, so after the fire was put out, Huiyu ordered people to surround the house. He was thinking that even if the house was completely burned, as long as the underground treasure room was not damaged, 1/3 of the Hor family's collection, worth hundreds of millions, could still be saved. But when he and his team found the treasure room entrance late at night, opened the door and found it empty, Huiyu admitted that he really wanted to hurt someone. That treasure was accumulated by the Hor family for generations, and it was worth billions. Now it was gone without a trace. "Go ask Feng Dingyuan again. If you can't find the items, tell him to go for a swim in the sea." "Yes, master." After Ahong left, Huiyu looked at the useless people who couldn't find his daughter or that woman. He coldly said, "You all go to the capital to find her. If I don't get news about my daughter within a month, I will send your whole family on a vacation at sea." When only Huiyu was left in the hall, he felt a surge of frustration and anger almost overwhelming him. He suddenly kicked the chair beside him away. Even though he knew that with his experience from another life, he would definitely have more business opportunities this time, he still felt that his current situation was thanks to the ashes of his daughter. Just having her ashes was enough to let him live again. If he could only keep his daughter close, he believed he could become very lucky and make the Hor family more successful than any ancestor before him. And then there were those mysterious missing tons of supplies and billions in assets. His intuition told him that their disappearance was definitely related to Feng Miaojuan and his daughter. But they didn't have many people in Shanghai. Who helped them move these things, and where did they go? Su Huiyu held his mother's hand and followed Grandma Qian into the neighboring messy courtyard. As soon as they entered, he couldn't help but sneeze loudly. Su Huiyu rubbed his small nose, wondering if someone was thinking about him. "This house is being rented out by old Wu's family." Grandma Qian pushed open the door and looked around at Su Miaojuan. She said, "You see, it's just one room, but it has a bed, a stove, and a wardrobe. Later, you can put a table next to the stove and you can use it for eating. The main thing is, the rent is cheap. Just 2 yuan and 80 cents a month for a single room. Other places charge at least 3 yuan and bigger rooms might be for yuan. Everyone living in this big courtyard has been neighbors for over 10 years. They're friendly and I live next door to Sister Fingji, so it's close. If you need anything, just say hello." While Su Huiyu was carefully looking at the room, she suddenly saw a woman a few years younger than Grandma Qian standing at the next door, watching them. "Sister-in-law, this is the brave girl you mentioned." Grandma Qian lifted her chin proudly and said, "Of course. Who in our alley doesn't know about her now?" In just one morning, everyone who had talked to Grandma Qian had spread the story of Su Miaojuan's bravery. "Hello," Su Miaojuan said, noticing the woman staring at her. Hello. This girl is really pretty. How old are you this year?" "Wow, you look so young," the woman said, then stepped forward and took Su Miaojuan's hand. "Do you like this house?" If you do, I can give you a better price. You're a single mother, living outside isn't easy. You're still so young. Have you thought about finding someone? What kind of person are you looking for? Su Miaojun looked at the woman's eyes, which were fixed on her like she was a piece of meat. She wanted to pull her hand away, but the woman held it tightly. Is this dress made of fabric from Braji? It's very pretty. Your hands are soft. Do you know how to cook? Auntie, you hurt me, Su Miaojun said. Old Zhang, what are you doing? Let go, let go. Grandma Qian finally noticed that Su Miaojun's hand was turning red from the woman named Zhang holding it. Zhang didn't expect Su Miaojun to be so delicate. She smiled shyly and said, Don't mind her, girl. I've done rough work for a long time, so sometimes I don't hold back. Living alone with a child is really hard. If you want, you could consider meeting my second son. My second son. All right, that's enough. Grandma Qian didn't wait for Aunt Zhang to finish speaking and interrupted, saying, They aren't planning to look for anyone right now. I already made plans with a few families to take little Su to see them, so I won't stay here much longer. While speaking, Grandma Qian grabbed Su Miaojun with one hand and pulled at Su Huayu with the other. Amid Aunt Zhang's repeated pleas, Let's talk more. Don't rush to leave. They hurried out of the big courtyard. Once they reached the alley, Grandma Qian said to Su Miaojun, Her second son isn't a good person. He's over 30 and doesn't do any proper work. He still depends on his parents to support him. Even though we are married and have children, I can't accept such a useless man. Little Su, let me tell you, when looking for a man, you should find someone useful. If he's not, then what's the point of bothering? Su Miaojun smiled and replied, I understand, Annie Qian, but I don't want to get married again right now. When Grandma Qian heard this, she immediately said, Silly girl, you saying that shows you're a bit naive. A family still needs a man. I'm not saying you should just marry anyone, but you're young and pretty, and you have a child. It's easy for bad people to pay attention to you. Grandma Qian patted Su Miaojun's hand and said, If you encounter someone with bad intentions or trouble, can you handle it alone as a woman? As the saying goes, there's no thief who can't be caught in 1,000 years, but there's no way to prevent theft forever. And once something happens, women usually suffer more than men. Su Huayu saw Su Miaojun suddenly clench her fists and understood. She was listening to Grandma Qian's words. I understand, Auntie. I will remember this. Su Miaojun truly felt resistant to remarriage and to forming close relationships with men. Her biggest worry was that the man and his family might mistreat her daughter. But at the same time, she agreed with Grandma Qian. Even though the security in the capital was relatively good, kidnapping incidents still happened openly not long ago. There are many good people around, but also quite a few bad ones. Moreover, anyone who finds out she is single, whether man or woman, can't help but look at her differently. Most women who look at her are probably guessing about her past and trying to introduce her to someone. The man's gaze toward her was no longer friendly. It was more like scrutinizing her, as if she were not a person but a dish on a plate. Grandma Qian patted Su Miaojun's hand and said, Don't mind my talking so much. I think your life wasn't too bad before, and you probably have some money. That's why you should take the chance to choose a man while you can. When others start choosing you, it will be a different story. Su Miaojun nodded and said, I understand, Auntie. I will think carefully. Seeing that Su Miaojun took her words seriously but didn't say much more, Grandma Qian took her to the second house she found. The second house was in Laowaisha Lane, close to the neighborhood committee, with 2 rooms. One room could be used as a living room, dining area, and kitchen, while the other was a bedroom. With these 2 rooms, Su Miaojun and her daughter would have plenty of space. The owner of this house is Old Yen and his wife. Old Yen is a brewing master at the alcohol factory, and his wife works at a textile factory. Originally, their son and his family lived here, but they moved to City Q recently, so the house is empty now. Old Yen and his wife are honest people and won't cause any trouble like that unpleasant incident before. The unpleasant incident Grandma Qian mentioned was about Aunt Zhang, who liked Su Miaojun and wanted her to be interested in her son. This place is pretty good. If anything happened, they could call the neighborhood committee people and they would hear it. Most importantly, Su Miaojun noticed that Peng Dihai, the security committee member of the neighborhood, lived diagonally across. With him around, safety was even better. It's good and worry-free, but the rent is high, 8 yuan a month. Because the price is too high, it hasn't been rented out yet. Su Miaojun was actually leaning toward this house, but she didn't say so. She decided to look at all the houses Grandma Qian helped her find before making a decision. Grandma Qian found 5 houses for Su Miaojun and her daughter. After viewing them all, she thought the second house was a bit more expensive, but it had the best size, cleanliness, and safety. After touring all the options and deciding, Su Miaojun told Grandma Qian her choice. Then she took Su Huayu back to the big courtyard in front of the neighborhood committee, where she found Sherwan, the owner of these 2 houses, who had just finished work. They signed the lease and paid the first month's rent. After paying the rent and collecting the lease papers, Su Miaojun took her daughter and followed Grandma Qian back to the Xiang family. By then, it was almost dinner time. When the Xiang brothers saw a big piece of meat in the kitchen, they were so happy they almost jumped for joy. However, their excitement faded quickly when they heard that Su Huayu was moving away. "Grandma, can't Huayu stay here? Huayu, do you want to stay at my house? I will give you candies every day. Auntie, you should stay at our house. We will treat you well. I finally have a little sister. If she leaves, I will be the youngest in the family again." Although Su Huayu only stayed at the Xiang house for one night, the 3 brothers already consider her their sister. Today, they even boasted at school about having a pretty little sister. They hadn't even shown her off to their friends yet, and now she was leaving. "Auntie, please let Su stay. If she stays, we can eat meat every day." Grandma Qian chuckled and said, "This meat isn't even bought by you. It's bought by Auntie Su. Today's feast is all thanks to her." Then Auntie Su can't leave either. "If she leaves, we won't get to eat meat anymore." After saying this, Xiang Qianfei naturally got a slap from his grandma. Grandma Qian looked at her mischievous children and thought, how can they be so bad at talking? Shut your mouth. After dinner, you can go help Auntie Su clean their house. The children's complaints couldn't change the fact that Su Huayu and her mother were moving away. After dinner, everyone from the Xiang family went with Su Huayu and her mother to their new home. Wang Fingji and others had planned to help clean, but when they arrived, they found the house already spotless. In the afternoon, there was some dust on the furniture, but by evening, it had all been cleaned. Su Miaojun looked at Sherwan and her husband, who were standing at the door ready to help, and smiled to thank them. "No need to thank us. I only cleaned this house once. From now on, you'll have to do it yourself. I understand, sister-in-law." Even though Sherwan was more than 20 years older than Su Miaojun, she still called her sister-in-law. Women tend to prefer younger-sounding terms of address. "These bedding and quilts are for you two to use first. When I buy new ones, I'll return these to me," Sherwan said, pointing to a set of bedding on the bench in the main room. "Thank you so much, sister-in-law. Tomorrow, after I tidy up the house, Sister Fengji and your family are welcome to come over for dinner." Seeing that Su Miaojun was easy to get along with, Sherwan smiled and agreed. Wang Fengji also smiled and said, "Good, don't worry. We'll definitely come." Suddenly, new people moved into the house near Sherwan's family. Soon, neighbors gathered around. With so many people, news spread quickly. Before Wang Fengji's family left, everyone already knew that Su Miaojun had helped catch human traffickers the day before. Su Huayu looked at the gossip around her and felt a little uneasy. Although her mother's reputation for bravery might help her fit in better and gain people's goodwill, Su Huayu wasn't sure if the police had caught all the traffickers. What if some escaped? If they heard about Su Miaojun's brave act, could they seek revenge? After sending off the friendly neighbors, Su Huayu and Su Miaojun went inside, locked the door, and sat down. When only the mother and daughter were in the room, they looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. Su Miaojun squatted down and hugged her daughter. We have our own home now." Although it was just a rented place for now, it was their small home. The house was simple and clean with 2 rooms. The first room was divided into 2 parts. The front was a living and dining area with a table and 4 stools. The back was the kitchen. The second room was the bedroom, with a Kong bed along the south wall, connected by 2 walls. It was covered with a thick straw mat. Even though the landlord had cleaned the house, many things still needed to be bought. Su Miaojun glanced at the time. It was about 7:30 p.m. In this era, there weren't many entertainment options. At this hour, most people were either outside walking and chatting or at home listening to the radio and doing chores. After turning on the household's electric light, Su Miaojun pulled all the curtains closed. At that moment, Su Huayu stepped onto a stool, climbed onto the Kong bed, and took out 2 old quilts she had collected from the Hor family to place on the bed. Once Su Huayu finished, Su Miaojun started making the bed. When they were in Shanghai, they always slept on beds, so the size of the quilts didn't match the northern Kong bed.
But that's okay.
Even if the 2 quilts are a little longer when sewn together, they can still be used. Similarly, if the quilts aren't long enough, the bed sheets they prepared before also aren't enough. When sewn together, the sheets matched the quilts, and then Su Huayu took out their mother and daughter's blankets. Although now everything needs a ticket to buy, luckily this is only the first year, so the rules aren't very strict. Tomorrow we'll go out and buy everything we need. If we can't find some things, we'll make do by using items from the space. After making the bed, Su Miaojun picked up Su Huayu from the Kong and, while pouring water for her to wash up, said, "Mom is going to start looking for a job. Without a job, there are no tickets. Without tickets, even if we have money, it will be hard to buy things. If we don't get tickets for a long time but our things keep coming in, someone will start to suspect." Su Huayu nodded her small head, understanding this reason. "It would be great if Mom could find a job where she can take you with her." Su Huayu didn't want to be a burden to her mother, nor did she want to hold her back. She raised her little face and said, "I can go to kindergarten. Mom will go to work and pick me up after work." Su Miaojun took some snow cream and gently spread it on Su Huayu's small face, then smiled and kissed her cheek, saying, "You still remember kindergarten?" "Yes, Brother Xiangqian said it's in the alley." Su Miaojun hesitated a little, but Su Huayu already pressed close to her and said, "Mom works to earn money and tickets." Huayu studies hard at school. They didn't lack money or food, but what they needed now was a proper way to make use of these resources when in a pinch. Moreover, Su Huayu truly hoped that Su Miaojun could go to work. Her life shouldn't always revolve around her mother. "Huayu, aren't you afraid? She is only 3 years old. Although she is smarter than other children her age, because she has been raised at home by Huiyu, her physical strength is far behind that of her peers. She even looks less sturdy than other children her age." "Don't be afraid," Su Huayu said as she hugged her mother's neck and looked into her eyes seriously.
Mom, don't be scared.
"Yor will grow up well and will protect you when she is older." Tears welled up in Su Miaojun's eyes as she held Su Huayu close. "Okay, I believe in you, Yor." After washing up, Su Miaojun carried Su Huayu to bed and watched her busy herself. First, she took out the important documents from the suitcase and stored them in Su Huayu's space for safekeeping. The suitcase contained their clothes. Nowadays, people generally don't have many clothes. Even though the people around them are considered relatively well-off among ordinary citizens in the capital, it's not common for someone to have 5 or 6 outfits per season. First, the clothes Su Miaojun and Su Huayu wore yesterday would stay. The cheap house Su Miaojun wore yesterday looked simple, but Wang Fingji said that people in the capital are trying not to wear such clothes anymore. So, Su Miaojun planned to have it altered into a suspender skirt for her daughter. The blue dress she wore today could stay. Besides that, Su Miaojun remembered what Grandma Qian had told her before. Not wanting to stand out too much, she took 3 pairs of pants, black and blue, and some plain white shirts, red plaid shirts, and white shirts with black polka dots. Basically, she chose the most ordinary clothes. Su Huayu's clothes looked a bit nicer than her mother's. Besides a little dress, she had a doll-collared shirt and overalls, which were the most common children's outfits she had seen in the capital these past few days. By the time Su Miaojun finished, it was about 8:30. When she saw her mother get into bed, Su Huayu immediately snuggled into her mother's arms and, in a roundabout way, asked, "Mom, are the bad guys who steal children all caught?" "Yes, they are." "That's great. Mom is like Lei Feng. The bad guys who steal children know Mom, so they are afraid of her and won't come near her. Although Su Huayu's words were a bit jumbled, Su Miaojuan immediately understood what she meant. Can she really guarantee that all the traffickers have been caught? If any were missed, they could find out who reported them with a little investigation. If Su Miaojuan were alone, she wouldn't be afraid, but she has a daughter. If someone targets her daughter… As Su Miaojuan hugged her tighter, Su Huayu realized she was scared. Su Huayu touched her mother's hand and asked, "Mom, what's wrong?" "It's nothing," Su Miaojuan said with a forced smile after realizing she overreacted. "Let's go to sleep. It's late. Mom, sleep with me." While Su Huayu fell asleep, Su Miaojuan didn't sleep right away. Even with her eyes closed, the words from Wu Haifeng today, Aunt Zhang grabbing her hand, Grandma Qian's advice, and her daughter's words about human traffickers appeared in her mind like a slideshow. Su Miaojuan didn't know when she fell asleep. When she woke up, she only felt her head and throat hurt badly. In her hazy state, she vaguely thought she had drunk something, then she fell into a deep sleep again. When she woke up again, it was already bright outside. "Mom, do you still feel unwell?" Last night, when Su Huayu heard Su Miaojuan groaning, she got up and touched her forehead. Sure enough, she had a fever. Fortunately, before rebirth, Su Huayu kept some cold medicine and fever reducers in her space. After giving Su Miaojuan a fever medicine, her temperature finally dropped around 6 or 7 in the morning.
Su Miaojum tachet her troat.
Before she got up, someone brought her a glass of water. She drank the slightly sweet water with a hint of sugar and honey, and her burning throat felt a little better. "Thank you, Yuer." Su Miaojuan thought her daughter had made her tea with sugar and honey, but actually, Su Huayu had prepared a cup of cold medicine for her. Xiao Su, are you there?" Hearing Grandma Qian outside, Su Miaojuan was about to speak when Su Huayu loudly called out, "Grandma, I'm here." She ran to the door and looked at Wu Haifeng, who was with Grandma Qian, and politely said, "Uncle, hello. Why did he come again?"
Gamrat Xiao Su, hello.
"I forgot to bring a banner for you yesterday, so I brought it today." Wu Haifeng looked inside the house and asked, "Where is your mom?" "She is sick." "Your mom is sick," Wu Haifeng and Grandma Qian said together. After saying that, Wu Haifeng immediately started walking into the house. Seeing his action, Grandma Qian quickly said, "Hey, comrade, don't go in yet." She hurriedly took Su Huayu's hand and followed him. When Su Miaojuan heard Wu Haifeng's voice outside, she had already gotten off the bed, put on a coat, and walked out of the bedroom. Wu Haifeng entered the main room just as Su Miaojuan was closing the bedroom door. "Are you sick? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Wu Haifeng asked with concern, noticing her slightly red face. Su Miaojuan shook her head. "It's just a little cold, nothing serious." When Wu Haifeng suddenly rushed into the room without saying a word, regretting mentioning her mother's illness, she was truly surprised by how little he seemed to care about boundaries. "I don't think your voice sounds like you're really sick. I came here, riding my bike. Let me take you to the hospital to check." Su Miaojuan instinctively refused. "No need. What if you catch something and pass it to your daughter?" Wu Haifeng said, cutting her off. This was Su Miaojuan's weak spot. After he said that, she suddenly had nothing to say. Grandma Qian, who was very perceptive, immediately said, "That's right, comrade. Xiao Su, you should go to the hospital first." "I'm fine here. I'll watch little you." Su Huayu was also worried that the medicine she gave her mother twice might not work, so she looked at her mom and nodded. "Mom, I'll wait for you at home." After Su Miaojuan agreed, Wu Haifeng finally relaxed his tense eyebrows. "I'll go back to my room and change clothes." I'll wait outside for you." Wu Haifeng finally realized that his earlier reaction was a bit inappropriate, but he had already done it. Wu Haifeng went to the yard. When Su Miaojuan turned to go back to the bedroom, Su Huayu just happened to block Grandma Qian's view. "Grandma, can you take me to kindergarten?" Grandma Qian heard this and smiled. "You want to go to kindergarten?" "Yes, Mom is at work and Yura is going to school." "Haha, okay. I'll take you to see it in a little while." Returning to her bedroom, Su Miaojuan opened the wardrobe she had tidied up yesterday. Among many dark clothes, she finally chose a white shirt with black polka dots and a black A-line skirt. Su Miaojuan had just made a decision. Like Grandma Qian told her yesterday, if she wanted a safer and more comfortable life with her daughter, remarriage was a simpler choice. Wu Haifeng was the best option she had now, even though he had 2 sons. But yesterday, she had already told Wu Haifeng that she couldn't have children. Whether he was willing to become her partner was uncertain, so Su Miaojun needed to test him. She quickly washed up, changed her clothes, and styled her hair. Looking at herself in the mirror, her face was pale but still pretty. She smiled slightly. Fortunately, she still had her face. When Su Miaojun was about to go to the hospital with Wu Haifeng, Su Huayu arrived outside, carrying a peach pastry in one hand and holding Grandma Qian's hand in the other. Su Miaojun locked the front door of the house. She looked at her daughter, dressed in a red collar long-sleeve shirt and black overalls, and placed the key with a red string into the pocket of her overalls. "Auntie, I leave Yuer to you." Grandma Qian nodded and said, "Don't worry, I will take good care of her." Su Huayu looked at her mother and smiled widely. "Bye, Mom." As she watched her mother leave on Wu Haifeng's bicycle, Grandma Qian's voice came from beside her. "Little Yu, what do you think of Comrade Wu?" Before Su Huayu could say anything, Grandma Qian held her hand and said while walking toward Manhwa Lane Kindergarten, "I heard he's an officer at the Public Security Bureau. That's a good job, working for the government. Although he looks much older than your mom, older men tend to know how to care for others." Listening to Grandma Qian's comments about Wu Haifeng, Su Huayu didn't know what to say. Luckily, the kindergarten on Manhwa Lane was not far from their home, only about 6 or 7 minutes on foot. When they reached the kindergarten entrance, Grandma Qian finally shifted her focus from Su Miaojun and Wu Haifeng. She looked at the kindergarten and told Su Huayu, "This kindergarten was built after the founding of the country. Our little Chong and little Chuang both went here. School starts at 7:30 in the morning and ends at 4:30 in the afternoon. She also has a meal at noon. When you come to kindergarten, your mother can relax a bit." Su Huayu looked at the children playing happily in the kindergarten and nodded to herself. Grandma Qian has a lot of connections and respect in this area. At first, Su Huayu thought they could only look from outside, but soon Grandma Qian took her inside. The kindergarten is small, with only 3 rooms. 2 are for children to learn and play, and the third is divided into 2 parts. The front is the teacher's office, and the back is the kitchen. In the yard, there is a seesaw, a slide, and baskets with balls, spinning tops, and shuttlecocks. When Grandma Qian took Su Huayu inside, many people looked at them curiously. Some teachers saw Grandma Qian bringing a little girl and came out to ask, "Grandma Qian, is this your granddaughter? Is she here to start school? Haha, she will come here later." While Grandma Qian was talking with the teacher, Su Huayu stood quietly beside her. Meanwhile, Wu Haifeng finally took Su Miaojun to the hospital to get an appointment. Because Su Miaojun seemed okay, the nurse let her measure her temperature first. Wu Haifeng sat with her on a bench in the corridor. Yesterday, when they sat together, there was a little girl between them to help ease the situation. Now, they are less than an arm apart, and Su Miaojun almost feels the warmth coming from Wu Haifeng's body. "Are you not working today?" "I took 3 days off starting the day before yesterday. Today is the last day." During these 3 days, Wu Haifeng met with Su Miaojun every day. Each time they met, Wu Haifeng's mood was different. The first time Wu Haifeng saw Su Miaojun, his heart trembled. She was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. At that time, Wu Haifeng thought they would only meet once, but that evening, they met again at the police station entrance. When he learned about their connection, Wu Haifeng was already attracted to her. When he found out that Su Miaojun was single and had a daughter, he decided to pursue her and make her his wife. On their second meeting, Wu Haifeng thought he was well prepared. Or rather, his past experiences made him too confident. He never expected that when he proposed to be revolutionary partners with Su Miaojun, she would actually refuse, even though he had noticed some signs before. When Wu Haifeng heard Su Miaojun's reasons for refusing, he thought she was kind and honest. He was about to tell her he didn't mind, but she suddenly said she wanted to leave. Wu Haifeng felt that her infertility might be one reason she didn't want to marry him, but he also felt that she didn't seem to like him very much. At their third meeting, Wu Haifeng was not willing to give up and wanted to try again. After all these years of liking someone, he didn't want to give up easily. When he saw how pale and fragile Su Miaojun looked, he finally understood what it felt like to care about someone deeply. "Is your child at home?" Su Miaojun asked casually. "Gone to school. Already? Well, there's nothing to do at home anyway," Wu Haifeng replied. Then, remembering that Su Miaojun's family had mentioned taking the child to kindergarten, he added, "Our local kindergarten is pretty good." After Wu Haifeng said this, Su Miaojun realized he still had feelings for her. She finally felt a little relieved, but then she also felt a bit sad about herself. "What did your previous boyfriend do for a living?" she asked. Su Miaojun looked down, her eyes a little dark. "He was a bad person." She didn't answer Wu Haifeng directly, but when he heard her say that, his heart ached even more. "It's all in the past." Su Miaojun listened to Wu Haifeng's words, but didn't reply. Was it really in the past? She wasn't sure. But what she was sure of now was that Hou Yuetuo would not let her or her daughter go, and she truly needed someone powerful and influential to protect her and her daughter. "It's time to take out the thermometer," Wu Haifeng reminded her when he saw Su Miaojun looking distracted. "Oh," she responded, snapping back to reality. She took out her thermometer, ready to check her temperature, but Wu Haifeng reached out and took it from her. 37.3 degrees, still a bit warm. "But I feel much better now," Su Miaojun said with a smile to Wu Haifeng. "Comrade Wu, thank you for coming to the hospital with me today." "It's nothing, just a routine check," Wu Haifeng replied as he put away the thermometer. "I'll go get the medicine for you." After they picked up the medicine, Wu Haifeng rode his bike away, and Su Miaojun waited under a tree in front of the hospital. While waiting, she overheard a conversation related to herself. "Who exactly is Feng Miaojun? Why is she so eager for you to contact people all over the capital to find her?" Hearing her original name, Su Miaojun froze in place. "Someone over in Shanghai is looking for her and a child. They even called our family elder. Our old man is quite concerned about this. Since he's so interested, I have to pretend to care too. I heard it's not just your family, the Han family is also looking, the man sighed. Someone who can make both the Chao and Han families search must be someone important. Of course they are. Otherwise, our old man wouldn't be so worried. Don't you have a photo? Let me see. Maybe I can find her myself." Hearing this, Su Miaojun's legs started to weaken. She felt she shouldn't have left so early. She should have stayed at the old house, shot Hou Yu, and then left. That way, she wouldn't be so anxious now. "You're just like buying cabbage. You turn around and bump into her," the man said helplessly. "Do you know how big the fourth Nine City is? Do you know how many people meet that description? And who knows if she's still in the capital? Maybe this city is just a stopover, and she took a train to somewhere else. Where would you even look?" Most importantly, after hearing that Hou family was involved, Chao Bowen really wanted to tell his father to stay out of these capitalist affairs. Anyone on the street would know that capitalists can't hide forever. They won't have much room to turn things around domestically. His father only cared about the old glory of the Hou family and was trying every way to connect with that sinking ship, but nothing worked. "Just pretend to be polite and go through the motions. Comrade Su," Wu Haifeng's voice interrupted the conversation of the two people behind the tree. When Su Miaojun noticed that they were about to leave after seeing Wu Haifeng approach, she shifted slightly, worried they might notice her. "Comrade Su, are you all right?" As Wu Haifeng walked over, pushing his bicycle, he saw that Su Miaojun's face, which had held a bit of color before, was now pale as paper. He instinctively reached out to touch her forehead, but Su Miaojun quickly avoided his hand. Wu Haifeng's hand froze in midair.
"I'm sorry, E."
He pulled his hand back, wishing he could slap himself. This was strange. He had never been so reckless or disrespectful toward women before. Why was it that whenever he was around Su Miaojun, he couldn't seem to control himself? If she hadn't been standing there, he might have really smacked his own hand to teach it a lesson. "I'm sorry, Su Miaojun also felt her reaction had been a bit harsh. "You're not well. You don't need to apologize. It was me being careless."
"I'm sorry."
Hearing his words, Su Miaojun finally lifted her head to look at him seriously, as if seeing him as someone she could truly trust. You don't look well. Maybe we should go back and let the doctor check on you again. Your face. Comrade Wu Haifeng, thank you. Wu Haifeng was stunned by her gentle smile, forgetting what he had meant to say next. Why are you thanking me? He scratched his head awkwardly. I should be the one thanking you. How strange. Usually, whether talking with colleagues or questioning suspects, he was always confident and articulate. But in front of Su Miaojun, he became clumsy and tongue-tied. Comrade Wu Haifeng, would you still be willing to become my partner in this cause? Su Miaojun clenched her fists tightly, watching him freeze in shock at her words. If you don't want to, I do. This time Wu Haifeng cut her off, grabbing her hand as if he wanted to show her his very heart. I do, Comrade Su Miaojun, I do. Looking at the eager and sincere Wu Haifeng before her, Su Miaojun curved her lips into a faint smile and said softly, I do too. Su Miaojun feels that the situation she and her daughter are facing now is even more serious than she previously thought. First, there is the potential threat after she helped the police solve the human trafficking case. Second, in a few years, the country will face severe disasters and a difficult situation, and she alone with her daughter will face many challenges and dangers. Third, and most importantly, Huiyu is determined to find them using all his connections and threaten to capture them. She must hide herself and her daughter very well before Huiyu finds them, or find a new place to hide so that Huiyu will hesitate. Looking at Wu Haifeng's happy face, Su Miaojun admits that she had a purpose in choosing to become his partner in the revolution, but since she agreed, she will try to accept him and be a good wife and a suitable stepmother. On the way out of the hospital, they talked a lot. If they get married, Su Miaojun's political review must pass, then she will submit the application. The process might take some time, and during this period, they can get to know each other better. When Su Miaojun learned that they wouldn't be getting married immediately, she felt a little relieved. Her first marriage was to Huiyu when she became his fifth wife. At that time, the stingy Feng Dingyuan, who married into a wealthy family, paid a lot of dowry. If Su Miaojun really marries Wu Haifeng this time, according to tradition, she also needs to prepare some dowry. On the way, Wu Haifeng heard that Su Miaojun planned to host a warm-hearted dinner tonight. He wanted to mention that he had some tokens, but Su Miaojun took the initiative to invite him. Come over with the two kids tonight, and try my cooking. Wu Haifeng saw that Su Miaojun was finally willing to take the initiative and smiled, saying, maybe not. Your illness isn't fully cured yet. What if you get tired and fall ill again? All right, you tell me what you want to do, and I'll do it. I'm not a great cook, but I can still make something edible. When Su Miaojun heard Wu Haifeng say this, she was a bit surprised, but she didn't refuse his kindness. Instead, she smiled and said, okay, let's go buy some ingredients. Wu Haifeng paid for the tickets, and Su Miaojun paid for the groceries. Originally, Wu Haifeng wanted to pay for everything himself. Before they confirmed their relationship, Wu Haifeng was willing to spend money on Su Miaojun. Now that they are together, he is eager to hand his wallet directly to her. However, Su Miaojun's opinion is that the matter of handing over financial control can wait until they are truly married and have registered their marriage. By this time, it was already late. Wu Haifeng first took Su Miaojun to a restaurant for a meal, and after eating, he took her shopping for groceries. As long as Su Miaojun wanted to buy something, Wu Haifeng never hesitated. After buying everything, Wu Haifeng rode his bike and took Su Miaojun back to her home. Just as they entered the yard, they saw Su Huiyu sitting at the door with Grandma Qian. Seeing Wu Haifeng's excited and happy expression, Su Huiyu silently looked at Su Miaojun, who had just come down from his car seat. Noticing the special atmosphere between the two, Su Huiyu was almost sure that they had just confirmed their relationship. Su Huiyu understands and supports his mother's remarriage. Moreover, his mother is only 20 years old now, and her life is still long. She can choose any life she wants. Su Huiyu even feels grateful that his biological father did not leave his mother with a deep shadow. He also thinks Wu Haifeng seems to be a good person for now. If he had a bad impression of him, Su Huayu would talk to his mother about it. I'm going back to pick up the kids.
Okay, Su Miao Hun replied.
She thought one word was too plain, so she added, be careful on the way. Wu Haifeng smiled and said, okay. Don't cook the meat and vegetables at home. I'll clean up. You should take your medicine and rest for a while. After seeing Wu Haifeng off, Su Miaojuan turned around and saw an old and a young person with equally curious faces. Little Su, how do you know Comrade Wu? What's the situation? Grandma Qian teased Su Miaojuan, waiting for her answer. Su Miaojuan smiled and said, I think Annie was right yesterday, so I want to understand more about Comrade Wu first. Come here, Grandma Qian said as she took the meat and vegetables from Su Miaojuan. Why did you buy so much? A dinner party is happening tonight, so I bought a lot, Su Miaojuan explained. That's too much, Grandma Qian said, but after putting the things down, she immediately took Su Miaojuan's hand and sat down. Little Su, what are Comrade Wu's conditions? Tell me, I'll help you think it over. Su Miaojuan looked at Grandma Qian's bright, shining eyes and smiled, saying, just like you asked before, he works at the Public Security Bureau and is an officer. She was married before, about 4 years ago she divorced. She has 2 children. Her eldest is 6 years old, and her youngest is 4.5. The 2 children I saw being kidnapped at the train station are them. Grandma Qian listened and said, that's quite a coincidence, but she hesitated, wanting to say more but holding back. Su Miaojuan smiled and said, Auntie, you said you would give me some advice. Why did you stop talking now? Grandma Qian sighed and said, Comrade Wu has good work and external conditions, but he has 2 sons. The eldest is not so young anymore. His family has 3 men and you have a daughter. She suddenly changed the topic. What about his parents? Are they also in the capital? Su Miaojuan shook her head and said, his father passed away before the founding of the country. His mother lives in the countryside with his older brother. The 2 children are now settled and just taken in. That's good. If there was also a mother-in-law who gets along well, life would be easier. But if she's difficult, it would be very hard. To put it bluntly, if the mother-in-law is difficult, the man might not care much for his wife. Su Miaojuan, bringing her daughter into such a family, would be like working as a free nanny, and even when Su Huayu grows up, she might still be a nanny. How is his character? The most important thing is his character. Grandma Qian asked. Su Miaojuan knew Grandma Qian genuinely cared about her, so she answered honestly, so far his character seems good. As you said, I rely on my daughter and myself. I must find someone with good character and a kind heart, she said, holding Su Huayu in her arms. I won't gamble with my daughter's future. Su Huayu snuggled in her mother's arms, holding her hand. I will always be with Mom. Su Miaojuan looked at her daughter with gentle eyes. She trusted her completely. She had only herself, and even if she had to do anything unthinkable, she would protect her daughter at all costs. Suddenly, outside, there was a loud commotion. That's right, the female officer helping the police solve the case is right here. When Su Miaojuan heard this, she stood up holding her daughter. When she saw several men walk in, her first thought was, are these the escaped ones from the human traffickers? The escaped ones wouldn't be so bold as to wait in broad daylight with so many people around to find Su Miaojuan. The people looking for her to ask about her whereabouts were the parents who had retrieved their child the night before. They lived nearby. When they learned that the woman who did good deeds anonymously was staying around their alley, they came knocking with some belongings. Su Miaojuan was overwhelmed by the friendly crowd and didn't know how to respond, except to smile. Fortunately, Wang Fingji returned early and took over the socializing. Xiao Su, aren't you looking for a job? Uncle Wang is the personnel director at the brewing factory. Wang Fingji quickly grabbed Su Miaojuan and said to Wang Shichang, Uncle Wang, Xiao Su just came to the capital and doesn't have a job yet. Does your brewing factory need workers? Our Xiao Su can read and write. Wang Shichang immediately asked, Xiao Su, what books have you read? I went to a private school for a few years when I was young. I can recognize characters. Can you write? How's your math? Su Huayu was very perceptive. A good job opportunity was right in front of her mother. She had to help her mother get this job because it would affect their lives for the next 10 years or more. So when Wang Shichong asked, Su Huayu ran inside, grabbed an unburned stick from the stove, and handed it to Su Miaojuan. She pressed the stick into Su Miaojuan's hand and asked her to write on the cement ground. Can I write anything? Su Miaojuan asked Wang Shichong. Anything. Hearing this, Su Miaojuan wrote her most familiar ancient poem, Mourning for Farmers, 2 lines, exactly as she remembered. Not only was her handwriting good, but Wang Shichong also clapped and praised her. Your handwriting is quite nice. Who did you learn from? Nowadays, many people could find jobs and be valued because of good handwriting. Our teacher wrote like this, so I copied it, she replied. Let me test your math skills now. At first, Wang Shichong gave Su Miaojuan some simple math problems. She solved too easily, so he made the questions harder. But Su Miaojuan is very good at mental and math. Did you learn this before? Su Miaojuan shook her head and said, No, but I learned math with a teacher before. Later, I was brave enough to do some accounting for a few months and I never made a mistake. Ha, very good. Our alcohol factory is looking for an accountant, Wang Shichong said. He wanted to bring her into his personnel department, but he felt she was too talented for that. If you're free tomorrow, come with me to the factory. I'll have someone give you a test. If you pass, how about working at our capital alcohol factory? Su Miaojuan's eyes lit up. She didn't expect a job so soon, and the factory usually does very well. Working there would be a good opportunity. Okay, I'll go. Thank you, Director Wang. Wang Fingji also smiled and said, Today is truly a double celebration. Su Miaojuan also said to Wang Shichong and others, Tonight, my family is having a warm family dinner. Everyone, why not stay and have a meal together? Staying was impossible. They came to thank Su Miaojuan, and now that they had done so, they should go home. Su Miaojuan couldn't stop them, so she watched them leave. Not long after, Wu Haifeng rode his bike with Wu Lichuan and his brothers to the big courtyard. When Wang Fingji saw Wu Haifeng again, she was surprised and froze in place. Didn't he come yesterday just to thank Su Miaojuan? Why is he here again today? Why aren't you resting? Wu Haifeng stopped his bike, nodded to Wang Fingji, and naturally asked Su Miaojuan as he helped the 2 children off the bike. Su Miaojuan still looked happy, excited about her new job. She smiled and said, I just found a job. Wu Haifeng had never seen Su Miaojuan so happy before. He asked, What kind of job? Maybe an accountant at the capital alcohol factory. Director Wang tested me just now, and I have to take another test tomorrow. If I pass both, I can start working. Did you go to school? Yes, but my education isn't high. Wang Fingji stood nearby, watching Su Miaojuan and Wu Haifeng talk so casually as they headed into the house, and she was stunned. It had only been less than 2 days, yet these two seemed like they had known each other for 2 years. When Wu Haifeng was about to reach the door with Su Miaojuan, he noticed his eldest son wasn't following. He turned around and asked Wu Lichuan, who was standing still, Come here. Why are you just standing there? Wu Lichuan looked at his father, then at Su Miaojuan, who was smiling at him. He pursed his lips and followed behind. Wu Haifeng was a very quick worker. When Wang Fingji saw him carrying meat and vegetables into the kitchen, she grabbed Su Miaojuan's arm and asked, Little Su, what's going on between you two? With Wu Haifeng acting so attentive, it reminded her of when she was dating Dong Hai-seong, and he was showing affection at her home. Hearing Wang Fingji's question, Su Miaojuan softly replied, We're just getting to know each other. If it's right, we'll get married. Wang Fingji was so surprised after hearing this that she almost couldn't close her mouth. Although people often marry quickly these days, Su Miaojuan had only just arrived in the capital. She had just settled in, was unfamiliar with everything, and yet she was already connecting with the police chief and even talking about marriage. Suddenly, Wang Fingji hugged Su Miaojuan's arm and said, You've really made a good friend. Miaojuan, I'll be sticking close to you from now on. It's not about sticking close, just getting to know each other. Things might change later, Su Miaojuan replied. She then looked at Wu Lijiang, who was sitting with her daughter, and at Wu Lichuan standing silently at the door. She said, Are you hungry? Auntie will bring you some peach cookies. Yesterday, Su Miaojuan asked Wang Fingji to bring 3 packs of peach cookies, which were placed on the kitchen shelf at home. When Wu Lijiang heard there were cookies to eat, he immediately raised his small, dark hand and said, "I want to eat. I want some." "Okay, you and your sister go wash your hands. After washing, we'll eat the cookies, all right?" Wu Lijiang nodded his little head. Meanwhile, Su Huayu looked at Wu Lichuan, who was stubbornly standing at the door like a mule, and stepped forward. "Brother, come eat with us too." Wu Lijiang is doing okay, just a year and a half older than Su Huayu. He seems like a cheerful person with an easygoing personality. Wu Lichuan isn't sure if it's because he's a bit older, but he has always been resistant to Su Miaojuan's appearance. "Big brother, hurry up. After washing your hands, you can eat the peach pastry," Wu Lijiang shouted. "I don't want to." Before his brother finished speaking, Wu Lichuan turned to Su Huayu and said, "He won't eat it. It's all ours, Wu Lichuan." Wu Lichuan looked at his unkind younger brother with a sigh. He thought they were close brothers who would face difficulties together. How could he so easily go and eat something that might belong to their future stepmother? That's so lacking in courage. Wu Lichuan silently looked at Su Miaojuan nearby, thinking that if she called him again, he might go and eat. Seeing Wu Lichuan's gaze, Su Miaojuan smiled and asked, "Do you want me to take you over?" Wu Lichuan shook his head and walked toward the direction where Su Huayu and Wu Lijiang had just left. Su Miaojuan was very good at reading people's feelings when she was at the Hor family, so Wu Lichuan was a bit resistant and even disliked her. She could tell. But Su Miaojuan never thought that after marrying Wu Haifeng, she would ask Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang to treat her like their real mother. That wouldn't be fair to their own biological mother. Although she couldn't treat them as her own children, she could take good care of them as if they were relatives. Mutual respect and peaceful coexistence were enough. When Wu Lichuan reached the sink, Su Huayu and Wu Lijiang had just finished washing their hands. Wu Lijiang saw his brother coming over and said with a smile, "Brother, hurry up. Let's go eat." Wu Lichuan looked at his carefree younger brother, who only knew how to eat and didn't know what to say. Does he have no brains? Can't he see that their father is planning to marry a stepmother for them? After washing his hands, Wu Lichuan looked at Su Miaojuan helping their father cook in the kitchen, then turned toward the door. Wu Huayu and Wu Lijiang were sitting under the eaves eating peach pastry. Seeing his brother come over and quickly stuffing the last piece into his mouth, Wu Lichuan was so angry that he sat down heavily next to Su Huayu. Su Huayu looked at Wu Lichuan, who was pouting next to him, and tore a piece of the peach pastry from his hand to give to him. He was only 6 years old. Wu Lichuan really wanted to refuse and not eat, but this was peach pastry. In their old hometown, their aunt and mother secretly hid some for their children to eat. Only he and his brother couldn't get any. "Big brother, here, have some," Su Huayu said, offering the pastry again to Wu Lichuan, who looked conflicted. Wu Lichuan took the pastry, biting into it with one hand while holding the crumbs under his chin with the other, trying not to waste any. After taking a bite, Wu Lichuan squinted happily. "Peach pastry really is the best thing in the world. Big brother, you haven't said thank you yet." Wu Lichuan looked at the beautiful Su Huayu, who looked a bit too charming, and pressed his lips together. "Thanks, okay? Thanks is enough." "No need to say okay, Su Huayu replied, not willing to indulge Wu Lichuan if he showed any attitude. Wu Lichuan looked at Su Huayu, who was different from the little girl he had seen before, and said, "You know, your mom is about to marry my dad." Su Huayu responded with an, "Oh," then continued eating the peach pastry, while Wu Lichuan kept eating without looking up. He didn't care who his dad was going to marry as long as he could eat enough. Anyone was fine. Also, Wu Lichuan saw 2 kids across from them watching. If he didn't quickly finish his pastry, those kids might come over and try to take it. "My dad is a leader, a hero." Hearing Wu Lichuan's words, Su Huayu was a little annoyed and straightened up, looking at him and saying, "My mom is also a hero. If it weren't for my mom, you and your brother would have been kidnapped by traffickers, and you would never find your dad or go home again. It was my mom who called for help when you were first taken, and it was her who found the traffickers the second time, and asked your dad to save you. My mom is your lifesaver. Isn't she your lifesaver too?" Although Su Huayu was small, he stood up, placed his hands on his hips, and looked confidently at Wu Lichuan and Wu Lichang sitting in front of him. Not to mention, Su Huayu's small mouth was like a machine gun, chattering non-stop at Wu Lichuan, leaving him with no chance to reply. In Wu Lichuan's eyes, Su Huayu was a typical city kid. He was a country kid, so when facing the confident and strong-willed Su Huayu, he felt a little scared. Especially since Su Huayu was much younger than him, yet she spoke logically and confidently, not afraid of someone older than her. "Big brother, are you going to forget kindness?" she asked. Wu Lichuan heard her say a word he didn't understand and instinctively said, "No, I didn't. Are you going to be a bad kid who forgets people's kindness?" Su Huayu asked again. "I didn't." Wu Lichuan waved his hand. "I am grateful," Wu Liji said, his mouth full of peach cookies. He couldn't help but spit out a little while saying this. Realizing this, he quickly covered his mouth. After swallowing the cookies, he said, "I like Aunt Su to be my mom. Aunt Su is pretty and kind. I like her, but we already have a mom, and stepmothers are not always good people. Isn't your mom also married?" Su Huayu looked at Wu Lichuan and said, "Is your mom a bad stepmother too?" Wu Lichuan was silent, and Wu Liji nodded, saying, "Yes, she's a bad stepmother. She hits people." Su Huayu. Suddenly, she didn't know what to say. "My mom is a good person. She is brave and just. The police station even says she's a good person. She is a good person." In children's eyes, the police station represents justice, so they should understand what she meant. "I'll take you to see my mom's banner." It was given by the police station. Wu Lichuan and Wu Liji, because their father worked at the police station, naturally had respect and admiration for it. When Su Huayu said this, the two immediately jumped up happily and followed her into the house. The banner sent by Uncle Hyaming in the morning was already hanging in the living room by Grandma Qian, ensuring everyone who entered could see it at first glance. Su Huayu stood on either side of Wu Lichuan and Wu Liji beneath the banner, all three looking up at the red banner with the gold border. After glancing around, Wu Lijiang quietly looked at Su Huayu and his brother and honestly said, "I can't read or write." Su Huayu silently turned to look at Wu Lichuan. Under the watchful eyes of his younger brother and Su Huayu, Wu Lichuan desperately wanted to read the words above to show his authority as the eldest brother, but unfortunately, he might recognize himself, but he didn't recognize them. "My mother can read," Su Huayu said. "Maybe I should ask her to read for us." Of course, Su Huayu also knew how to read, but he couldn't say it. "No need. Your mother is a good person," Wu Lichuan finally agreed, looking at the banner. "Of course my mother is a good person. She saved you both twice," Su Huayu said, patting Wu Lichuan on the arm. "It's a blessing for your family to have such a kind and lucky woman marry into your home. You should treat my mother well. Understand?" Wu Haifeng and Su Miaojuan were busy preparing vegetables when they overheard the voices of Su Huayu and the others in the living room. Just as Su Miaojuan was feeling touched that her daughter was standing up for her, Wu Haifeng, with a smile, said, "Yuer is right. I am about to marry a lucky star." Wu Haifeng truly knew how to cook, though his dishes were only average in taste. After tasting Wu Haifeng's hot and sour shredded potatoes, Su Miaojuan felt relieved that she only took 2 sticks, or she would have needed a glass of water to wash away the salty taste. "Is it not tasty?" Wu Haifeng eagerly waited for Su Miaojuan's opinion. Su Miaojuan looked at Wu Haifeng and finally said, "It has a strong flavor." Then, she took the spatula into her own hands. Her daughter usually ate light food, so she decided to cook herself this time. Although Wu Haifeng was no longer allowed to cook, he was responsible for washing and chopping vegetables. He had excellent knife skills, and Su Miaojuan even suspected he might have worked in a hotel kitchen as a prep cook for a few years. When Su Miaojuan asked about it, Wu Haifeng smiled and said, "I think you'd better not know why my knife skills are so good. I'm afraid you'll be disgusted and can't eat." Very well. Wu Haifeng's words seemed to say nothing and everything at the same time. Su Miaojuan suppressed her curiosity and focused on cooking. By 6 o'clock in the evening, most of the guests invited to the warm house banquet had arrived. Wang Fingji looked at the delicious dishes in the kitchen and exclaimed, Xiaosu, your cooking skills are amazing. There were 8 dishes in total: cold shredded cabbage, smashed cucumbers, stir-fried vegetables, candied sweet potatoes, sweet and sour fish, braised pork with quail eggs, and pickled vegetable with pork rib stew, plus the hot and sour potato strips made earlier by Wu Haifeng. They set up 2 tables for the meal. During the meal, many people were curious about the relationship between Su Miaojun and Wu Haifeng, but everyone kept their questions to themselves. The banquet was lively and joyful. Sitting next to Su Huayu were brothers Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang. Maybe because they were scolded by Wu Haifeng after returning home from dinner yesterday, today at Su Huayu's house, although they ate quickly, they no longer ate so greedily or grabbed food with their hands like before. Wu Lijiang was eating a bone enthusiastically. While chewing, he said to Wu Lichuan, who was also eating a bone eagerly, "Auntie Sue's cooking is so good. I want her to cook for us like she does for our mom." Their biological mother, Kai Meiwan, married someone from their village shortly after Wu Lijiang was born. Wu Lichuan remembered their mother, but Wu Lijiang had no memories of her. He grew up eating here and there at home, and even if he saw Kai Meiwan, he didn't feel much affection for her. So, Wu Lijiang didn't have any feelings about their father's upcoming remarriage. No matter who their father married, he would always be his father's son. Wu Lichuan kept chewing his bones silently, but he was less resistant to Su Miaojun than before. After everyone finished eating and drinking, Wu Haifeng, Xiang Donghai, and Yan Qingyun from next door started chatting. Wang Fingji and a few women helped Su Miaojun clear the tables and dishes. Many of the bowls and chopsticks were brought over by Wang Fingji and Chao Wan, and after washing, they could be taken back home. Around 8 o'clock, everyone gradually finished their conversations and left. Before leaving, Wu Haifeng told Su Miaojun, "You should study well tomorrow. I'll handle our marriage registration." Su Miaojun smiled and nodded, then said to the 3 of them, "It's dark now. Take your time on the way home." After her mother finished speaking, Su Huayu smiled and waved, saying, "Goodbye, uncle." "Goodbye, brothers." Wu Lijiang smiled and said to Su Huayu, "Goodbye, little sister." "Goodbye, auntie." "Goodbye, Xiaojiang." No one dislikes a child with a sweet mouth, and Su Miaojun is no exception. Wu Lichuan looked at Su Miaojun, who was about to speak, and she smiled, saying, "Xiao Chuan, goodbye." "Goodbye, Annie." After seeing off Wu Haifeng and his son, Su Miaojun couldn't help but hold Su Huayu in her arms. "Mom, I'm too heavy. I can walk by myself." Su Miaojun was sick. Even though her fever had gone down, and she felt much better now, Su Huayu still didn't want to tire her. "Mom will carry you. When you grow up, I won't be able to hold you like this anymore." Hearing the sadness in her mother's voice, Su Huayu obediently snuggled in her mother's arms and said, "Then you will lean on Mom and hold hands as we walk." Listening to her daughter's soft voice, Su Miaojun smiled and said, "Okay." Before going to sleep, Su Miaojun drank the medicine she brought from the hospital. She had so many things to do, she absolutely couldn't let being sick stop her. The next morning, Su Miaojun asked Su Huayu to take out the steamed buns she had packed at the old house from her space. The leftover buns were just right for breakfast today. Besides that, Su Miaojun also made a pot of seaweed and egg drop soup. After eating and drinking well, Su Miaojun changed Su Huayu's clothes, put her small bag on her back, and then went with Yan Qingyun from next door to meet Wang Shichang, whom she had arranged to meet yesterday. Yan Qingyun was a brewmaster at the liquor factory. During dinner yesterday, Su Miaojun learned that, as an experienced worker, Yan Qingyun earned about 80 yuan a month. The average salary for ordinary workers in the capital was around 40 yuan, so Yan Qingyun's income was considered high. When Su Miaojun took Su Huayu to meet Wang Shichang, who was still comforting her, Wang Shichang said, "Don't worry, with your skills, you should be able to perform normally without any problem. Our factory is short of people now. Even if you don't pass the exam for the accountant position, you can try other departments." Su Miaojun nodded with a smile and asked about the location of the capital brewing factory. After learning that the brewing factory was a bit far from her current home, Su Miaojun looked at Yan Qingyun and Wang Shichang riding their bicycles, thinking it would be best to buy one too, so she could go anywhere more easily. Currently, buying a bicycle requires a ticket, but Su Miaojun hasn't started working yet, so she can't get a bicycle ticket. Su Miaojun thought that if she could confirm her job today, she would ask Wang Fingji or Sherwan if they had any extra bicycle tickets she could buy with her own money. It takes about 30 minutes to ride a bicycle from Lao Huai Street to the distillery. After getting off Yan Qingyun's bicycle, Su Miaojun also took down Su Huayu from the front handlebar. On this journey, Su Miaojun was quite nervous, worried that Su Huayu might fall from the front bar. At the entrance of the distillery, the four of them parted ways. Wang Shichong responsibly took Su Miaojun toward the finance department, while Yan Qingyun went in another direction. The head of the finance department is surnamed Han. His family used to run big businesses. After the public-private partnership, he came to our finance department and became the director. When Su Miaojun heard that the finance director's surname was Han and that his family used to do big business, she suddenly stopped while holding Su Huayu's hand. Yesterday, at the hospital, she overheard two people talking about Hoyu calling the capital, asking the Chow family and the Han family to find her and Yuer. Does this director, Han, have any connection to the Han family Hoyu is looking for? If so, then she might be walking into a trap. Xiao Su, let's go, Wang Shichong said, noticing Su Miaojun stop, thinking she was nervous, and comforted her. Don't be nervous. As long as you are capable, this job will be yours. At this moment, Su Miaojun, feeling the potential danger she wasn't sure existed, was already thinking of holding her daughter and turning to run away. But if she really gave up halfway, not only would she lose this good job, but she might also leave a bad impression on Wang Shichong. Moreover, does she really want to live a life of hiding forever for the distant Hoyu? Here we go. Su Miaojun approached Wang Shichong and asked, Uncle Wang, if I go for the exam, can my daughter stay with you for a while? Don't worry, our little Yuer is very well behaved. Su Huayu nodded her little head and said to Wang Shichong, Grandpa Wang, I am very good. Wang Shichong smiled and said, Of course, no problem. They happen to pass by the personnel office. Wang Shichong said, This is our office. The finance department is upstairs. I'll go by myself. After I finish my exam, I'll come down to see you and pick up Yuer, she replied. Wang Shichong originally wanted to accompany Su Miaojun upstairs, but since she insisted, he didn't refuse. He held Su Huayu's small hand and said, We'll wait for you in the office. Study well, Mom. Good luck, Su Huayu cheered for her mother. Her mother must be able to do it. Okay, I will do my best. After smiling and waving goodbye to her daughter, Su Miaojun turned around and slowly exhaled a deep breath before heading upstairs. Since yesterday, when Su Miaojun learned that Huyu had sent photos of her and her daughter to the Chow and Han families in the capital, she had put on light makeup before leaving the house today. She changed her hairstyle and used makeup to cover her previous appearance, so she probably looked only 3 or 4 parts like her photo. Even if Huyu was standing here, he might need to look twice to recognize her, not to mention the Chow and Han families who had never seen her before. After comforting herself in her mind, Su Miaojun gathered her courage and went upstairs to the finance office door. When the staff saw Su Miaojun standing outside their office, they asked. Su Miaojun looked at the man speaking and said, Hello, I was introduced by Comrade Wang Shichong from the personnel department to take the exam. Oh, okay. Please wait a moment. There are 2 more people coming. Once everyone arrives, you can take the exam together. The finance office was not very big, about the size of a room, with a partition that probably was the manager's office. Su Miaojun secretly glanced over there, but no one was there. She sat outside the finance office for about half an hour until the other 2 exam takers arrived. One was a young woman with a square face, about Su Miaojun's age, with short hair that reached her ears, looking somewhat proud. The other was a man around 25, tall and thin, wearing glasses, looking quite gentle. The exam was held outside the finance office. The young man who had spoken to Su Miaojun earlier said his name was Wang Changliang. He brought 3 chairs and 3 tables and set them up in the corridor. The table was against the wall, and the chairs faced outward. The 3 people sat about 1.5 meters apart. After they sat down, Wang Changliang took 6 test papers, 2 for each person, and started the exam. The exam lasts for an hour and a half. You can submit your papers early if you're done. The results will be given within half an hour after the exam ends, Wang said. While Wang was speaking, Su Miaojuan and the others had already begun filling out their papers quickly. Su Miaojuan focused carefully on her test. Even when she felt someone passing behind her, she didn't look up. An hour and a half is not a lot of time. When she finished one paper, she suddenly heard a voice accusing someone nearby. "Comrade, he's cheating." Ding Ichio stood up and directly said to Wang, who was inside the office counting papers. Wang frowned and came out. The male student being accused was rubbing his left hand hard and explained, "I didn't do anything. She's lying. I don't even know what the questions are about." "Then what's written on your hand?" Ding Ichio grabbed the student's hand and said to Wang, "Look." Although the writing on the student's hand had been rubbed off quite a bit, some marks were still visible. "This isn't cheating, it's just some math formulas. I don't know what's on the test paper, so how could I cheat in advance?" The student was annoyed. He didn't expect Ding Ichio to interfere so much. Math formulas are also cheating. Writing formulas on your palm shows you're not confident in your studies. "I didn't cheat." Wang looked at the two arguing with a headache. He separated them and then turned to Su Miaojuan, who was still quietly working on her paper at the back. All right. There's half an hour left before the exam ends," Wang said loudly. "If you don't pass, neither of you has hope. Hurry up and finish. If you don't want to continue, you can leave." "She's lying. Are you going to finish or not?" Wang asked sternly. When they sat down again, they noticed that Su Miaojuan hadn't looked up at all. While they started working on their papers again, she had already flipped to the last page and was working on it. With 10 minutes left before the exam ended, Su Miaojuan finished her paper and checked it carefully several times before handing it to Wang, who had been standing at the door without returning to the office. "Comrade, I have finished." Wang Changliang nodded, casually glanced at Su Miaojuan's paper, and looked at her with some surprise. There were 5 minutes left before the exam ended. The boy clearly couldn't finish, or perhaps his attitude had already broken down after being reported by Ding Ichio. He looked at the paper in front of him, listening to the scratching sounds of others answering nearby, and clenched his teeth tightly to prevent himself from doing anything inappropriate. "Time's up. Put down your pen." "But I haven't finished yet," Ding Ichio said, staring at the blank page left on her paper, her brows furrowed tightly. If she hadn't argued with the cheating boy in the middle, she would definitely have finished her paper. "Put down your pen," Wang Changliang said sternly. After speaking, he went forward and took the mostly blank papers from Ding Ichio and the boy. "The results will be out in half an hour." The head of the finance department had arrived at the office during Su Miaojuan and the others' exam, but it was not easy for him to grade these papers, so Wang Changliang took his own seat and began grading with a red pen, making quick strokes. In less than half an hour, the 3 papers, each with a perfect score of 100, were finally graded. After grading, Wang Changliang didn't immediately return the papers to Su Miaojuan and the others, but took the 3 papers and knocked on the director's office door. The male comrade waiting outside, probably knowing his chances were slim, said to Ding Ichio, who was sitting on the chair, "Humph, only women and villains are hard to raise." "Say that again." Ding Ichio, like a bomb about to explode, stood up. The male comrade, after insulting her, turned and ran away. Ding Ichio glared angrily at the fleeing comrade, kicked the chair he had just sat in, and sat back down. "The director is calling you in." When Wang Changliang came out and saw only Su Miaojuan and Ding Ichio, he was not surprised. When Su Miaojuan heard the director calling them in, she forced herself to stand up and followed Ding Ichio inside. Han Yongfu watched as Su Miaojuan and Ding Ichio entered, finally focusing his gaze on Ding Ichio. Seeing her look back at him without flinching, he felt helpless. Comrade Ding Ichio scored 63 points and was accepted. Han Yongfu handed their exam papers to Su Miaojuan and Ding Ichio, saying, "Welcome to the finance department family." "Thank you, director." Su Miaojuan remained calm, while Ding Ichio was happy. "You have a day to rest. Come to the office to report tomorrow morning." "Yes, director." Wang Changliang smiled and said, "Tomorrow morning, I will take you to handle your employment procedures. Afterwards, Xiaoyang will take you on a tour of the factory. Once the tour is over, you'll start working officially." Ding Ichio responded without hesitation and turned to leave. Su Miaojuan watched Han Yongfu's back and finally felt relieved. After leaving the finance department, Su Miaojuan headed straight to the personnel office downstairs. As she approached the door, she heard loud laughter coming from inside the office. At the same time, Su Huayu, who was being fed in the personnel office, saw Su Miaojuan appear and immediately jumped up from his chair to run toward his mother. Su Miaojuan gently hugged her daughter and looked at the smiling Wang Shichong, saying, "Uncle Wang, I hope I didn't cause you trouble." "No. How did the exam go?" Su Miaojuan smiled and said, "I scored 98 points. The director told me to report tomorrow." "Oh wow, your score is really high. Are you a college student?" Su Miaojuan shook her head and said, "No, I just studied for a few years." "That's impressive. Nowadays, many people can't read or write. We need to start literacy classes. I heard they also set up night schools." While they were talking, Su Miaojuan told Wang Shichong, "Uncle Wang, I need to leave now with the kids. See you tomorrow." Go ahead. After greeting others with Su Huayu, Su Miaojuan turned to leave. Today, besides the morning exam, the second most important thing was shopping. But since she didn't have a ticket, after leaving the factory, Su Miaojuan went straight to Rueli's store, where Wang Fingji was. "After the joint management, I can still work here, but I don't have control over the business. I have no say in hiring people." As Su Huayu held his mother's hand and entered the store, he saw Wang Fingji gesturing helplessly to a woman, indicating her inability to help. "How can it be like this? You should talk to the people above. I just genuinely want your niece to come and help you." The woman, who looked about 10 years older than Wang Fingji, was with a girl around 15 or 16, and she said this to Wang Fingji. "What kind of status do I have? I can't go to the leaders." "Sister-in-law, you're overestimating me," Wang Fingji replied impatiently. "There are plenty of places hiring now. Why are you and Ernie always trying to push her toward me? Textile factories, cigarette factories, glass factories, brewing plants, they're all hiring. Even if she can't read, she can help out in the workshop to support the family." Working in the workshop is tiring for a young girl. After hearing this, Wang Fingji seemed to lose interest in arguing further. "So, working in the workshop is tiring, but working here isn't? Fingji, you're Ernie's aunt. You should think of a way to find her a light and well-paying job." Wang Fingji quickly waved her hand. "I'm her real mother, and I can't find one for her either." "Xiao Su, why are you here?" Wang Fingji exclaimed happily when she saw Su Miaojuan and Su Huayu at the door, as if she had found her saviors. "Fingji sister, oh, you must be here because you need something urgently," Wang Fingji said, turning to the mother and daughter. "Sister-in-law, you should look elsewhere. I have to get busy here." Although the woman was a bit reluctant, Wang Fingji had already asked her to leave. With outsiders coming into the shop, she couldn't insist on staying. But as she left, her face almost looked like it was about to fall off. Su Huayu was short, and it was hard to pretend not to notice her. As soon as they left the shop, Wang Fingji let out a long sigh. "Finally gone," she said, unable to hold back her comment. "If you want a relaxed, well-paid, and decent job, you need to have some skills. Most people who can't read or write won't find such work." Then she looked at Su Miaojuan and asked, "Xiao Su, how's your work going?" "Starting tomorrow, I go to work." Wang Fingji smiled and said, "That's great. I tell you, the brewing factory has good benefits. You get 2 bottles of ergotu every month. Since you're in the office, it's much more comfortable than working in the workshop. That's thanks to Sister Fingji's recommendation. It's nothing. It's just a matter of a word. If you don't have the skills, you won't get the job." Wang Fingji finished speaking and then asked, "Are you here to buy something?" "No, I just wanted to ask if Sister Fingji still has bicycle tickets, or if you know where I can buy one. I need to go to work soon and thought a bicycle would make commuting easier." Upon hearing this, Wang Fingji immediately realized that Su Miaojuan was quite wealthy. But that made sense. Her husband had passed away, and since there were no elders on his side, all the money they earned belonged to Su Miaojuan and her daughter. "I don't have any bicycle tickets myself, but I know where to buy them," Wang Fingji said softly. Actually, right now, tickets are just starting to be used and the regulations aren't strict yet. If you pay a little extra, you can buy a bicycle. There are also tickets being sold on the black market. You've heard of it, right? They sell everything there. There's nothing you can't find or buy. Hearing this, Su Miaojun blinked and said, the black market sounds a bit scary, but she only said that casually. Inside, she wasn't very worried. When she was with Huiyu before, she was like a tangled vine. Though she had seen a lot of the world, she was still cautious. Why be afraid? They're just ordinary people. The things they sell are a bit mixed up, that's all. During the early days of the founding of the country, there wasn't much regulation. But starting this year, the black market has been more strictly controlled. It might get even stricter in the future. If you want to go, I can take you to see it, because Wang Fingji said you can buy anything. Su Miaojun immediately agreed without much hesitation, even though she knew her daughter had already stockpiled quite a lot of supplies in her space. But if they went once, it would give her and her daughter an excuse to take things from the space later. Bought from the black market. Nothing there is official. They agreed to meet at 3:30 a.m. the next day. Wang Fingji warned Su Miaojun to go to bed early, or she might have trouble waking up. So that night, after having dinner at 5:30 p.m., Su Miaojun and Su Huaiyu went to bed at 6:30 p.m. Su Miaojun originally planned to leave Su Huaiyu at home or take her to Aunt Xiang's house to be cared for, but after waking up, Su Huaiyu insisted on going with Su Miaojun and Wang Fingji to see the world. On one hand, Su Miaojun couldn't refuse Su Huaiyu, and on the other hand, she didn't want to leave her with someone else. So she simply carried her and followed Wang Fingji. Wang Fingji didn't say much to Su Miaojun about Su Huaiyu, mainly because Su Huaiyu had always been well-behaved and never caused trouble. The black market was in a very hidden place, but as Wang Fingji said, it sold everything. The only problem was that everything was really expensive. Buying a bicycle from the state-run department store with a bicycle coupon cost about 150 to 180 yuan, but in the black market, one bicycle coupon was 80 yuan. It was really costly, almost 2 months' salary, but Su Miaojun still bought it. Wang Fingji bought some sugar and fresh fish at the black market. After buying a bicycle coupon, Su Miaojun bought some meat and fresh vegetables. They only stayed about 10 minutes from entering to leaving the black market. When they returned home, it was only 5 o'clock. Wang Fingji went inside, and Su Miaojun, holding her new chive and pork, prepared to make dumplings with chive and pork filling. While making dumplings, Su Huaiyu couldn't stay awake and fell back onto the calm, a traditional bed, taking a short nap. When she woke up again, it was already 7 o'clock. Su Huaiyu washed up, changed her clothes, and sat at the dining table eating water dumplings filled with chives and pork. Her mother said, I packed 2 more lunch boxes of dumplings. When I take you to Grandma Qian later, you can share the lunch with her, okay? When Grandma Qian saw Su Huaiyu carrying the lunchbox, she smiled and said to Su Miaojun, just come. Why are you bringing food for little you? I made a little extra dumplings this morning. You can eat together at noon. In the Xiang family, only Grandma Qian didn't work. Everyone else was either working or studying. So, at that time, only they two would be at home. Grandma Qian liked Su Miaojun's generous attitude very much. She waved her hand and said, all right, you better go to work now. It's your first day, don't be late again. Got it, I'm leaving now. Su Miaojun first hitched a ride with Wang Fingji, then got off her bicycle near Rueli's store and hurried to the brewing factory. When Su Miaojun arrived at the office, she was 10 minutes earlier than the time she had promised yesterday. Wang Changliang and Yang Jingjing arrived almost one after the other, but Ding Yiqiu was half an hour late. Even though Wang Changliang knew Ding Yiqiu had some connections, he still looked unhappy. Who gets to work on their first day and is late? Wang Changliang and others. Wang Changliang looked at Ding Yiqiu with some frustration and said, I hope this kind of thing doesn't happen again. Got it. Wang Changliang was a bit angry at Ding Yiqiu's calm and indifferent attitude, but he still turned to Su Miaojun and said, let's go. I'll take you to complete your onboarding and also tell you about your salary and job duties. You are applying for the position of accountant, with a salary of 50. It will increase over time with experience or promotion. Every month, there are food allowances, drinks, and other benefits. Our factory's benefits are among the best in the whole capital. As for the job duties, Wang Changliang finished explaining the job and just arrived at the HR department. After completing the onboarding, he returned to his office to work. Yang Jingjing took Su Miaojuan and Ding Yiqiu for a tour around the factory. Our factory has its own cafeteria, kindergarten, elementary, and middle schools. When Su Miaojuan heard the word kindergarten, she was already thinking about whether to send her daughter to the factory's kindergarten tomorrow. That way, she could go to work and also take care of her daughter easily. While Su Miaojuan was thinking about Su Huayu was busy answering questions from the neighborhood women and grandmothers. "Little you, do you miss your dad since he passed away? Girl, what does your dad do? Is your family rich? Does your mom have a boyfriend now? How about I find a stepfather for you? Do you know how much money your mom still has? She really knows how to spend." Perhaps because Su Huayu is young, the people around her spoke without hesitation. Because they spoke so freely in front of her, all the gossip from nearby alleys flooded into Su Huayu's ears. When Su Miaojuan returned home riding her new bicycle, Su Huayu felt she knew everything about the gossip and secrets of the neighborhood. Oh, little Su bought a bicycle. People from Hushi are really rich. Su Miaojuan pretended not to hear and, amid the gossip from others in the yard, directly moved her bicycle into her living room. If she dared to leave her new bicycle outside, it definitely wouldn't look as new tomorrow as it does today. "Oh, this bike is nice." Grandma Qian was sewing the soles of shoes when she looked up and saw Su Miaojuan's new bicycle, smiling. Su Miaojuan bought a lady's bicycle, which was easy for her to ride, and it was convenient for taking Su Huayu along. "Fengji helped me pick it out." "Haha, she always has good taste," Grandma Qian said as she and Wang Fengji, who had a good relationship with her daughter-in-law, chatted. "I should go home now. Tomorrow you don't need to send Su Yu over. I will come myself." "No need, Auntie. I plan to take you to the factory's kindergarten tomorrow to get used to it. You've been very helpful these past few days. It's nothing." Grandma Qian touched Su Huayu's small face. "He's about to start school. Is little you happy?" "Haha, just don't cry when the time comes," Su Miaojuan replied. Their 3 boys cried terribly when they first went to kindergarten. After seeing Grandma Qian off, Su Miaojuan took some vegetables from the bike basket to cook. Suddenly, Wu Haifeng arrived. Seeing Wu Haifeng suddenly appear at her door, Su Miaojuan asked, "You're here. Where are the kids?" Wu Haifeng stopped his bike and looked at her with a hesitant expression. She put down what she was holding and smiled, saying, "Come in and sit." Su Huayu looked at the unfamiliar Wu Haifeng today and quietly sat beside her mother. Wu Haifeng seemed strange today. When he saw her mother before, he looked like a proud peacock, but today, he sat silently across from Su Miaojuan and her daughter, speaking in a serious tone. "Your background check results are in." Wu Haifeng's expression was not very relaxed. Since Su Miaojuan was hiding something from him, her attitude made him feel uneasy. "Is there a problem with my background check?" Su Miaojuan asked directly. Her household registration was processed through official channels, so there shouldn't be any issues. "Your background check is clear. You passed the political review." After Wu Haifeng said this, both Su Miaojuan and Su Huayu breathed a sigh of relief. Since his background check and political review were approved, it meant that no matter who checked her in the future, she would still be Su Miaojuan, not Feng Miaojuan. "Is there something you're hiding from me?" Huaifeng Wu looked into Su Miaojuan's eyes and asked. Su Miaojuan looked at Huaifeng Wu with a hint of meaning in her gaze. Her hand under the table clenched quietly. "We're about to become husband and wife. I haven't hidden anything from you, and I hope you feel the same," Huaifeng Wu said honestly. But Su Miaojuan still didn't speak.
She didn't know what to say.
Su Huayu looked at Huaifeng Wu, who was a bit assertive and intense, and quietly placed her small hand on her mother's hand. She would always stand by her mother's side, always stay with her. No matter what happens, she would share it with her mother. Seeing her daughter's worry, Su Miaojuan held her small hand back and looked up at Huaifeng Wu, who made her feel a little nervous and said, "Yes." After confirming her feelings, Huaifeng Wu placed a photo on the table. When Su Miaojuan saw the photo of herself and her daughter, her heart skipped a beat, and a bitter feeling rose inside her. Is this you? The woman in the photo had long, dark, thick hair, wore a beautiful cheongsam, and expensive jewelry, looking at the camera. The woman was young and pretty, but seemed a little shy and lacking confidence. She only looked about 3 or 4 points like the gentle and steady Su Miaojuan in front of her. But Huifeng Wu's job made him sure that the Su Miaojuan in makeup and different hairstyle in the photo was probably the same person as the woman in front of him. Also, the woman in the photo was holding a small child. The child looked a bit younger than Su Huayu now, but they looked very similar. The only difference was that Su Huayu now had bangs. If someone unfamiliar with Su Miaojuan and her daughter saw the photo and compared them carefully, they might doubt whether they were the same person. "It's me," Su Miaojuan admitted directly. Su Huayu looked at her mother in surprise. Su Miaojuan gently patted her daughter's small head and gave her a comforting smile. "Huayu, go sit at the door, okay? If someone comes, tell me." Su Huayu nodded obediently. She knew very well that she was the daughter of a big capitalist, and her mother was the wife of a wealthy man. This status was starting to be looked down upon. By the 1960s and 70s, it could even lead to being criticized or humiliated. In Su Huayu's eyes, it was best for their identities to be kept completely secret from the beginning. Wu Haifeng was an unexpected surprise. "My original name was Feng Miaojuan," Su Miaojuan said, clutching her trembling hands unconsciously. Although she didn't like Wu Haifeng very much, she was afraid he would dislike her if he found out her true identity, because Su Miaojuan had always disliked herself. "I was once the 5th wife of Huiyu." When Su Miaojuan said this, she instinctively avoided Wu Haifeng's gaze. Listening to Wu Haifeng's voice, Su Miaojuan felt a surge of courage, even if it meant the worst outcome. Wu Haifeng might refuse to marry her. As for her and her daughter's identities, Su Miaojuan believed Wu Haifeng wouldn't reveal them. Although they hadn't known each other long, Su Miaojuan was confident about Wu Haifeng. "When I was 16, my father sold me to Huiyu to be his 5th wife. Now, his family plans to move to Hong Kong, and I didn't want to take you out with me, so I stayed in Shanghai while she had a high fever, but I knew Huiyu wouldn't let me and my daughter stay in the country, so after registering my new household, I escaped to the capital. As for why I didn't stay in Shanghai, I've already explained. Huiyu is a beast, and so is my father. I don't want to have anything to do with them for the rest of my life. That's all," Su Miaojuan said calmly and distantly, looking at Wu Haifeng. "Do you have any other questions? If you want to cancel the engagement, you can withdraw the application now." Although Su Miaojuan wasn't sure if she could still cancel the marriage application after it passed the official review. Wu Haifeng looked at Su Miaojuan, who now wanted to cut ties with him, and said seriously, "I'm just asking. I don't want to cancel the engagement. Your marriage to that person was arranged, and you were forced into it. And now you're not Feng Miaojuan anymore. You're Su Miaojuan." By saying this, Wu Haifeng was essentially acknowledging Su Miaojuan's current identity. "I just hope we can be honest with each other. I don't mean to question you." Wu Haifeng's sincere and straightforward words made Su Miaojuan feel her whole body relax slightly. "I'm not trying to hide anything from you intentionally. I understand your concerns." Wu Haifeng looked at Su Miaojuan, whose tone suddenly softened, and said gently, "As a woman with a child out alone, you should be more cautious. I like you very much and truly want to become your partner in the revolution. If you're willing, this is my engagement gift." Wu Haifeng handed an envelope to Su Miaojuan. Su Miaojuan looked at the bulging envelope Wu Haifeng pushed in front of her, seeming surprised that things had developed in this way. "I already told you about my income before. From now on, you will manage the household finances. If possible, I hope comrades Su can give me 2 yuan a month for pocket money," Wu Haifeng said with a smile. Su Miaojuan looked at Wu Haifeng, who was honest, serious, and a little humorous, and suddenly felt she might like him a little. She touched the envelope but didn't open it. "The marriage report hasn't come through yet, and we haven't received our marriage certificate." Her attitude now was very different from before. "I've applied for an expedited process. If you have time tomorrow noon, we can go and get the marriage certificate first. As for everything else," Wu Haifeng said to Su Miaojuan, "I will help you handle it." Su Miaojuan looked at Wu Haifeng without blinking, feeling that he suddenly seemed taller and more impressive. "You are my wife and daughter. As the man of the house, I will protect you both. When Su Miaojun was walking Su Huayu out of the courtyard, holding his hand, many people saw. Xiao Su, that comrade just now, isn't she your girlfriend? She's tall and serious-looking. What does she do for work? You just came to the capital a few days ago, and you've already found a partner. How did you do it? Tell us. Pang Dihai just got home and heard his wife asking Su Miaojun about the gossip. He couldn't stand watching her pry. He pulled his wife's arm and said, "It's her private matter." "Why are you asking?" Bao Tsuetsue saw Pang Dihai hadn't asked clearly yet, but was already defending Su Miaojun, and she got angry. "I just want to ask what's going on. Meanwhile, you, always calling her Xiao Su. What's your relationship? Why do you call her so familiarly, Pang Tsuetsue?" When Pang Dihai heard Bao Tsuetsue say that, he also got angry. Why does this woman always say things that are both sweet and sour? Are some words really okay to say casually? What are you doing? Are you feeling guilty? When Su Miaojun heard Bao Tsuetsue hint that her relationship with Pang Dihai was not clear, she said, "Sister Tsuetsue." Su Miaojun interrupted Bao Tsuetsue and Pang Dihai, who were about to argue, and said, "He is my boyfriend. We're going to get our marriage license tomorrow." Calling her Sister Tsuetsue clearly shows that Su Miaojun is on Bao Tsuetsue's side. If she were on Pang Dihai's side, she would call him brother-in-law. Those two boys at the train station who almost got stolen were his sons. "We met them, thought we got along well, and decided to become life partners." After Su Miaojun finished speaking, the people watching quietly nodded. "I see, so that's how they know each other. That makes sense. After all, our little Su is beautiful and kind-hearted. It's normal that Comrade Wu would like her." Just as Su Miaojun was about to turn away, hearing the gossip turning against her, Bao Tsuetsue called her back. She looked a bit embarrassed and said, "Little Su, don't mind what I just said." "Sorry, sister. I was just being rude." Su Miaojun thought that after she and Wu Haifeng got their marriage license tomorrow, she might move out soon. There was no need to cause trouble with the people in the courtyard. She smiled and said, "I understand. But, Sister Tsuetsue, next time, please don't say things that could be misunderstood. Brother-in-law is a security officer for the committee. He often has to interact with everyone. If people who don't understand him and sister see these words, they might think he's not a good person. That could even cost him his job." Bao Tsuetsue heard this and loudly said, "Our Lao Pang is the most honest person." "I was just saying." Bao Tsuetsue slapped her own mouth. "I was just talking nonsense. Everyone knows Lao Pang is a retired soldier. He did a lot of good deeds before he retired. Being a security officer is well-deserved." "That's right, Sister Tsuetsue. It's getting late. I'll take the kids home first." Bao Tsuetsue nodded awkwardly. After Su Miaojun left with Su Huayu, Pang Dihai said to his wife, "Do you know who her boyfriend is?" "He's the director of the Public Security Bureau." "What?" Bao Tsuetsue couldn't help but scream in surprise. When she saw people looking around, she quickly covered her mouth. Pang Dihai sighed. His wife was good in many ways, but she was too narrow-minded. Whenever he talked to her about anything, whether work or personal matters, she would always overthink and ask endless questions. Last time, she falsely accused him of being involved with a woman who had her money stolen. The time before that, she accused a restaurant waitress. And before that, she asked, "If others find out what you said, what do you think they will think of me?" "I was just speaking casually," Bao Tsuetsue said, her face turning pale with fear. "Do you think they believe you just spoke casually? If they believe it, I'll be the one in trouble. If they don't believe it, you'll be the one who spread rumors." Seeing her worried and scared face, Pang Dihai didn't stop there. Instead, he continued, "In the end, we're the ones who will suffer. Even if you're not thinking about us, you should think about the kids." "I was wrong.
I didn't mean to do it," she said.
She was used to speaking casually. She just wanted Pang Dihai to explain himself, to tell everyone that he was her man, and no one else could get close. Her husband was so good, and could earn a lot of money. If she didn't keep a close eye on him, what if some other woman seduced him?
"Don't do that next time," he said.
Bao Tsuetsue nodded. "If I do it again, you can slap my face." Unaware of Su Miaojun's knowledge of her promise, Bao Tsuetsue took her daughter home, sat her on a stool, and crouched in front of her to ask, "Do you like Uncle Wu?" Su Huayu already had a good impression of Wu Haifeng. After hearing what Wu Haifeng said to her mother just now, her admiration grew. He was a man who could handle things. "I like him, but I like Mom more." Su Miaojun smiled and hugged her daughter. "Mom loves you the most, you are. Don't worry, Mom will protect you. Even if Mom marries Uncle Wu, you will always be number one in her heart." Hearing her mother's words, Su Huayu couldn't help but hold her tightly. In her past life, Su Huayu had lived alone and was never put first by anyone.
"Mom, I love you," she said.
"I love you too," her mother replied. After the mother and daughter finished fussing, they sat together eagerly to look at the wedding gift from Wu Haifeng to Su Miaojun. Su Miaojun opened the thick envelope and poured out its contents onto the table. Inside, there was a gold ring, a gold bracelet, a savings deposit slip for 1,000 yuan, and various tickets. Although these jewelry pieces and money are not much for Su Miaojun and Su Huayu now, they represent Wu Haifeng's sincerity to Su Miaojun. Currently, most families give between 20 to 50 yuan as bride price, and officials might give between 50 to 100 yuan. Some people, during the social movement to break old customs, even marry with no bride price. In this context, Wu Haifeng's gift is quite generous. Su Miaojun even wondered if this was all he had. But that's unlikely. Given his position, having only 1,000 yuan in savings would be strange. "Wow, so many tickets, Mom," Su Huayu said happily. The tickets Su Huayu and Su Miaojun needed most were these vouchers. Su Miaojun carefully laid out the vouchers Wu Haifeng gave her: grain tickets, food tickets, industrial product tickets, industrial coupons, and foreign exchange coupons, even a bicycle coupon she recently bought at a high price. Yes, so many tickets. No woman would dislike being appreciated by her partner, and Su Miaojun was no exception. After putting away the bride price, she turned to her daughter and asked, "Can I have a little something as a dowry?" "Yes. All for you and Mom." Su Miaojun lowered her head and pressed her forehead against her daughter's, saying, "No, it's all yours." Su Huayu looked at her mother with big, watery eyes. "It's all for you and Mom," she insisted. Su Miaojun hugged her daughter and said, "All right, everything we have is for you and your. As for the Hua family's things, they used to belong to me, but now they will belong to you. As for everything else, that's what you deserve." Su Huayu snuggled in her mother's arms and said, "We still have money." Su Miaojun nodded. "I've thought about it. Since we've told Uncle Wu about our status, it's okay to take out a little good stuff. The Hu family is well known as a major business family in the country." Su Miaojun managed to escape with some belongings, enough for her to live comfortably for a lifetime. She also and her daughter emptied the treasure room of the Hu family's old house. "But you can't take too much," Su Miaojun said seriously to Su Huayu. "Besides your mother, you can't take things from the space in front of anyone else. Do you understand? Even after we get married, you can't." Su Huayu nodded. "It's best not to tell your children either." Su Huayu nodded again. Apart from her mother, Su Huayu will keep the secret of the space for her whole life. Thinking carefully, Su Miaojun took out 3,000 yuan in cash from Su Huayu's space, plus 560 yuan they had been carrying, totaling 3,560 yuan. Her accessories included a watch her mother gave her before she passed away, a set of pearl jewelry, and a jade bracelet. The watch her mother bought for her was meant to be passed down to Su Huayu someday. Of course, these weren't her dowry. Her dowry consisted of 2 Hero brand pens, which were very valuable at that time. Besides that, Su Miaojun planned to buy clothes for Wu Haifeng and his 2 sons. That was everything. After taking out the items, Su Miaojun packed them separately. Thinking about the cash in Su Huayu's space, she said, "We still need to find a way to exchange all the money for gold." In Su Miaojun's view, gold is more practical than money. After all, silver notes turned into silver coins and then into renminbi only lasted a few decades, but gold remains in circulation forever. However, she was not familiar with the capital city yet, and even if she wanted to exchange money, she had no way to do it, so she had to put this idea aside for now. The next morning, when Su Miaojuan went to work at the factory, she brought Su Huayu with her. She had visited the kindergarten before yesterday's work shift and told the teacher she would bring her daughter today. Although she hadn't decided whether Su Huayu should attend the factory's kindergarten or Wu Haifeng's government kindergarten, bringing her daughter along was definitely the right choice. In fact, if it were possible, Su Huayu, who was already mature in mind, didn't want to go to kindergarten. But the main reason she went was to make her mother feel at ease. On her second day at work, Ding Ichio took a day off, and Su Miaojuan also asked for an extra hour off during her usual lunch break. When Wang Changliang heard that both Su Miaojuan and Ding Ichio had taken leave, his face looked a bit unhappy. What are you going to do during that extra hour at noon? Because Han Yongfu didn't manage many affairs. Most of the financial department's work fell on Wang Changliang. I'm going to get my marriage certificate, and I'll bring you some wedding candies this afternoon. Hearing this, Wang Changliang's displeasure gradually turned into surprise. Married? Yes. Su Miaojuan had already reported to her workplace and obtained an introduction letter, just waiting for the registration at noon. How can you take just an hour off? You should also have a day off today. Su Miaojuan smiled and said, No need, Liang. Wang Changliang waved his hand. Your reason is different. Getting married is a big deal. Actually, Wang Changliang likes Su Miaojuan quite a lot. Although she only worked for one day yesterday, she was very efficient. Thank you, Liang, Su Miaojuan said, not leaving immediately. She told Wang Changliang, but we agreed to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau at noon. There's still time. I want to finish my work first. Su Miaojuan valued her job very much. Haha, okay, Xiao Su is reliable. Before leaving an hour early at noon, Su Miaojuan finished her work very efficiently. Seeing her high efficiency, Wang Changliang canceled her leave for the day and counted her as a regular workday. When Su Miaojuan went to pick up Su Huayu from the factory kindergarten, Su Huayu was standing beside the teacher, boredly watching children fight. As soon as he saw Su Miaojuan appear at the kindergarten gate, Su Huayu instantly became lively and shouted to the teacher nearby, Teacher, my mom is here to pick me up, then go ahead. See you this afternoon. When Su Miaojuan sent her daughter to kindergarten in the morning, she had said she would pick her up an hour early. After Su Huayu heard this, he ran straight towards Su Miaojuan. When Su Miaojuan asked how her morning at kindergarten went, Su Huayu chose to tell her about the most interesting things he saw. Seeing her trusting smile, Su Huayu also felt happy. When they arrived at the factory gate riding bikes, Wu Haifeng was already waiting there with his brother Wu Lichuan, riding his bike. Uncle Wu, Su Huayu greeted politely. Meanwhile, the brothers Wu Lichuan and Wu Lifeng, who were with Wu Haifeng, also politely greeted Su Miaojuan. On the way to the Civil Affairs Bureau with his two sons, Wu Haifeng asked Su Miaojuan, Is there anything you want to buy? After we get the marriage certificate, I'll take you shopping. When they arrived at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau with the children, Su Miaojuan felt a little nervous. She had married Huiyu before, but she didn't have any official documents because she was only Huiyu's concubine, not his proper wife. So, this was actually her first time registering a marriage with a man. When they received the marriage certificate, Su Miaojuan and Wu Haifeng looked at the paper with the official seal, feeling a bit dazed. From now on, they were legally married. Do you want to take some photos? Wu Haifeng suddenly asked. Su Miaojuan didn't really want to, but seeing Wu Haifeng's excited eyes, she finally nodded in agreement. They took 2 photos, one of just Su Miaojuan and Wu Haifeng, and another of Su Miaojuan holding Su Huayu and Wu Haifeng embracing Wu Lichuan and Wu Lifeng. Wu Haifeng asked the photo studio to print 2 copies of the couple's photo and one of the family photo. After arranging a time to pick up the photos, Wu Haifeng happily pushed his bicycle and said, Comrade Su, what do you want to buy? Let's go shopping. He loved the feeling of being able to buy things for his wife. Su Miaojuan smiled and said, The tickets and certificates are at home. Let's go back first. When Wu Haifeng heard this, his eyes fixed on her, and a smile crept up his lips without him noticing. She said, Let's go home. Why are you laughing? Su Miaojuan asked softly. Going home is really nice. After saying this, Wu Haifeng suddenly stood still and looked at Su Miaojun, saying, "Are you still working this afternoon?" Su Miaojun shook her head. "The people in the office know I'm on leave today because I got married." Wu Haifeng's eyes lit up and he said, "Then why wait? Let's move in today with you." Wu Haifeng's way of knowing Su Miaojun was very different from how others usually knew her. From the very beginning, he was direct, so much so that Su Miaojun felt a bit overwhelmed. Su Miaojun admitted she wasn't prepared for this. Seeing Su Miaojun look like she was frightened, Wu Haifeng shyly touched his hair and said, "I just think. Well, we both have the day off today, but if you're not comfortable, it's okay." Anyway, his wife was already his and he couldn't lose her. Thinking of this, Wu Haifeng smiled at Su Miaojun again. "I didn't mean it like that." Su Miaojun wanted to wait a couple of days, but since they were married and living together, it was only a matter of time. Also, Hui's people were still looking for her and Huayu in the capital. If they moved into the police compound earlier, it would be safer. "I just paid a month's rent for the new place." Hearing that Su Miaojun hesitated because of this, Wu Haifeng immediately said, "No problem. I'll talk to your landlord about it later. Come on, let's go home and move the stuff." Wu Haifeng looked so excited that he seemed like a young boy. He originally wanted to borrow a car, but Su Miaojun stopped him just in time. She and Su Huayu didn't have many belongings, and 2 bicycles were enough to carry everything. Fortunately, their bedroom was tidy enough to see, or it would have been a hassle. After returning to the crowded courtyard, Wu Haifeng went to organize the kitchen's food and dishes. Although Su Miaojun and Su Huayu had only been there a few days, they initially planned to stay long-term, so the kitchen was well stocked. Wu Haifeng packed all the pots, bowls, and utensils into a bamboo basket in the corner, which took him only about 10 minutes. While he was tidying the kitchen, Su Miaojun packed her and Su Huayu's clothes and the valuable items they had brought out into a suitcase. The 2 quilts on the bed had already been changed into one the night after Su Miaojun moved in, sewn from the most common fabric they bought in Shanghai, so they didn't stand out. The quilts had already been packed, and now the mother and daughter were covering themselves with 2 fairly common blankets. When Wu Haifeng came in, he placed the blanket inside the quilt, folded the quilt in half, rolled it up, and tied it securely. Wu Haifeng was very capable. Su Huayu even thought he could do anything. Su Miaojun didn't need Su Huayu, so Su Huayu just followed behind Wu Haifeng like a little tail. He watched him extend the back seat of his bicycle with a piece of wood, then saw him load and secure his suitcase and bamboo basket. Not only that, Wu Haifeng also wrapped the rolled-up mattress around the already tied suitcase and basket, tying everything together. How did he manage to do all this? Su Huayu looked at Wu Haifeng's bicycle, which had carried so much, and felt a bit sorry for it. Su Miaojun was also stunned by Wu Haifeng's work. She had planned to go with him, but he had tied all his things onto his bike. "Go ahead and eat nearby first. I'll go home, put things down, and then come find you." Su Miaojun looked at Wu Haifeng with some concern. "Are you really okay?" She worried that the bike was overloaded and might break apart halfway. "It's fine." He had carried more on his bike before. Actually, bikes can hold more than we think. After seeing Wu Haifeng leave, Su Miaojun turned to the 3 children beside her and asked, "What do you want to eat?" Wu Lijiang said without hesitation, "Meat. I love meat." Wu Lichuan looked at his younger brother and silently nodded. "Mom, I also love meat." Su Huayu was also a meat lover. She habitually held her mom's hand. When Wu Lijiang tried to reach out and hold Su Miaojun's other hand, he looked at his dark little paw and his very white hand, about to withdraw in hesitation, but Su Miaojun held it. Wu Lijiang looked at his dark little hand in Su Miaojun's grip and looked up at her blankly. Seeing her smile, Wu Lijiang's small face also lit up with a big smile. "This new mom is so nice. She doesn't dislike me." "Mom, I also love meat." When Wu Lijiang called out, "Mom," to Su Miaojun, not only did she freeze in surprise, but Wu Lichuan also looked at his brother in disbelief. Isn't he supposed to call her auntie? Why did he suddenly call her mom? Su Miaojun paused for a moment, then smiled and said to Wu Lijiang, "Okay, let's go eat meat." After saying that, She didn't forget Wu Lichuan beside her. Xiao Chuan, let's go. Although Wu Lichuan no longer strongly opposed Su Miaojun becoming his stepmother, he still felt a bit strange calling her mom. When they went to eat beef noodles, Wu Lichuan watched his brother and Su Huayu both call her mom, but he couldn't bring himself to say Annie. He felt that if he said auntie, it would seem like they weren't really family. But he couldn't say mom either. In the end, he said nothing, just lowered his head and ate. After finishing, he quietly whispered, "Thank you," to Su Miaojun. He thought he spoke so softly that she wouldn't hear, but after he finished, Su Miaojun smiled and said, "You're welcome." When the four of them were about to go home, Su Miaojun bought 6 large meat buns from the restaurant. When she and the children returned to the crowded courtyard, some idle aunts and older women smiled and said to her, "Little Su, your husband is really hardworking. Men should be diligent, and you have good eyes." Yesterday, after Su Miaojun announced she would get the marriage certificate today, almost everyone in the nearby alleys knew that the beautiful single mother had gotten married again. Although Su Miaojun was a bit confused by the compliments from the older women, she still smiled and responded before taking the children home. When she arrived at her door, she understood why they said that. While having lunch with her 3 children, Wu Haifeng quickly moved her and the children's luggage back home, then rode his bike back immediately. He didn't look for Su Miaojun and the kids, but took this time to thoroughly clean the 2 rooms she rented, inside and out. Su Miaojun and the children stood at the door, watching Wu Haifeng, sweat soaking his shirt. For the first time, she felt that getting married might not be so bad. Wu Haifeng was very happy when he saw that Su Miaojun had brought him food. He had to admit it felt really good to be thought of. Su Miaojun watched Wu Haifeng eat 2 or 3 buns at a time and finish all 6 large meat buns in just a few minutes. She was a bit stunned and asked, "Aren't you choking?" She even poured him a glass of water. He replied, "No, I'm not choking," but he looked a little unsatisfied, as if he hadn't eaten enough. "Are you not full yet?" Su Miaojun wondered if she had sensed Wu Haifeng's feelings and asked. Wu Haifeng didn't hide anything from Su Miaojun and smiled, saying, "I have a big appetite. Maybe 10 more dishes would be enough." Su Miaojun was shocked and opened her mouth wide. "Aren't you full?" Wu Haifeng shook his head. "In the future, our family needs to stock more food. I think when these 2 kids grow up, they won't eat less than me." Su Miaojun replied, "Okay." With such an appetite, Su Miaojun already worried about how to survive the years of food shortage in her previous life. Including Wu Haifeng and their 2 children, the food in Su Huayu's space could only last 5 people for about 5 years, if they ate normally. In her past life, Su Miaojun passed away in 1961 during a severe famine caused by natural disasters. She didn't know how long this situation continued after her death, so she wasn't sure if the food in her daughter's space was enough. Moreover, even if Su Miaojun and Wu Haifeng got married, she wouldn't share her daughter's secret. So, the food issue could only be handled carefully. She couldn't recklessly move food outside and cause suspicion, especially not to Wu Haifeng and his children. Honestly, her own safety was more important than her daughter's. Some things needed to be prepared early. Also, Su Miaojun believed that both she and Wu Haifeng had jobs. Wu Haifeng held a relatively high position, so they should be capable of guiding the children through any crisis. When Wu Haifeng rode his bike back to the public security compound with the children and Su Miaojun, he never stopped smiling. Although he sometimes showed a bit of recklessness in front of Su Miaojun, he appeared calm and reliable in front of others. The public security compound where Wu Haifeng worked was a renovated courtyard from the East City 4 courtyards. Because of his high rank, he had a private yard. When they passed the security gate, they handed out the pre-bought candies to the guards and introduced Su Miaojun and Su Huayu to them. The strict security at the gate gave Su Miaojun a lot of reassurance. At least she could leave her daughter inside without worrying about someone like Huayu suddenly appearing to take her away. With this sense of security, Su Miaojun felt much more relaxed. On the way home, Wu Haifeng introduced her to the neighbors and colleagues he had met by chance. Su Miaojun no longer felt nervous. She also liked the house Wu Haifeng had chosen for them. The yard was small but private and independent. Outside the gate was a long corridor and a small garden, which had been turned into vegetable plots for 2 households. There was a pavilion with a stone table and benches at the northwest corner near the North Moon Cave gate. Wu Haifeng took out the key and opened the door. His brothers, Wu Lichuan, ran inside first. Su Huayu stood curiously beside her mother, looking around. Although their previous courtyard was nice, the renovated courtyard was even better. "This key is yours," Wu Haifeng said, handing a key to Su Miaojuan while lifting her bicycle over the threshold. Su Miaojuan couldn't help but touch the new key in her hand. This would be their home from now on. Do you like the new house?" Wu Haifeng asked, smiling as he looked at Su Huayu, who was standing nearby and looking around curiously. Su Huayu nodded her head loudly and said, "I like it." The yard of the new house wasn't empty. Besides the main house facing south with 3 rooms, there were 2 western wing rooms. When entering from the east gate, which was their front door, it faced the second western wing room. There was also a toilet in the southeast corner, which looked like a recent addition. Although the vegetable garden outside belonged to their family, Wu Haifeng had also cleared a patch of land inside the yard, which was now full of lush vegetables. Su Huayu secretly looked at Wu Haifeng, surprised that he was good at farming. On the south side of the yard, there was a lush vegetable patch, and in the southwest corner, a sturdy jujube tree. Outside the east window of the main house's bedroom, there was a tall persimmon tree. Near the wall, there was a small blue stone pond, probably built later. "Where else do you want to see? Daddy will hold you and show you," Wu Haifeng said. When Wu Haifeng held her up, Su Huayu felt like she was soaring into the sky. She hugged Wu Haifeng's neck tightly and looked around, sighing, "It's so high. Ha ha ha, look, Mom is shorter than us." Su Miaojuan looked at Wu Haifeng, who was holding her daughter and smiling at her. She couldn't help but smile back. "Yes, I am shorter than you all. Dad, I want to hold her too." Wu Lijiang ran out of the north room and hurried over to Wu Haifeng, reaching out his hand. Wu Haifeng firmly held Su Huayu in one arm and easily lifted Wu Lijiang from the ground with his other hand. Wu Lichuan came out of the room and saw the scene. He looked at his father holding his younger brother and Su Huayu, and at Su Miaojuan smiling nearby. He silently pressed his lips together and watched them quietly. "Xiao Chuan," Su Miaojuan called out happily when she saw Wu Lichuan standing at the door, waving to him. But Wu Lichuan only glanced at her and turned to walk back inside. "Go see Xiao Chuan." Su Miaojuan understood that this child was sensitive, especially since he was the oldest and already knew what had happened. Wu Haifeng looked at his eldest son disappearing at the door and smiled to himself. "It's okay. Boys are not that petty." Su Miaojuan watched Wu Haifeng, who was holding the 2 children and spinning around in the yard, feeling helpless and not knowing what to say. When she turned around and saw Wu Lichuan reappear in the main hall, dismantling her luggage, she walked over. "Do you need help?" Su Miaojuan asked with a smile, looking at Wu Lichuan, who was holding scissors and trying to cut the string. Wu Lichuan quickly put away the scissors and instinctively explained, "I wasn't cutting your luggage, Su Miaojuan crouched beside Wu Lichuan, took the scissors from his hand, and said, "You want to help me open the luggage, right?" Wu Lichuan looked at Su Miaojuan, who was not misunderstanding him, and nodded. "Thank you, Xiao Chuan." Wu Lichuan looked at Su Miaojuan, who suddenly thanked him, and for a moment, he felt a little flustered. "I know you're a good kid." When Su Miaojuan came in and said this, Wu Lichuan, who was about to be misunderstood, suddenly had tears in his eyes. Su Miaojuan saw Wu Lichuan take the candy and was about to stand up when she realized that his hand was holding onto her pants. "Annie, looking at Wu Lichuan, a boy who looked smaller than most 6-year-olds, she spoke softly, "Yes, you can tell me. Can I call you Mom?" When Wu Lichuan said the word Mom, it almost seemed to disappear from his lips. He had called his mother Mom before, but since their mother abandoned them, every time he saw her in the village, he wanted to call her, but she would scold him. His mother's current husband didn't like them, and he didn't like their mother being involved with them. After being scolded a few times, Wu Lichuan stopped calling her that. The word, Mom, was very hard for Wu Lichuan to say. When he managed to call her Mom, he felt so ashamed he wanted to find a hole to hide in. He felt like a little beggar on the street, begging for something that didn't really belong to him. Su Miaojuan's gentle and firm answer interrupted Wu Lichuan's thoughts of shame and hurt. He looked up at her in disbelief and saw her smiling as she said, "You are my son, and I am your mom." She gently patted Wu Lichuan's small head. As her hand touched his head, tears suddenly fell from Wu Lichuan's eyes. He threw himself into Su Miaojuan's arms. She sat down on the ground but caught him steadily. Listening to his choking sobs, Su Miaojuan gently patted his thin back and said, "Yes, I am your mom." The warmth between them lasted less than 10 seconds before Wu Lijiang ran into the yard, leaned over, and asked his brother, "Did you cry, brother?" Wu Lichuan. He buried his red, tear-streaked face in Su Miaojuan's shoulder and refused to look up, but his voice was stubborn. "No." Seeing his brother bury his head even more tightly and turn his little head around anxiously, Wu Lijiang couldn't see his brother's crying face and said, "I think I heard you crying." "I didn't cry. You are just." Su Miaojuan looked at Wu Lijiang, who had no sense of awareness, and said with a smile, "Your brother didn't cry." Seeing that her own mother also said the same, Wu Lijiang finally nodded half-heartedly, then happily hugged Su Miaojuan and said, "Mom, hug me too." Su Miaojuan helplessly embraced Wu Lijiang, looking at Wu Haifeng at the door holding his daughter, and smiled helplessly. Wu Haifeng, at this moment, looked at the mother and children sitting on the ground, feeling happier than ever before. Su Miaojuan knew Wu Lichuan was young but cared about his pride, so she asked Wu Haifeng to take Su Huayu away after calming Wu Lichuan down. Just as Su Miaojuan stood up with Wu Lichuan, Wu Lijiang peeked out from her bedroom, saw her brother's red eyes from crying and smiled. "Haha, I told you cried." "No, I just got my eyes red from the wind." "Ha ha ha, big brother is a crybaby, Wu Lichuan is a crybaby." "Very good." Wu Lijiang's words made Wu Lichuan stop feeling sad. The two brothers turned the yard into a battlefield, starting a chasing and hitting game. "The sky is blue, the grass is green, I have a night-crying boy at home. Wu Lichuan is a night-crying boy, ha." Shut up. "I didn't cry." Su Miaojuan watched the two brothers rolling in the yard and said to Wu Haifeng, who was holding her daughter and watching the fun, "Aren't you going to stop them?" "It's fine. As long as no arms or legs are broken, boys are tough." Su Miaojuan. The yard was lively with fighting, while Wu Haifeng held Su Huayu in one arm and carried his suitcase with the other, heading east. "Put Yuer down, he's heavy." "He's not heavy." Su Huayu heard Wu Haifeng praise her for being light, tilted her small head, and was about to smile, but Wu Haifeng continued, "Not even as heavy as a winter melon." Su Huayu's small face froze for a moment at Wu Haifeng's comparison. "Is that really a good way to describe her?" "Haha." Su Miaojuan noticed her daughter's expression and said with a smile, "There's no need to compare girls to winter melons." Wu Haifeng casually placed Su Huayu on the bed in the east room, ruffled her messy hair proudly, and said, "Well, winter melons aren't as pretty as our Yuer." Su Huayu looked at her new father and didn't know what to say. She thought he was more beautiful than a winter melon, but she didn't feel proud of that, was she? "This is our house. The capital gets very cold in winter, so sleeping on the Kong heated bed keeps us warm." Su Miaojuan nodded. She had slept on a Kong when she was little, but it was a long time ago, and she almost couldn't remember that part of her childhood. "I've tidied up the other things. If you don't like anything, feel free to change it. Just tell me." After finishing, Wu Haifeng looked at Su Huayu sitting by the Kong and said to Su Miaojuan, "By the way, does Yuer still wet the bed at night?" Su Huayu. "I don't wet the bed, she doesn't wet the bed." Mother and daughter Su Huayu and Su Miaojuan said in unison, but Su Huayu's voice was louder and more angry. To prove her innocence, her voice had to be strong. Okay, you don't wet the bed," Wu Haifeng said with a smile, looking at the angry Su Huayu. "Who wets the bed?" Wu Lijiang, who had just run in after a fight in the yard, heard someone wet the bed and hurried over to ask. Su Huayu looked at Wu Lijiang and suddenly understood how Wu Lichuan had felt earlier. Carefree Wu Lijiang could sometimes be a bit annoying. "Dad said you wet the bed." After saying this, Su Huayu looked at Wu Lijiang, whose eyes suddenly widened. She blinked curiously. Could she have guessed right? I only wet the bed sometimes, Wu Lijiang said loudly. I won't wet the bed anymore. Humph. If you wet the bed again, I'll send you to live in the doghouse. Wu Lichuan was still angry at his younger brother. Wu Lijiang made a funny face at his brother and said, hee hee, now there's no doghouse at home, hee hee. Did we have a doghouse before? Su Huayu asked casually. She liked puppies very much. Yes, before, if my brother and I wet our pants and misbehaved, my aunt would send us to sleep in the doghouse. It smelled bad, but it was very warm. Wu Lijiang's careless words just now touched a sensitive spot in Wu Haifeng. Wu Lijiang looked at his suddenly changing father and instinctively moved closer to Su Miaojuan. Even Wu Lichuan shifted toward her as well. In fact, they didn't know this father very well, since they had only been around him for a few days, and his cold expression was really frightening. In Wu Lijiang's imagination, he was even scarier than the fiercest dog in their village. Dad, Su Huayu also felt a bit scared of Wu Haifeng now. Coming out of a dangerous situation, no one was easy to mess with. You scared us. Wu Haifeng clenched his fists silently when he heard Su Huayu, but he also calmed his anger. He looked at Wu Lichuan and his brother, who were hiding behind Su Miaojuan, and spoke nervously to her and the children. Sorry. Then he waved at Wu Lichuan and his brother and asked, you said your big sister would send you to the doghouse when you wet the bed or misbehaved. When did that start? Wu Lijiang peeked out from behind Su Miaojuan, but still held tightly to her clothes and said, I don't know. He had been sleeping in the doghouse since he could remember. Actually, he quite liked it there. When we were little, Wu Lichuan finished and looked at his brother. He was about 1 year old. Is it only you guys or all the kids in the family? Only us, Wu Lichuan said, feeling a bit uncomfortable himself. Yeah, it seemed like only the 2 brothers had ever slept in the doghouse. Su Miaojuan looked at Wu Haifeng, who was clenching his teeth tightly. She reached out and held his hard fist, softer than stone.
Wu
Haifeng, don't do this. He slowly opened his clenched fist, gently patted Su Miaojuan's hand, and took a deep breath. Okay, it's nothing, Wu Haifeng said, though it was unclear whether he was speaking to himself or to Wu Lichuan and his brother. He waved at Wu Lichuan and his brother. After hesitating for a moment, Wu Lichuan pulled his brother and went to his father. Wu Haifeng hugged the children and carried them onto the Kong, a traditional heated bed, sitting together with Su Huayu. At this moment, Su Huayu looked at Wu Lichuan and his brother with visible concern and tenderness. Perhaps because they are too young, or because no one has taught them proper values since childhood, they do not realize they have been mistreated. Xiao Chuan, can you tell me about your life back home? What kind of life? Like what you eat, what you wear, and where you live? Wu Lichuan replied, usually we. While Wu Lichuan was speaking, Su Miaojuan wanted to help her daughter avoid the topic because she felt this was a family secret of the Wu family. However, Wu Haifeng never allowed Su Miaojuan to take Su Huayu away. So, she sat quietly with her daughter, listening to Wu Lichuan talk about life at home with Wu Lijiang. The more Su Miaojuan listened, the more she felt sorry for the brothers. She seemed to see herself after her mother passed away, living in the Feng family, where life was so hard it was worse than living with a dog. But when Su Miaojuan was in the Feng family, because of her cruel father's indulgence, she was openly bullied. In contrast, Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang, because their biological father was absent and their mother remarried someone from the same village who had a bad relationship with the Wu family, were not well treated at home. According to the words of Wu Haishan's wife, who is called the eldest lady by Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang, these years they hadn't let the 2 children go hungry, which was their way of showing gratitude to Wu Haifeng. After Wu Haifeng heard Wu Lichuan finish speaking, his eyes turned red with anger. I gave them money. Almost all the money I earned over the years went to them. Or, more precisely, the blood and sweat money Wu Haifeng earned after the founding of the country was mostly given to his family. He knew he couldn't be with them all the time, so he gave all his money freely, just to make life better for his family and to ensure his wife and children could live well. But in the end, he was betrayed by his wife's infidelity and his children were neglected and mistreated at home. Su Miaojuan didn't know how to comfort Wu Haifeng, But suddenly she understood why Wu Haishan seemed so weak when she saw him before. He was tightly controlled by his wife. Moreover, he probably also knew that the family had not treated Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang well over the years. When the brothers found out, he left after just one night and hurried back to his hometown, likely worried that his younger brother would learn the truth about how the family had mistreated Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang all these years. Wu Haifeng's mood was very low, and Wu Lijiang couldn't hold back his tears and started crying loudly. Su Miaojuan saw Wu Lijiang crying helplessly and gently held him in her arms. She also moved closer and hid herself in Su Miaojuan's embrace. Looking at Wu Lichuan, who was silently crying while biting his lip, Su Miaojuan was about to say something when she heard Wu Lichuan, looking a little scared, ask his father, "Dad, did we do something wrong?" Wu Lichuan's words made Wu Haifeng's eyes fill with tears, and Su Miaojuan's nose also felt a sudden sting. "It's not your fault." Wu Haifeng sighed regretfully and hugged Wu Lichuan. "It's my fault." He trusted his parents and brothers too much, believing that family should stick together. He worked hard outside to serve the country and bring honor to the family. He thought they would take good care of his wife and children at home. But he was just dreaming. Because of that, his 2 children had been bullied for many years. "I'm the one who is wrong." For a while, the brothers Wu Lijiang and Wu Lichuan cried loudly in the house. After some time, their crying gradually turned into sniffles. Wu Haifeng exhaled deeply, feeling tired. As he was about to say something to comfort the children, Wu Lijiang, hungry and crying, peeked out from Su Miaojuan's arms with a messy face and said eagerly, "Mommy, I'm hungry again." Su Miaojuan wiped Wu Lijiang's face, which looked like a little flower cat from crying, and said, "Mommy will get you a piece of peach pastry to eat, okay?" When Wu Lijiang heard there was peach pastry, he immediately brightened up and said happily, "Okay. Mommy, I love peach pastry the most. All right, I'll get it for you. Does anyone else want some?" Wu Lichuan, who was being held by Wu Haifeng, quietly raised his little hand. He was also hungry. Seeing that both children knew they were hungry, Su Miaojuan knew that their fear had passed. Wu Haifeng, who had just been preparing to reassure the children that he wouldn't let them be bullied again, watched as his wife took the 2 children out to get the peach pastries. "Dad, put me down." Wu Haifeng looked at Su Huayu, who was sitting by the bed and reaching out her hands to him. He walked over and picked her up into his arms. Wu Haifeng looked at Su Huayu in his arms. "You will be a good dad." Wu Haifeng's eyes warmed up, and he nodded, speaking to his little daughter in his arms. "I will be a good dad." Su Huayu sat on the steps with brothers Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang, who had just washed their hands and faces. One of them was nibbling on a piece of peach pastry. Watching the brothers eat happily and carefully, Su Huayu quietly broke her piece of peach pastry into 2 and handed them to Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang. "Eat it yourself, sister. Are you really giving this to me?" Both brothers spoke at the same time, but their meanings were very different. Wu Lichuan looked at Wu Lijiang, who was reaching for the pastry, and said angrily, "That belongs to sister." "Sister wants to give it to me," Wu Lijiang said sadly. "Eat it, I'm full," Su Huayu said, placing 1 piece into each brother's hand. Then she patted their shoulders and said, "Don't worry, from now on we are family. I will take care of you." The brothers, Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang, looked at each other silently. If they remembered correctly, they were the older brothers. How could the older brothers be protected by their little sister? And she was so young. "We are brothers, and we will protect you," Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang said together, rare for them to speak in unison. While Su Miaojuan was tidying up the beds in the west room for the children, she listened to the children's innocent chatter outside the window. She looked at Wu Haifeng, who was silently working nearby, and gently pressed his hand that was hitting the pillow, saying, "Stop hitting, or the pillow will tear." Wu Haifeng quietly released his grip on the pillow. "I want to talk to you about something," Su Miaojuan said. He nodded and asked, "What is it?" "Today, after we got the marriage certificate, I wanted to ask if we could send 20 yuan to our hometown every month." In today's world, 20 yuan a month was a significant amount in the city, let alone in the countryside. But after hearing what their children said, Wu Haifeng didn't want to give that money anymore. It was better that he hadn't gone back to confront them directly. What about now? Su Miaojun asked, looking at Wu Haifeng, who looked discouraged. I think 20 yuan a year is enough now. What do you think? Since they were now a married couple, Wu Haifeng earned half of what Su Miaojun did, so this matter naturally needed her approval. Su Miaojun had no objections.
All right.
From 20 yuan a month to 20 yuan a year, this is a very big change. After receiving Su Miaojun's reply, Wu Haifeng looked at the west bedroom and asked, check if there's anything else we need to buy for you. Su Huayu and Wu Lichuan, the brothers, sleep in the same room, which is the west bedroom of the north house. The children sleep in the west bedroom, which is different from the east bedroom where Su Miaojun and Wu Haifeng sleep. The east bedroom has a Kong bed aligned east-west near the window, with a stove for boiling water in the main hall. The west bedroom's Kong is aligned north-south and is much larger, connected to the kitchen stove in the west wing. In the west bedroom, near the window on the north side, there are 2 cabinets flush with the window. The top has 2 drawers for miscellaneous items, and the bottom can hold bedding and clothes. Wu Haifeng specially ordered these cabinets to be made before Wu Lichuan's children arrived. Their bedding is placed close to the cabinets. Su Huayu also has a new set of bedding, bought by Wu Haifeng yesterday, with big pink flowers, placed on the south side. I ordered a cabinet for Yuer similar to those 2. When it's ready, I'll put it under the south window for her. What do you think? Su Miaojun nodded, then thought for a moment and said, maybe we should put up a curtain in the middle. After all, Yuer is still a little girl. Even though she is only 3 years old, Su Miaojun still hopes to give her a relatively private space. No problem. I'll find 2 nails to hang a curtain in the middle. When they grow older, I might just divide this west room with a wall. Seeing that Wu Haifeng not only didn't mind her being busy but also agreed with her idea, Su Miaojun smiled and said, that should be enough. All right, then check what else we need to buy at home. I'll take you around the yard later, and then get everything ready. Wu Haifeng thought that as a man, life could be rough, but since there are 2 women at home, we must have the necessary things. Su Miaojun smiled and said, good. We also need to tell Sister One that I won't rent anymore. As for tonight, let's cook something nice at home to celebrate our wedding. Wu Haifeng listened to her plans and smiled. All right, it's all up to you. The area of the public security courtyard is really not small. The large courtyard has a cafeteria. If you don't want to cook or don't have time, you can go there to eat. There is also a public bathhouse and a hot water room, which are shared facilities, although currently there are fewer options available. The health clinic, kindergarten, and elementary school for children are nearby, about a 10-minute walk from their home. The kindergarten in the courtyard is quite good, and both Dechuan and Xiaozhong go there. Do you want Yuer to also go to school with them? After Wu Haifeng finished speaking, Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang immediately said in unison, Mom, we will take good care of our little sister. Su Miaojun also felt a bit interested. She looked at her daughter and asked, Yuer, do you want to go to school with your brothers? Su Huayu nodded. Yes. Compared to the factory-run kindergarten, Su Huayu actually prefers the courtyard kindergarten a little more. Of course, Su Huayu mainly liked the environment of the courtyard kindergarten, and also because Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang were with her, she didn't feel so lonely. She had previously said she would look after Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang, and it wasn't just words. Okay, then you can go to kindergarten with your brothers tomorrow. Is that all right? Yes, the 3 of them replied in unison. After touring the public security courtyard, Su Miaojun and Wu Haifeng returned to the big alley. Coincidentally, as they brought the children over, they ran into Sherwan, who was coming home from work. When Sherwan heard that Su Miaojun and Wu Haifeng had registered their marriage today and moved out, she felt a bit regretful. Although Su Miaojun and her daughter hadn't stayed long at their house, Sherwan really liked them. Sister Wan, I broke my promise this time. I won't need the rent. As soon as Su Miaojun finished speaking, Sherwan immediately replied, No way. You've only stayed a few days. If I take your money, wouldn't it be like stealing? Sherwan took 8 yuan out of her pocket and handed it to Su Miaojun, saying, Let's treat this as family visiting. You can keep this money. Sister Wan, about this money. Take it. In the future, Bring Yu Air back off into play. Sherwon pressed Su Miaojuan's hand, not allowing her to return the money. Su Miaojuan didn't refuse anymore. She was thinking that if there were any benefits from the factory later, she wanted to give some to Sherwon. Since she brought her daughter to the capital, she has met many kind people. Su Miaojuan has started to like the city. Before leaving Sherjuan's house, Su Miaojuan left plenty of wedding candies. Not only at Sherjuan's home, but also with anyone she knew, she gave out wedding candies from Wu Haifeng and herself. Of course, besides acquaintances they met by chance in the alleyways and courtyards, Su Miaojuan and Wu Haifeng also specially visited the neighborhood committee and Wang Fingji's home to deliver candies. Su Miaojuan and Su Huayu have received a lot of help settling in the capital. The candies she gave were heartfelt, and she truly wanted to share this happy news with everyone. People at the neighborhood committee genuinely felt happy for her that she married Wu Haifeng. They didn't think she was trying to climb up. They believed it was her destiny and that the two of them were a good match. After all, how could it be that Su Miaojuan saved Wu Haifeng's two children at the train station among so many people? Having accepted everyone's blessings, Su Miaojuan and Wu Haifeng left the alley and took the children to the department store. All the money and tickets were in Su Miaojuan's hands, so she bought new clothes and shoes for the whole family of 5. Since today was their big celebration day, she bought Wu Haifeng a dark blue Zhongshan suit, and Su Miaojuan wore a red dress with white polka dots. They tried on their new clothes but didn't take them off. They just wore them. Besides clothes, Su Miaojuan also bought a sewing machine. Nowadays, mending clothes is common, and having a sewing machine at home makes it easier. Su Miaojuan also knew how to make clothes herself. Before leaving the department store, she bought a porcelain basin with the character Double Happiness on it. They entered the store empty-handed but came out carrying lots of things. Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang were the happiest. They didn't expect to have new clothes to wear again. Since coming to the capital, they had 3 new outfits, something they had never experienced before. After leaving the department store, Su Miaojuan followed Wu Haifeng to the vegetable market to buy a basket of ingredients. She had already planned what to cook for the evening. A family was happily walking home after shopping when they unexpectedly ran into their neighbors and a person named Su Huayu, whom they didn't expect to see here. Let her go. Wu Haifeng was about to introduce his neighbors to Su Miaojuan when he saw a young boy, who looked quite handsome, run over and shout loudly at them. When Su Huayu saw Lu Zhongbai, a person she had briefly met on the train, she was stunned. As Lu Zhongbai pushed away Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang and grabbed her hand to pull her closer, she instinctively asked, "Why are you here?" "Don't play with them." Lu Zhongbai looked serious as he stared at Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang, who had fallen to the ground. "They are," Su Huayu wanted to explain. Wu Lichuan angrily got up from the ground and ran toward Lu Zhongbai, shouting, "Let go of my sister. She is my sister." Lu Zhongbai refused to back down. "She is our sister too." Wu Lijiang also got up. As the two brothers lunged toward Lu Zhongbai, he let go of Su Huayu's hand and fought back. Just as Su Huayu was almost accidentally hurt, a stranger suddenly swooped in and caught her in his arms. "How dare you hit my uncle? I'll fight you." Another small boy, about Wu Lijiang's age, joined the battle. What can Su Huayu say about the scene in front of her? It was chaos, a real mess. Meanwhile, a 2-year-old little boy wanted to rush in to help but was held back by a man who also held his stomach, saying, "You're too young. If you go in, you'll only get hurt." Hearing this, Su Huayu silently turned to look at the stranger holding her. Was he serious about what he said? If he was about the same age as Wu Lichuan and the others, then he didn't care? Shouldn't they be quickly separating these 4 children now? Wu Haifeng, like the man holding Su Huayu, showed no intention of intervening. Instead, he even pulled Su Miaojuan aside, deliberately avoiding the battlefield, and came over to Su Huayu. The adults seemed unaware of the chaos among the 4 children behind them. Wu Haifeng stopped his bike, held Su Huayu, and introduced her to the man. "Old Ji, let me introduce you. This is my wife, Su Miaojuan, and my daughter, Su Huayu." Ji Dehui smiled and said, "Hello." After Wu Haifeng introduced Su Miaojuan and Su Huayu, He then introduced Ji Dehue, who was holding a child. "This is old Ji Dehue. He's my comrade in arms, and also my colleague. And this is comrade Lu Jianwei, old Ji's wife." Lu Jianwei smiled, shook hands with Su Miaojuan, and said, "Hello, comrade Su. Our home is right behind yours, so from now on we'll be neighbors." As Su Miaojuan smiled and nodded, the situation with the children behind them became clear. Wu Lijiang and Ji Huayang, the two younger ones, were pulling each other's hair and ears, their legs tangled as they rolled on the ground. On top of them was Wu Lichuan, whose arm had been twisted back, and sitting on Wu Lichuan's back was Lu Zhongbai. The four children were piled up like a stack of blocks. Apart from Lu Zhongbai's loud cries, they were finally separated with the help of the adults. "Zhongbai, do you know this little girl?" Lu Jianwei held back her restless younger brother and asked. "She's my sister." Lu Jianwei frowned slightly. His sister? How could she, as the eldest, not know about this? Afraid of a misunderstanding, Su Miaojuan quickly explained, "We met comrade Lu Zhongbai on the train. He got along very well with our Huayu during the trip. So they only knew each other from that encounter, with no family ties at all." Su Miaojuan hadn't expected to see Lu Zhongbai again here in the public security compound. Lu Jianwei suddenly understood and smiled. "So that's it. The little sister my brother kept talking about after coming home was actually Huayu." Looking at Su Huayu, who was quietly nestled in Wu Haifeng's arms, Lu Jianwei thought to herself that this little girl really was as pretty as a doll. Her younger brother had never had siblings to play with, so it wasn't surprising that he became fond of this little girl, especially since she was so lovable. "Comrade Su, you don't know this, but my little brother even wanted our parents to send someone to look for you." At the time, the Lu family thought Zhongbai was just throwing a tantrum for the first time, but it turned out he truly liked this little girl. Lu Zhongbai's eyes never left Su Huayu. Looking at her, he said softly, "I've been looking for you for a long time." Su Miaojuan watched Lu Zhongbai, who was staring at her daughter, furrow his brows unconsciously. She felt that this child was not only bossy and difficult to get along with, but also seemed a bit stubborn. "Why didn't you wait for me on the train?" Su Huayu looked at Lu Zhongbai, who was questioning her, and didn't quite know how to answer. They had just met on the train and played casually. Why did she suddenly get the impression that he was abandoning her completely? Because we were going different ways. Su Huayu thought children could be very hard to please, especially a kid like Lu Zhongbai. "If you want to go home, Mom and I are also going home," she said, hugging her father's neck and looking at Lu Zhongbai. "We're going home now. You should go home too." "I don't wanna." Lu Zhongbai took a few steps forward in front of Wu Haifeng and Su Miaojuan. "I want to go home with you." "Huh?" Wu Haifeng looked at the little boy in front of him. Was he this familiar with everyone? But that wasn't even the most familiar. Lu Zhongbai looked at Wu Haifeng and Su Miaojuan and said, "Adopt me. I can take your last name." It wasn't Wu Haifeng and Su Miaojuan, who had just happily become parents again, who shouted loudly, but Lu Jianwei and the brothers Wu Lichuan, who stood behind Lu Zhongbai and had just been hit by him. "That's not possible." Lu Zhongbai turned his head to Lu Jianwei and said, "Go back and tell Lu Hai and the others that I won't be their son anymore." Wu Haifeng, "Don't say that." He thought Lu Jianwei was just a cousin or a relative, but it turned out he was Lu Jianwei's real brother. Taking his old boss's grandson as his son? Wu Haifeng didn't have the courage for that. Lu Jianwei looked at his rebellious little brother trying to pull someone away, but the boy dodged behind Wu Haifeng. "Lu Zhongbai, come here." Lu Jianwei only thought his brother was bored staying in the military compound, so he wanted to bring him to the police station to play. But he never expected to lose his brother in the process. This brother was born not long ago and was raised at his grandparents' house. Not only did his parents feel guilty about him, but he himself also felt distressed. But guilt and concern didn't mean he should watch him cause trouble. "Come here," Lu Jianwei threatened. "Or I'll count to 3. Lu Zhongbai looked at his older sister speechlessly. "You call out to your son, but I am not your son." Lu Jianwei. She regretted it. She shouldn't have brought this fearless little troublemaker out of the military compound. If Lu Zhongbai was determined, no one could stop him. In the end, Wu Haifeng had no choice but to take him to his own home, on the condition that he wouldn't fight anymore. Come on, today is my and Miao Jun's big day. Let's go to my house and have a toast. When Ji Dehui happily agreed, Lu Zhongbai ignored the resentful looks from brothers Wu Lichuan and his brother, and went to Wu's house, as if it was his own. Lu Jianwei looked at her brother with helplessness and frustration. Ji Dehui patted her shoulder and said, Jianwei, go take the groceries you bought today to Haifeng's house. We'll eat together tonight. All right. That's all she could do now. Wu Haifeng just put Su Huayu on the ground when Lu Zhongbai grabbed his hand and pulled him close. Su Miaojuan watched the scene with a frown. The little bit of good feeling she had developed for Lu Zhongbai on the train was completely gone today. She didn't like this child, who resembled Huiyu in some ways, and she especially didn't like him getting close to her daughter. Come to Mama. Su Huayu wanted to go, but Lu Zhongbai held her hand tightly. Auntie, Huiyu said, holding Su Huayu's hand, you go to your things. I'll watch over my sister. Su Huayu didn't want her mother to be upset on her happy day. She smiled and said, Mom, my brothers and I are playing in the yard. We won't go anywhere. Wu Haifeng took the things from Su Miaojuan and said, let the kids play in the yard. Nothing will happen at home. Sometimes Wu Haifeng felt that Su Miaojuan was overly nervous about Su Huayu, as if she wasn't a normal child but a fragile, easily hurt crystal doll. Seeing everyone watching her, Su Miaojuan smiled and nodded. Yu is still young. I'm a bit worried, but she was indeed a little too anxious. After all the adults went inside, the atmosphere among the children in the yard suddenly became tense. This is our sister. Let go of her. Although Wu Lichuan was a little scared of Lu Zhongbai, who was fierce and aggressive, they had promised to protect their sister. Even if they were afraid, they would still protect her. Why should I listen to you? Wu Lichuan asked. Because we are her brothers and you, Lu Zhongbai started. Stop, Su Huayu quickly interrupted as the loud arguing grew louder. You are all my brothers, enough already. Su Huayu didn't expect that one day she would be calling a group of little kids her brothers. No way, Lu Zhongbai and Wu Lichuan said together, rarely in agreement. Su Huayu pulled her small hand free from Lu Zhongbai's grip. Then I'll be your sister. She stood on the steps with her hands on her hips and loudly declared, I am the sister, and you all have to listen to me. When Lu Jianwei came in carrying chicken and ribs, he saw Su Huayu standing bravely on the steps, daring to tell her younger brothers to call her sister. Seeing Lu Zhongbai, who was embarrassed but didn't argue back, Lu Jianwei felt very happy. Finally, someone could handle him. I'm older than you, Lu Zhongbai said reluctantly. He was the older brother. Wu Lichuan also looked at his sister and said, You're so small. Only Wu Lijiang and little Do Ding Ji Huai's family nearby called out, Sister, after Su Huayu finished speaking. Seeing that her words still had some effect, Su Huayu happily stepped down from the steps. She patted Ji Huai's small head and said, Good little brother, later I will give you some candy. I want some too, Wu Lijiang immediately said when he heard about candy. Okay, you can have some too. Maybe because she had returned to being 3 years old, Su Huayu felt she was becoming more and more like a child. As long as you call me sister, I will give you big white rabbit candies. No child dislikes eating big white rabbit candies. Just mentioning big white rabbit candies made Wu Lichuan and Ji Huai, who had some principles before, eagerly call out, Sister, to Su Huayu. Seeing her brothers happily calling her sister, Su Huayu felt satisfied. That's more like it. Kids are easy to please. Ordinary candies won't do, but big white rabbit candies definitely will. That's the charm of big white rabbit candies. Lu Zhongbai watched Su Huayu's proud little face finally show a small smile. Lu Zhongbai took a handful of white rabbit candies from his pocket. Surprised, Su Huayu watched as he gave 2 candies to each of Wu Lichuan and others. The remaining candies were then held out to Su Huayu. You call me brother and everything I have is yours. Su Huayu looked at the young Lu Zhongbai, who seemed to have the potential of a boss, and said, You call me sister and I will play with you. Seeing Lu Zhongbai, who was initially reluctant to call her sister, suddenly shout sister, Su Huayu watched with curiosity, wondering if she was imagining things. Such flexibility didn't seem like Lu Zhongbai's usual personality. If you only play with me in the future, I can call you sister every day. Su Huayu silently raised her hand to signal stop. No, thank you. What toy do you want? Su Huayu replied, that I don't want toys. I like everyone playing together. Although she hadn't known Lu Zhongbai for long, Su Huayu felt that his possessiveness was a bit too strong. So she quickly changed the subject. Let's play Eagle Catches Chicken. After saying that, she specifically told Lu Zhongbai this game can't be played with just two people. Since they couldn't play together, Lu Zhongbai decided not to join in. He also had a temper. Lu Zhongbai sat on the steps, watching the others happily playing Eagle Catches Chicken in the yard. The more he watched, the angrier he became. Just as he was about to lose his temper, Su Huayu called out to him, "Brother, come be the hen mom and protect us." The anger that had just ignited in Lu Zhongbai's heart was instantly extinguished by her words. She asked him to protect her. Lu Zhongbai stood up, brushed imaginary dust off his pants, and walked into the chicken team, standing in front of Su Huayu, holding onto her clothes. Su Huayu looked at Lu Zhongbai blankly. "Brother, you're the hen mom, I am the hen mom, then you should stand at the front to protect everyone," she said, not at the back, becoming the little chicken in the line. Su Huayu watched Lu Zhongbai's stiff smile and wondered whether he had ever played Eagle Catches Chicken before. Lu Zhongbai has never played the game Eagle Catching Chickens, but he would never admit it because he's very proud. He stubbornly said, "Can I just be your chicken mom?" Su Huayu watched Lu Zhongbai act cute and nodded repeatedly, saying, Okay. As long as he doesn't get angry or cause trouble, it's fine." When Lu Jianwei and Su Miaojuan came out of the north room with some meat and vegetables to the west wing kitchen, the children were happily playing Eagle Catching Chickens. "Comrade Su, how old are you this year?" Lu Jianwei asked because Su Miaojuan looked very young.
Really young, Lu Jianwei sighed.
While preparing the vegetables, Su Miaojuan looked out the window at Su Huayu, who was happily playing in the yard, and said, "I think Comrade Lu and I are about the same age." "No, I'm about 6 or 7 years older than you," Lu Jianwei said as she washed the chopped chicken. "Luckily you married Lao Wu. You don't know, ever since he took that position, whether in the police compound, the military yard, or with his former leaders, he's been set up on blind dates quite often, but I think some things can't be rushed. If the right person isn't there, no matter how many dates you have, it won't work. When the right time comes, like with Comrade Su, even if you travel thousands of miles from Shanghai to the capital, you'll meet, get to know each other, and marry. Don't you think so?" Su Miaojuan nodded with a smile. She originally thought Lu Jianwei was a quiet person, but she was wrong. Since they met, Lu Jianwei hasn't stopped talking. If Su Miaojuan weren't so cautious, she might have learned everything about her ancestors. "Children, wash your hands and come to eat." Lu Jianwei clapped her hands and called out to the kids in the yard. "Line up, from youngest to oldest, wash your hands one by one." "Hey, Lu Zhongbai, why are you cutting in line?" When Lu Jianwei was explaining to Lu Zhongbai, who was behind Su Huayu, Su Miaojuan quietly tugged on Wu Haifeng's sleeve and asked, "What does Comrade Lu do for work?" "He used to work at the radio station, now he's at the Education Bureau." Su Miaojuan nodded silently. No wonder he talks so much. That evening, everyone, children and adults, had a little wine with dinner. After eating, the children went outside to play, while the adults stayed in the main hall drinking and chatting. However, Jide Hui and Lu Jianwei knew that tonight was Wu Haifeng and Su Miaojuan's wedding night. So, around 8 o'clock, they started to prepare to leave with the children. Lu Jianwei originally thought that bringing Lu Zhongbua home would be difficult. But when she called Lu Zhongbua to come home, he simply said goodbye to Su Huayu and the Wu family and obediently went back home. It was as if his words during the day about Wu Haifeng adopting him were just a joke. After seeing off Jide Hui's family, Wu Haifeng closed the door and then, under the night sky, returned to the north room. Before Lu Jianwei and her husband left, they helped clean up the dining table. At this moment, Su Miaojuan prepared warm foot baths for the 3 children. After they washed their feet, climbed onto the Kong bed, and each opened their own bedding to lie down, Su Miaojuan gently kissed her daughter's small face. Then, Under the watchful eyes of brothers Wu Lichuan and Wu Lichuan, she touched their little heads, said good night, and closed the door to return to the main house. When Su Miaojuan returned to the east bedroom, Wu Haifeng had just finished washing the dishes and had also prepared foot bath water for both of them. Perhaps because Su Miaojuan had never met good men before, she thought Wu Haifeng was truly a rare good man. Today we walked a lot. Soaking your feet will help you relax. After soaking her feet, Su Miaojuan saw Wu Haifeng wash his feet directly with the used foot bath water. She was about to speak, but he quickly finished washing his feet. His speed was really fast. For Wu Haifeng, speed was even more important. Tonight was their big wedding day. The children were finally settled, and only the two of them were left in the room. He couldn't wait to get into bed early. However, after he poured out the foot bath water, excitedly returned to the room, locked the door, and saw Su Miaojuan sitting on the Kong in a dress, holding a wooden box. It was clear she wasn't planning to rest, but had something to tell him. What is this? Su Miaojuan opened the wooden box and took out a handkerchief. She said, inside are our savings, a total of 3,500 yuan. When we escaped, we didn't have much with us. Besides the watch my mother gave me, I only have some pearl jewelry and a jade bracelet. I want to leave these for you in the future. No problem. Wu Haifeng said, these things are yours originally, so you can arrange them however you like. Your bride price is also here. I will put the 1,000 yuan savings bond along with the gold bracelet and ring inside. We usually use the receipts and vouchers, and I will also give you 500 yuan in cash. Don't touch your money. Wu Haifeng stopped him. I still have over 300 yuan here, which should be enough. Keep your money saved. Wu Haifeng then took out a stack of money from under the mat on the Kong bed, and it was indeed over 300 yuan. He handed the money to Su Miaojuan and said, my family savings are less than yours. I used to send most of my earnings home. The money I have now was saved after I decided to bring Xiao Chuan and the others to live with me. The bride price and these savings are all I have. When Wu Haifeng said this, he didn't lift his head much, feeling a bit embarrassed, like he was relying on others. Su Miaojuan had already guessed what Wu Haifeng was going to say before he spoke, but those were all past events. It's okay. What was given before is given. You also said you'd give 20 yuan each year to your hometown, she said. Yes, Wu Haifeng nodded. From now on, I will give you my salary directly after I get it. You will be the head of the household. Su Miaojuan smiled and said, okay. The reason she showed all this money today was to take control of the household finances. From now on, I will listen to you about everything in the house, Wu Haifeng said seriously. I will also leave everything to you, she replied. Su Miaojuan looked at Wu Haifeng, who was becoming more difficult to look at, knowing exactly what he was thinking. Wu Haifeng didn't hear her words. When he looked up at her, a red color flew toward him. When he was embraced by that red, Wu Haifeng thought of a wild rose he had met before, beautiful and fragrant. He looked at the person in front of him and said seriously, I really like you. He had liked her from the first time he saw her. Su Miaojuan cupped Wu Haifeng's face with her hands, looked into his eyes full of her and smiled. I know. I will treat you well, he promised. Su Huayu was getting ready to sleep when suddenly, someone knocked on the back window. She quickly opened her eyes and looked toward the window. Because she and Wu Lichuan had drawn a curtain between them, she couldn't see what was happening behind the window. When she heard the window open, she thought someone was breaking into the police compound. Silently, Su Huayu took out a small dagger from her space. She quietly lifted the curtain and saw the brothers Wu Lichuan and another person opening the window from the cabinet. Su Huayu looked at this scene, put away her dagger, and asked, what are you doing? Just after she finished speaking, Lu Zhongbai, who was supposed to be sleeping at his sister's house, jumped in from outside the window. Su Huayu. She looked at Lu Zhongbai and the two Wu Lichuan brothers, thinking that earlier in the evening they were fighting fiercely, but now they seemed to be good friends. Lu Zhongbai placed a white rabbit candy into the hands of Wu Lichuan and his brother, then whispered, you two move over there. I'll sleep inside. The brothers took the candy and cooperatively moved toward the back window. Lu Zhongbai came to the side closest to Su Huayu and asked, why aren't you asleep yet? She actually wanted to sleep. Su Huayu silently lowered the curtain, lay down again, and said, "Now I sleep." After saying this, Lu Zhongbai initially wanted to sleep on Wu Lijiang's bed, but as soon as he sat down, he heard a crisp sound. He reached out and touched it. He found the popcorn his sister brought tonight. Lu Zhongbai. Why was someone putting food into his bed? Feeling disgusted, Lu Zhongbai dragged Wu Lijiang's bedding toward himself and simply lay down on the sheets. Su Huayu really thought Lu Zhongbai was very strange, especially because he was completely silent after lying down. Driven by curiosity, Su Huayu crawled to the side of the curtain, secretly lifted it, and then faced Lu Zhongbai, who was lying sideways, with bright eyes. The moment she lowered the curtain, Su Huayu swore she saw Lu Zhongbai, this mischievous kid, smiling affectionately at her. Can you share a bit of the blanket with me?" Su Huayu heard Lu Zhongbai's voice but didn't reply. After a few seconds, a corner of the soft pink blanket still stretched out from the other side of the curtain. Lu Zhongbai looked at the blanket, casually covering his navel, and said, "Sleep." Su Huayu thought that this sentence was meant for her. "Stop eating." Yes, that was said to Wu Lichuan and his brother. The next morning, Su Huayu was awakened by her mother. When she opened her eyes, she instinctively looked to the side, then crawled over and pulled back the curtain. The bedding on that side had already been tidied up. Lu Zhongbai was not there, nor were brothers Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang. Su Miaojun smiled as she held Su Huayu in her arms and kissed her little face. She said, "What are you looking at, my little treasure? Your brothers are already up, washed and dressed. Huayu, it's your turn now, okay?" Su Huayu looked at her mother, who seemed to be unaware of anything, and nodded her small head. In the morning, Wu Haifeng bought soy milk, fried dough sticks, and meat buns from the cafeteria. When Su Huayu tore the fried dough stick into pieces and dipped it into the soy milk, she quietly looked at Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang, who were chewing on buns and holding soy milk. She wondered how she hadn't noticed before how clever these two little guys were. "Don't stare, Look how serious your brothers are when they eat. You should eat well, too. After you're done, Mom and Dad will take you to kindergarten." Okay, today, Su Huayu was wearing a pink dress she bought yesterday at the department store. It was a silk dress with a Peter Pan collar. When she bought it yesterday, the collar was empty, but today it had a white, turned-over, doll-like collar. The little dress looked even more like a pretty doll on Su Huayu. Especially since Su Miaojun had specially braided 2 fishtail braids for her, which swayed as she walked, making her look very adorable. Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang carried army green canvas bags, while Su Huayu carried a sky blue canvas bag. Inside the bags were notebooks and pens. Besides that, Su Miaojun also packed a piece of peach pastry for each of them to eat when they were hungry. When Wu Haifeng and Su Miaojun were sending the 3 children to school, they happened to meet Ji Dehui and his wife, who were also taking their children to school. The 3 children from the Ji family immediately ran over when they saw Wu Lichuan and the others. Yesterday, including Lu Zhongbai, 5 children called Su Huayu sister, but today only Ji Huai's younger sibling, who was actually younger than Su Huayu, called her sister. "Are you taking the kids to kindergarten?" Lu Jianwei asked with a smile. "That's perfect. We can go together. My little Yang and my little one are in kindergarten too. Zhongbai wants to go see it as well." Lu Zhongbai was about to turn 7. When the new school year started in autumn, he would be in 1st grade, so he wouldn't stay in kindergarten for long. Su Miaojun was a bit surprised to hear that Lu Zhongbai was also going to kindergarten, but she just smiled and said nothing, even though she strongly disliked the idea of Lu Zhongbai getting close to her daughter. After the 4 adults sent the children to kindergarten, they talked with the teacher for a while before leaving. Wu Haifeng watched his wife look back repeatedly at the kindergarten and smiled, saying, "Don't worry, they won't get into any trouble at the police compound. Everyone has to register when they come in, and there are guards. People with no ID can't get in. I'm just worried she's too young to adapt," she replied. "Comrade Su Miaojun, you underestimate our little comrade Su Huayu. I think she's smarter and more mature than Xiao Chuan and Xiao Zheng. Su Huayu is indeed clever, but whether she is mature or not is another matter." For example, during the hide-and-seek game at kindergarten this morning, Su Huayu was eager to go to the lake beside the kindergarten. When passing by in the morning, she saw a duck laying eggs by the lake, though she didn't know if anyone had taken the eggs. When Lu Zhongbai saw Su Huayu sneaking toward the kindergarten gate, he grabbed her hand and pulled her out. "Let's go see the lotus flowers and check the eggs," Lu Zhongbai said, noticing Su Huayu's little plan. "But we haven't told the teacher yet." Su Huayu remembered she was just a 3-year-old. "We'll be back soon." "Okay," Su Huayu agreed without much principle. As they happily ran toward the lake, they almost got hit by a bicycle coming out of nowhere. Fortunately, Lu Zhongbai quickly pulled Su Huayu aside, and they both fell onto the grass beside the path. The bicycle, trying to avoid them, fell to the ground. "Whose kid are you? Can't you see?" The young man on the ground cursed loudly before he could get up. Lu Zhongbai looked at the young man who had suddenly ridden out from the path on his bike. After checking that Su Huayu was unharmed, he stood up and asked, "Are you blind?" "Wow, you little—" The young man's words stopped when he saw Su Huayu. He squinted at her and suddenly asked, "Little girl, are you surnamed Hua?" "Really?" the young man said as he put down his bicycle and stepped forward. "Little kid, can you lift your bangs so I can see your face?" Lu Zhongbai stood in front of Su Huayu and looked coldly at the young man. "What's your name? Whose family are you from in the police compound? Do you believe I won't go find the guards and say you're trying to steal a child?" The young man hesitated. "Can I take a look?" he asked, perhaps surprised that a 6- or 7-year-old boy was so bold, and he felt a bit angry. "Who are you? Do we know you? Are you from the police compound? Why won't you answer me?" Lu Zhongbai said, swallowing hard. "I remember what you look like. Can't even explain who you are? Fine, let's go find the guards." "Hey, no. Why are you so bold, little kid? I'm just here visiting my cousin in the police compound. My aunt's husband is named Wang Shichong, and he lives next door," the young man said as he picked up his bicycle. "I just bought this bike not long ago. This is the first time I've fallen with it." Lu Zhongbai held on to Su Huayu, who was hiding behind him. "It's just a broken bike. If my sister has nightmares tonight because of this, do you think I won't go find your aunt and settle this?" After saying that, Lu Zhongbai pulled Su Huayu away without caring about the stunned look on the young man's face. Whose kid is this? So arrogant, but because he was so bold, Chao Zifeng didn't go over and lift Su Huayu's bangs himself. After all, in this imperial city, those who live in the police compound are known to be tough. The more arrogant they are, the more it shows their family is not to be messed with. He was just here to find his cousin in the police compound. It's better not to provoke anyone from their family, especially since the most difficult families in the capital are those from the military and police compounds. However, Chao Zifeng really thought the little girl looked a lot like the photo of the man his father brought home, at least 5 parts similar. That was already quite impressive. The Hua family said that as long as there was a useful lead, they would pay 10,000 yuan. If it was a key lead, they would pay at least 100,000 yuan. And that was just for finding the person. The Hua family was really rich.
No wonder they had gone abroad now.
Chao Zifeng hesitated, wondering whether to tell the person contacting their family that the girl looked like the person in the photo. After all, 10,000 yuan was a lot of money in the capital. If the little girl is really that special, then with 10,000 yuan, he would never have to worry about food or drink in his next life. Meanwhile, Lu Zhongbai, who was taking Su Huayu to the lakeside, found a bamboo chair and gently carried her onto it. He looked at her and asked, "Where does it hurt?" Su Huayu's mind was still full of what the young man had just said to her. Is Huayu really that powerful? His connections are everywhere, even in the police headquarters. What are you thinking about? Lu Zhongbai waved his hand in front of Su Huayu's eyes. Seeing her come back to herself, he asked, "Does it hurt?" Su Huayu shook her head and, to prove she was fine, jumped down from the chair and spun around. "I'm really okay. You're already holding me." At that moment, Lu Zhongbai's actions really touched Su Huayu. Despite the danger, he didn't hesitate to protect her in his arms. Thinking about this, Su Huayu held Lu Zhongbai's hand nervously and asked, "Are you hurt?" She asked while walking around him in circles. Finally, She grabbed his hand and saw that his palm was scraped and bleeding slightly. Frowning, she said, "You're hurt. Does it hurt? What kind of injury is this?" Lu Zhongbai said, but he didn't pull his hand away from hers. "You like lotus flowers, right? Wait here, I'll pick one for you." Since morning, when they passed by this way to go to school, Lu Zhongbai noticed Su Huayu staring at the lotus flowers and ducks by the lake nonstop. It was understandable, because today Su Huayu was dressed in pink, looking like a lotus fairy. "I don't want to," Su Huayu said, holding Lu Zhongbai's hand. "Let's go to the clinic. Don't you want the lotus flowers? I just want to look." "Let's go, Lu Zhongbai." Hearing her call his full name, Lu Zhongbai said, "That's impolite. You should call me brother. You called me sister yesterday. That's different." They talked as they headed toward the clinic. After applying medicine and returning to the kindergarten, no one noticed they had left. Meanwhile, Chao Zifeng, who left the police headquarters, felt more and more regretful on his way home. That was 10,000 yuan. Was it really worth missing out on? But that was a child from the police headquarters. Could it really be related to the Hor family? Chao Zifeng returned home feeling full of worries. When he arrived, he happened to hear his father talking to someone. "You're not working at the train station, right? So I wanted to ask if you've noticed anyone who looks like this mother and daughter," Chao Jinbo said, showing a photo to a man around 30 years old. "There are people around that age, but as for looking like this..." The man hesitated. "You know how many people come and go at the capital train station every day?" "I'm not really sure. Besides, I don't go to work every day." Chao Jinbo sighed slowly and said, "Lu, please help me keep an eye out. My friend's wife is leaving him with their child because of a fight, but there's nothing they can't talk through. If you find anything useful," my friend said, "he can pay you 500 yuan. The man's eyes lit up. 500 yuan is almost a year's salary. Meanwhile, Chao Zifeng listened to his father and didn't know what to say. 500 instead of 10,000, being a middleman really pays off. "Okay, don't worry, Chao Ge. If I see a mother and daughter like that at the train station, I'll let you know right away." "Thanks, Xiao Lu." After his father saw the train station staff off, Chao Zifeng thought for a moment and then approached his father. "Dad, I just went to the public security hospital. Did you go see your cousin again?" "Yes. He told me to join the army." "I'm hesitating." The reason for hesitation was obvious. Military life is tough and tiring, and he didn't want to suffer. "Listen to your cousin. Think about where your uncle works. Since they sent your cousin to join the army, it means there are benefits to enlisting now," but Chao Zifeng didn't want to. He had only experienced a little hardship in recent years. Going into the army would be even tougher. "Let's talk about it later." "Later? You're already 20 this year. When I was your age, I was already a father. Look at you, can't get into college, don't want to work, don't want to join the army. What do you really want to do?" "I think you just..." "Don't interrupt me when I'm talking. I found out where that girl in the photo is." Chao Zifeng was originally hesitating, but after his father repeatedly showed disapproval, he decided to tell him the uncertain news he had. Since no one else could find her if he found her himself, wouldn't that prove he was useful? Chao Jinbo looked at his son with suspicion and asked, "Where did you see her?" "Inside the police compound." The reason why so many people couldn't find her is because she hid inside the police compound. Not everyone can get in there. Chao Jinbo still didn't quite believe him. He knew his son well and thought maybe he was just dismissing him because he was annoyed that he kept criticizing him earlier, so he was just making up this story to fool him. "If you don't believe me, tomorrow our family will visit my aunt's house. When we go, if we happen to meet her inside the police compound, you can see for yourselves. I think she should be in kindergarten at her age. We'll wait near the kindergarten, and I'm sure we'll run into her." Seeing that his father remained indifferent, Chao Zifeng continued, "It's just a quick trip anyway. If we find her, we'll be lucky. Maybe I can even go abroad to study directly." Now, studying abroad on a government scholarship was considered honorable. Chao Zifeng believed that if others could go, he could too. Chao Jinbo, seeing his son so confident this time, could only half believe him and said, "All right, I'll trust you this once." Even if they didn't meet her inside the police compound, it would be good to contact his brother-in-law and strengthen their relationship. Who knows when they might need each other? Su Huayu's being seen by others was something Su Miaojun was unaware of. Today, after entering the factory office, she immediately distributed the prepared wedding candies to her colleagues. Not only to colleagues in the finance department, but also to those in the HR department. When they learned that Su Miaojun's fiancé was a police officer, everyone's attitude toward her changed. Police officers are a good profession. Maybe someday, this connection could be useful, so they naturally wanted to get along well with Su Miaojun. Of course, there are exceptions. For example, today, Ding Ichio, who was also working, took a white rabbit candy that Su Miaojun had given her and said, "You're giving white rabbit candies as wedding favors?" Su Miaojun smiled and replied, "There are also fruit candies. If you want some, I'll get you some." "Forget it, you're more like White Rabbit. You've married a police officer, and I thought you could buy some chocolate." Su Miaojun listened to Ding Ichio's slightly disdainful voice and smiled without saying anything. "What does your partner do at the police station?" "My uncle used to work there when he was young, but he quit after an injury." Ding Ichio tore open the wrapper of a milk candy, ate it, then threw it on her desk and asked, "I don't know about his work, I don't ask. I remember you have a daughter. What about your husband?" "We are a blended family." Ding Ichio's meaningful "oh" made Su Miaojun not want to talk to her anymore. Honestly, Ding Ichio probably had a good life before, so she looks down on people like us. When she was in Shanghai before, Su Miaojun often met such people. To be honest, Su Miaojun thinks it's not good that Ding Ichio is so openly showy, especially knowing society isn't friendly to people like them, but she still acts like a rich young lady. "Xiao Su, can you help me look at this form?" Wang Chongli called Su Miaojun over just in time. "Wang Chongli, I want to ask for leave tomorrow." Ding Ichio said this, and Wang Chongli had to hold back a desire to roll his eyes. "Didn't you just ask for leave yesterday? What are you planning to do tomorrow?" Ding Ichio looked at her nails and didn't say what she was going to do. She didn't even look directly at Wang Chongli, only said, "Ask the director." "He told me to ask, Wang Chongli. Can't you just tell me directly?" Looking at Ding Ichio, who was deliberately avoiding straight answers, Wang Chongli felt like they didn't have an employee, but a family ancestor. "I'm going to a matchmaking dance at the military unit tomorrow. Is that a problem?" Wang Chongli looked at Ding Ichio's indifferent attitude and suddenly smiled, saying, "No problem. As long as the director agrees, I have no issue." Ding Ichio raised an eyebrow. "Good, no problem then. Anyway, her uncle is the director. Even if the sky falls, her uncle will handle it." Because Ding Ichio is here, the office atmosphere in the finance department isn't very good. Fortunately, Su Miaojun was already used to doing her own things in this kind of atmosphere. Moreover, when she heard Yang Jingjing mention night school, she felt a bit interested. She wanted to learn more things. Before, when her mother was still alive, she had said that the more she learned, the better. After all, no matter who or what might leave you someday, only the skills and knowledge you acquire will stay with you. But now, Su Miaojun had just gotten married, and her life was just settling into a routine. She thought she would wait until everything was stable before considering other things that might take up her energy. Maybe because she had been apart from her daughter for too long today, after work, Su Miaojun grabbed her things, rushed to the bicycle shed, found her bike, and hurried home. Today, Wu Haifeng was working overtime. On her way home after shopping, Su Miaojun passed by the small vegetable garden and saw children gathered in the pavilion. When Su Huayu saw her mother, he immediately jumped off the stone bench and ran toward her, with Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang following closely behind. Su Miaojun hugged the three children and smiled, asking, "What are you all doing?" "Keep drawing. Mom, go home and cook, okay?" "I'll help you," Wu Lichuan said. "I want to help too." Su Huayu hadn't seen her mother all day and was eager to stick close to her. Wu Lijiang, who had planned to go back and play with the Ji brothers, saw that his brother and sister wanted to go home with their mother. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Then I'll go home too." "No more playing?" Su Miaojun thought that children loved to play as part of their nature. "No more playing." Wu Lichuan finished speaking and said to the three people in the pavilion, "We're going home now. See you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." Su Miaojun watched as the children, who had been fighting fiercely yesterday, happily headed home. She shook her head with a smile. Indeed, the reactions of Wu Haifeng and Ji Dehui yesterday were correct. Kids fight sometimes, but they don't hold grudges. After the fight, they forget it, and maybe the next day, they're as close as brothers wearing the same pants. After seeing Su Huayu and the others leave, Lu Zhongbai asked Ji Huayang beside him, "Uncle, are you not going home today either?" "I'm not going back." Hearing this, Ji Huayang was happy and said, "Then let's go to Quanzhou to eat roast duck." "I want to eat roast duck, uncle." Although Ji Huayang hasn't known his little uncle for long, he knows that his little uncle will agree to anything his mother asks for. Lu Zhongbai thought for a moment and nodded. "When your mom comes back, let's go eat roast duck." He had tried it before and thought it was pretty good. Lu Zhongbai planned to bring one home for Su Huayu to taste later. However, the three of them waited in the pavilion but didn't see Ji Huayang or Ji Huayang's mother. Instead, they saw Lu Zhongbai's mother arrive. Qi Zhali just entered the small vegetable garden and saw her youngest son sitting like a grandpa on the pavilion bench, stretching his legs straight and leaning against a pillar, reading a book. "Grandma." When Ji Huayang saw his grandma, he happily put down his pen and ran toward Qi Zhali. Qi Zhali hugged her grandson and also patted another Ji Huayang, who came running out. The three children, including her own son sitting quietly on the pavilion bench, showed no intention of moving. After placing Ji Huayang on a stone bench, Qi Zhali sat on the bench next to her son and asked softly, "Xiaobai, what are you and Xiaoyang doing?" "Grandma, we're drawing," Ji Huayang said loudly. Drawing. Ji Huayang's family followed closely. Only Lu Zhongbai, who was being asked, kept looking at his drawing book without speaking. "Did your uncle draw too?" Ji Huayang nodded his little head and said, "Yes, he and Xiaoyu drew." Qi Zhali immediately became interested and said, "Really?" She shook her son's foot and said, "Xiaobai, show it to mom." "No." Lu Zhongbai didn't even lift his head. "Why not?" "Can I see it?" Qi Zhali looked at her cold and distant son with some helplessness and sadness. "Grandma," little uncle said, "he wants to go eat roast duck." Hearing this, Qi Zhali immediately smiled at Lu Zhongbai and said, "Really, Xiaobai? How about I take you all to eat? Whatever you want, I will buy for you." Lu Zhongbai ignored his own mother. When he saw two small figures appear in his view, he stood up from the bench and walked toward the vegetable garden. As he walked, he called out, What are you doing?" Su Huayu, holding a small vegetable basket, turned around when she heard Lu Zhongbai's voice. "Picking vegetables." Qi Zhali looked at her lively young son and gently touched her grandson's small head. She asked, "Xiaoyang, who is that pretty girl?" "Xiuyu." "Xiuyu? The girl who is drawing with your little uncle?" "Yes." Ji Huayang jumped down from his stool and said to his grandma, "I want to go see what they are picking." All three children gathered around. Qi Zhali was curious about the girl who seemed to touch her son's heart, so she followed the children to see. "Little friend, what's your name?" Su Huayu casually took the chives that Lu Zhongbua had cut and looked up at the gentlewoman smiling at her. She said, "Hello, Auntie. My name is Su Huayu." Su Huayu. Qi Zhali only recognized her full name when she heard it. She looked at Lu Zhongbua, who was carefully cutting chives, and asked, "Xiaobo, is she the little girl you met on the train?" Lu Zhongbua finished cutting the chives and looked at his mother. He said, "Comrade Qi Zhali, call me mom or mother," she replied. "Didn't you ask me what I want for my birthday?" Understanding her son a little, Qi Zhali quickly said, "You can't give her anything. The girl has parents, and she won't come to our house." She said this because she remembered her parents mentioning her son's behavior on the train. Honestly, Su Huayu's mother didn't scold her son immediately. She was kind and well-mannered. Lu Zhongbua silently looked at his mother and said, "Then I can be adopted by yours family as their son." Qi Zhali was speechless. "Anyway, you don't plan to keep me as your son," he added. Zhongbua. Qi Zhali wanted to hold her son's hand, but he avoided her. Lu Zhongbua looked at her and said, "Comrade Qi Zhali, I already know. Remember when you and Lu Hai pretended I was Wan Bukong's son to save another child? Did you forget?" Qi Zhali was stunned by his words, standing frozen in place. "How could you?" She remembered. She looked into her son's eyes, which were cold and distant, and froze. When Lu Zhongbua was less than 4 years old, he was so young. How could he remember what happened back then, or even Wan Bukong's name? Ms. Qi Zhaoli, are you disappointed that I survived? Qi Zhaoli looked at the anger in Lu Zhongbai's eyes, and tears suddenly fell. She stepped forward and grabbed Lu Zhongbai's arm, trembling as she explained, Xiaobai, don't say that. Listen to what your mother is saying. When you were kidnapped, my parents sent people after you. They would definitely rescue you. Believe me, then why was I kidnapped, but not Wan Jinbang? Lu Zhongbai looked at Qi Zhaoli with a blank expression. Are they afraid your son might die? Xiaobai. Qi Zhaoli's voice carried a hint of pleading. Lu Zhongbai had some hope when he came home, until he saw the boy who was abandoned and taken away by his parents, the same boy he once knew. Over the years, Wan Jinbang had been living as the adopted son of the Lu family. Only he, the biological son, was later found and raised elsewhere with his grandparents. The atmosphere was so tense that neither Wu Lijiang nor the brothers Ji Huayang dared to speak. Children are very sensitive to emotions and atmosphere, and Su Huayu didn't expect there was such a past in Lu Zhongbai's life. This might also explain why Lu Zhongbai's relationship with his parents was no longer close. Xiaobai, Zhenbang is Wan Tongji's only child. When Wan Tongji sacrificed himself, we promised to protect and care for his only son. Lu Zhongbai stood up and looked at Qi Zhaoli. It was you who made that promise, not me. He only remembered how, as a child, he longed day and night for his parents to come and see him, hoping they would take him home. Lu Zhongbai never thought he would become a scapegoat, replaced by Wan Jinbang, the crown prince. Many years had passed, but Lu Zhongbai still often dreamed of the day Lu Hai and Qi Zhaoli abandoned him. He would never forget. He never would in this life. Qi Zhaoli wanted to hug her son, but her outstretched arm was slapped away by Lu Zhongbai. When Su Miaojuan went out to find the vegetables and saw Su Huayu and Wu Lijiang, who had just returned, she also saw Lu Zhongbai push Qi Zhaoli down. Qi Zhaoli was pushed to the ground by Lu Zhongbai. Just as Lu Zhongbai turned around, intending to take Su Huayu away, Su Miaojuan's voice rang out. You were Xiaojiang. When Lu Zhongbai saw Su Miaojuan, he tightly held Su Huayu's hand. She also didn't like herself. Su Huayu looked at Lu Zhongbai, who suddenly held her hand tightly, sighed inwardly, and then said to her mother, Mom, my brother helped me pick chives. Qi Zhaoli got up from the ground, wiped her tears from her face, and then turned around with a smile, saying to Su Miaojuan, Hello, comrade. I am Lu Zhongbai's mother. My name is Qi Zhaoli. Su Miaojuan nodded slightly.
Hello, I am Su Miaojuan, Su Huayu's mother.
As she spoke, Su Miaojuan waved to Su Huayu and added, It's getting late. Our family needs to cook dinner. As for the conflict between Lu Zhongbai and his mother, that was their family matter. Su Miaojuan didn't want to interfere in their mother-son issues, nor did she want her daughter to get involved. Su Huayu looked at Lu Zhongbai, who wasn't planning to let go of her hand, and said, Brother, I need to go home. See you at kindergarten tomorrow. Hearing Su Huayu's voice, Lu Zhongbai slowly released her hand. See you tomorrow, brother. Su Huayu waved and left. Lu Zhongbai didn't speak. He just watched her and Wu Lijiang carry their shopping baskets back to their home. When Su Huayu and the others disappeared from Lu Zhongbai's sight, he ran straight to the moon gate of the vegetable garden. Xiaobai, wait for Mom. Su Miaojuan closed the door and heard Qi Zhaoli's voice outside. She looked at her daughter's slightly red face and felt unhappy. Su Huayu looked at Su Miaojuan, who was a bit angry, and kissed her face, saying, Mom. Why did Brother Zhongbai's parents give up on him and protect other children? Su Miaojuan was stunned by this question. Huh? Give up on Lu Zhongbai and protect other children? It's what Brother Zhongbai just said. There are bad people kidnapping children, and they took Brother Zhongbai. Wu Lijiang also added from beside them. They were going to kidnap other children, but they ended up taking Brother Zhongbai instead. Su Miaojuan understood what had just happened outside in the vegetable garden and why Lu Zhongbai pushed her mother, after listening to her two children explain. Maybe it's because of responsibility and promises. Su Miaojuan offered her explanation. However, Su Miaojuan is a selfish person. No one in this world is more important than her daughter, so she would never let her daughter be in such danger. Even now, after learning that Lu Zhongbai pushed her mother for a reason, Su Miaojuan looked at her daughter seriously and said, Stay away from Lu Zhongbai in the future. Su Huayu looked at her serious mother and sighed softly, but she nodded. I will, Mom. Su Miaojuan smiled and gently patted her daughter's little head. How about I make chive pockets for you tonight? Chive pockets are really delicious. After washing up tonight, the brothers Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang still kept thinking about those chive pockets. Tomorrow morning, I want to eat chive pockets again, Wu Lijiang said, smacking his lips. Mom won't cook in the morning. Dad will buy food from the cafeteria, Wu Lichuan explained. But the cafeteria's food isn't as good as Mom's. Wu Huayu listened to the two food lovers next door and thought. Mom will be tired if she gets up early to cook, she said. That's true, Mom. Before Wu Lijiang finished speaking, there was a knock on the back window again. Hearing that familiar sound, Su Huayu sighed helplessly. Should she report that little brat Lu Zhongbai would come to crawl through their back window at night? While she was hesitating, she faintly smelled the aroma of roast duck. She quickly lifted the curtain and saw Lu Zhongbai crawling in through the back window, handing a roast duck to Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang, who covered their mouths in surprise. Su Huayu said, You can't eat it. You need to brush your teeth first. Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang's smiles froze on their faces. Wu Lichuan swallowed hard at the smell of roast duck, and Wu Lijiang turned to Su Huayu and said, After eating, we will brush our teeth. In their old home, they never brushed their teeth, and they didn't even wash their faces or feet before bed. But since their father married Su Miaojuan, they had many more things to do before sleeping. Although it was a bit troublesome, Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang liked being looked after by adults. In the past, no one in the family paid much attention to them, or it might be better to say they were ignored. After speaking, Wu Lijiang opened the roast duck. Although it was a bit cold, it was still meat. Lu Zhongbai bypassed Wu Lijiang and Wu Lichuan through the blanket he was holding onto the bed and handed another piece of roast duck to Su Huayu. Smelling the tempting aroma of the duck, Su Huayu swallowed and said, I've brushed my teeth. Eat first, then brush. Lu Zhongbai sat down on the other side of the curtain and looked at Su Huayu lying on the bed. No, I'm tired. Brushing once was enough. It was too tiring to do it again. Hearing this, Lu Zhongbai handed the remaining duck to Wu Lijiang and Wu Lichuan. I'll take you out to eat during the day. And us too, Wu Lijiang and Wu Lichuan said from behind. They thought Lu Zhongbai was pretty good. In the past, the children in the village weren't as generous as him. Even their grandma and eldest uncle weren't as generous as Lu Zhongbai. After agreeing, Lu Zhongbai took his own blanket and lay down beside the curtain. He pulled back his side of the curtain, making sure he could see Su Huayu's little face. Let's chat. Su Huayu, unable to sleep because of the smell of roast duck nearby, simply said, Okay, what do you like to eat? Lu Zhongbai smiled and said, Me too. Who is your favorite person? My mom. A faint smile appeared on Lu Zhongbai's face as he said, I like my grandma and grandpa the most. Did your grandma and grandpa go home? Lu Zhongbai nodded. I want them to stay, but they didn't. I want to go with them, but Lu Hai won't let me. Because Lu Zhongbai never called his parents dad or mom. Su Huayu learned their names from Lu Zhongbai himself. Su Huayu also found out only after Ji Dehui's family left yesterday that Lu Zhongbai's father and Lu Jianwei's father were old leaders and bosses of Wu Haifeng. Their high status was something Su Huayu would never have encountered in his previous life. But it's okay. When I save enough money, I'll take the train home myself. Looking at Su Huayu, who was watching him, Lu Zhongbai asked, Do you want to come with me? My home is really fun. No matter what you like, I have it at home. Su Huayu looked at Lu Zhongbai's hopeful face and said, I won't go. I want to stay with my mom. Your mom is married now, and she will have other children in the future. She won't always love only you. Hearing this, Su Huayu suddenly sat up from his bedding and looked seriously at Lu Zhongbai across from him. Even if my mom gets married, she will always love me. The person she loves most is me. The person I love most is my mom. My mom will always like me. She said she won't have any more children. Lu Zhongbai snorted when he heard this, especially when it involved his own mother. He then hugged his blanket and got up. Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang saw Lu Zhongbai holding his blanket, ready to leave, and asked, "Aren't you sleeping here tonight?" "I'm sleeping on the street." Hearing Lu Zhongbai's angry voice, Su Huayu also huffed and turned his head, pulling the curtain to avoid looking at him, until he heard the sound of the window closing. Huffing like that, as if only he could do it. It's just that he's not really a little kid. If a 3-year-old heard such words, they would be very scared inside. After all, in a child's eyes, parents are almost everything. What Lu Zhongbai just said was really mean. The next morning, Su Miaojuan entered the children's room and immediately smelled a faint aroma of roasted duck. She looked at a small bone on the floor and frowned slightly. "Xiao Chuan, Xiao Jiang, get up." Su Miaojuan woke the 3 children and then picked up the small duck bone from the ground, asking, "Where did this roasted duck bone come from?" Wu Lichuan, feeling guilty when his mother noticed, said, "Last night, Lu Zhongbai went to eat roasted duck. He brought some back for us." He then took a package of roasted duck from the cabinet that Lu Zhongbai had given Su Huayu last night and said to Su Miaojuan, "We still have one left. Let's eat it in the morning." Su Miaojuan looked at the greasy paper and sighed softly, saying, "It's too hot. The duck might have gone bad." "Huh? How could it go bad?" Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang, not believing it, opened the greasy paper. Sure enough, the roasted duck inside emitted a sour smell. Wu Lijiang reached out to try the duck, but Su Miaojuan stopped him and said, "You can't eat this duck. If you want to eat something, tell Mom and Dad. They will take you to eat. From now on, try not to eat things given by Lu Zhongbai." "Why not?" Wu Lijiang asked, confused. "He gave us this willingly, and it was all delicious." "It's not good to always take others' things," Su Miaojuan said. She also thought Lu Zhongbai didn't seem like a kind child and probably had other plans. Mom took the duck away and told them, "Hurry up and get up to wash up." After she finished, she looked at Su Huayu, who was already dressing behind the curtain, and asked, do you need help from Mom?" "In a little while, Mom will braid my hair." Su Miaojuan smiled and said, "Okay." When she left the west bedroom with the duck, she happened to meet Wu Haifeng, who was returning with breakfast from the cafeteria. Wu Haifeng looked at the roasted duck in Su Miaojuan's hand and asked curiously, "Where did this roast duck come from?" "The kids said Lu Zhongbai brought it back from the roast duck shop last night," she replied. Hearing this, Wu Haifeng smiled and said, "This kid is not only good at cooking but also quite generous." He watched Su Miaojuan casually throw the duck into the trash and asked with some concern, "Why did you throw it away?" "Oh no, if I eat it, I might get a stomach ache," she explained. Wu Haifeng placed the breakfast on the table and looked at Su Miaojuan, who seemed a bit unhappy, and asked, "I feel like you don't like Lu Zhongbai very much. Don't you think he's a bit too bossy?" she asked. Wu Haifeng smiled and said, "Really?" Seeing her serious expression, he thought for a moment and said, "Being a little bossy isn't necessarily a bad thing. I heard that the old leader's son was handed over to his parents shortly after he was born. At that time, there was a revolution, and they had many responsibilities. They didn't have time to raise a child. Children raised around elders can sometimes be spoiled." Wu Haifeng opened his breakfast and continued, "But I also heard the old leader say that his youngest son has a photographic memory and is very smart since he was over 2 years old." "But..." Su Miaojuan looked at Wu Haifeng, who hesitated, and asked, "But what?" "When I remember the time after the country was established and things settled down, the old leader wanted to bring Lu Zhongbai back to his side. But when they returned to Shanghai, they had an accident. It seems Lu Zhongbai was kidnapped and hidden away for about 3 days before he was found. Actually, it's not quite right to say he was found. It's more accurate to say Lu Zhongbai escaped from the kidnappers and sought help. When the old leader and Director Qi went to look for him, the child was a bit. Anyway, he was rescued after a long hospital treatment. Later, for some reason, after he recovered, Lu Zhongbai didn't go back with his parents to the capital. He stayed with his grandparents instead. But Lu Zhongbai was very young at that time, probably not even 4 years old, just about to turn 4. The old leader said he wanted to bring his youngest son back for his birthday, but they never got to celebrate it. From how Lu Zhongbai looks now, He probably doesn't remember much about those days. He was so young he might only have a faint memory. Luckily, it's just a faint memory or else he would be quite pitiful. Su Miaojun looked at Wu Haifeng, thinking about what Su Huayu said to her yesterday. Did he not notice that his words contradicted themselves? First, he said that he had a perfect memory from when he was just over 2 years old. Then he said that a child around 4 doesn't remember much. Now that she thought about it, he not only remembers things but remembers them very clearly. Or perhaps those events from back then have been in his mind, replayed over and over again. Su Miaojun also thought of Huoyu, because Huoyu is exactly that kind of person. He is someone who turns his pain into a sharpening stone, repeatedly using it to hone himself until wounds no longer bleed or move him. Maybe because she saw how similar they are, Su Miaojun, even knowing Lu Zhongbai's plight, still hoped that Lu Zhongbai would stay away from her daughter. When Su Miaojun finished breakfast and sent the children to school, she was worried about running into Lu Zhongbai, who was temporarily staying at the Ji family. But unexpectedly, when she met the Ji family members also taking their children to kindergarten, Lu Zhongbai was not among them. Su Yujin felt relieved after Lu Zhongbai left. It seemed he was just playing around in the police station yard. That makes sense. After all, it's his sister and brother-in-law's house, and staying there permanently isn't really appropriate. When the children arrived at kindergarten, Wu Lijiang curiously asked Ji Huayang, "Did your little uncle really sleep on the street last night?" "Probably not," Ji Huayang replied, looking at Wu Lijiang with a puzzled expression. "Why would he sleep on the street?" "Because he likes sleeping outside," Wu Lijiang said. Listening to Wu Lijiang and Ji Huayang discuss whether Lu Zhongbai slept on the street last night, Su Huayu quietly leaned on the table. School is so boring, especially kindergarten. While the teacher was busy teaching the children and playing games, Su Huayu sat alone, holding a pen and drawing on paper. Since Lu Zhongbai wasn't there and no one was pulling Su Huayu to sneak out and play, she stayed quietly in the classroom. Su Huayu was so worried about not leaving the classroom that Chao Zifeng waited outside the kindergarten. Chao Jinbo looked helplessly at Chao Zifeng, who was standing at the gate of the kindergarten, acting suspiciously like a troublemaker, and grabbed his collar, saying, "If you stick your neck out any further, the teachers will see you. You look like a sneaky troublemaker."
Dad.
Chao Zifeng shouted angrily. No way his own father would call him a troublemaker. "If you get caught outside, don't call me Dad." "I'd be ashamed," Chao Jinbo said, pulling Chao Zifeng back a few steps. "All right, stop looking. If it's not there, it's not there." There really was. "I saw it yesterday. That little girl looks only 2 or 3 years old, just like in the photo. Even if she doesn't look exactly like her, she should resemble her. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing." "You said she's only 2 or 3 years old, but maybe she didn't even come to kindergarten," Chao Jinbo said, tired of arguing with his son. "All right, it's getting late. I have to go to work. Think carefully about joining the army. Don't leave yet, Dad. She might be in the classroom. Why don't you stay with me and wait for them to finish school? They'll definitely come out." Chao Zifeng was really confused. If that little girl really was too young to attend school, as her father said, then the little boy should also be of kindergarten age. No, it could also be for 1st or 2nd grade. Anyway, they are definitely people from the police headquarters. "Wait for yourself, I have something else to do." Chao Zifeng couldn't hold back his father and could only watch him leave helplessly. Just as Chao Zifeng was standing there thinking about whether to look somewhere else, someone suddenly put a hand on his shoulder from behind. Chao Zifeng screamed and turned around, only to see the kindergarten teacher. The kindergarten teacher frowned as she looked at the young man who seemed nervous and asked, "Comrade, I see you've been standing outside the kindergarten for a long time. Do you need something?" Song Lingling looked at the young man cautiously, thinking that if he couldn't explain himself clearly, she would go find security. "Who is this person? How did he get into the police headquarters?" I just... Chao Zifeng was anxious and quickly said, "I just want to ask if you are hiring male teachers at the kindergarten." After giving this excuse, Chao Zifeng immediately felt very clever. If he could come here pretending to apply, he might be able to get inside and see if that little girl is really at the kindergarten. I have a high school diploma. I haven't worked at a kindergarten before, but I have taken care of my nephew and niece. Can I have a chance for an interview? Song Lingling looked at Chao Zifeng and asked, Are you sure you want to be a kindergarten teacher? It's no wonder she asked. She had worked at the kindergarten for about 3 or 4 years and had never seen a male teacher before. Few boys are willing to work as kindergarten teachers. I'm sure. I've liked children since I was young. Yeah, right? Thinking that their kindergarten was short of staff recently and seeing Chao Zifeng so enthusiastic, she said, Are you from the police headquarters? No, but my aunt's family is. My aunt's husband is Wang Shichong. My aunt is Guizilian and my cousin is Wang. That's enough. Song Lingling looked at Chao Zifeng, who seemed eager to list his entire family's household registration book, and said, You're lucky. We are indeed looking for teachers recently, but you need to take exams, including a written test and an interview. No problem. Strict management is right. After all, not everyone can be a kindergarten teacher. Song Lingling listened to Chao Zifeng's enthusiasm and respect for her work, and she smiled, saying, That's right. Come to the office first. I'll go find the director. Chao Zifeng simply followed Song Lingling into the kindergarten openly. He looked carefully at all the children playing in the yard, but he didn't see the little girl from yesterday. Since he couldn't find her, Chao Zifeng felt the same helplessness he had when he was in school and struggling to get by.
He didn't know much about this test.
Although Chao Zifeng was a high school student, he never studied seriously back then. He just went through the motions, so now, looking at the test paper, he felt like falling asleep. When he handed in the paper, Chao Zifeng didn't dare look at the director's face. As he left the office, he was almost dozing off from the stress of the test when a soccer ball kicked toward him woke him up. He covered his nose, which was hit by the ball, and, as expected, he saw blood. He looked at the boy who kicked the ball and was about to scold him when he heard the director nearby show concern. Chao Zifeng swallowed the words he was about to say and said, I'm fine. The child didn't mean to hurt me. But he really did mean to. Chao Zifeng's mind was shouting, and this was why he didn't like children, each one more annoying than the last. Lift your head. I'll take you to the clinic nearby. Chao Zifeng held back his anger and nodded. Today had been really unlucky. He didn't find the familiar little girl, and then he got hurt during the test. It was just bad luck. But everything can change. After bandaging his wound, the director kindly invited him. It's noon now. Would you like to try our kindergarten's lunch? Hearing this, Chao Zifeng's eyes lit up. Maybe this was a sign of good luck. Good things kept happening. When he followed the director to the dining area, he saw the little girl he was looking for right at the entrance. He thought to himself, she must be in this kindergarten. When Su Huayu saw Chao Zifeng, her heart skipped a beat. This person suddenly appeared at the kindergarten. Could he be looking for her? While Su Huayu continued eating, she could clearly feel someone watching her from nearby. There's no doubt, this Chao Zifeng really seems to be here to find her. Su Huayu kept waiting for Chao Zifeng to come over while she ate, but he didn't. After finishing her lunch, the principal sent her out. Seeing that teacher Song from the kindergarten knew him, Su Huayu leaned over and asked, Teacher, who is that man just now? He's here for an interview at our kindergarten, teacher Song replied. Su Huayu was surprised. Song Lingling thought about Chao Zifeng's test answers and his poor handwriting, then shook her head. He didn't do well. The principal said if he scored over 60, he could be accepted, but he didn't even reach 30. Hearing this, Su Huayu quietly breathed a sigh of relief, glad that this man was not very smart. But she still kept this in her mind, planning to tell her sister Su Miaojuan after she finished work. After all, adults can do much more than children. Chao Zifeng left the kindergarten with a slight nose ache, but he still kept smiling. He hurried to his father's workplace and rushed into his office. Chao Jinbo, who was working, looked at Chao Zifeng's injured nose and frowned with a hint of dislike, saying, What did you do this time? I didn't do anything wrong. I was just trying to find out about that little girl, Chao Zifeng said proudly, straightening his back. She's at the kindergarten. She just didn't come out while you were there. I saw her at lunch today. She must be the girl in the photo. Whether it was a coincidence or not, Chao Zifeng thought the girl looked quite similar to the one in the picture. He didn't think she was necessarily a child lost from the Hua family. He was just interested in the 10,000 or 100,000 yuan that the Hua family might give. The little girl from the police compound looked about 5 or 6 points similar, and the reward of 10,000 yuan should be enough to get her. He couldn't bring himself to tell his father about his doubts. If he did, his father wouldn't risk offending the police officers to help him. "Dad, I swear if I lie, let my family be ruined." Before Chao Zifeng finished speaking, his father threw a book at his head. Chao Jinbo was so angry with his foolish son. "Swear all you want. What does it mean to swear on the whole family? If you're going to die, just do it." "Dad, what are you doing?" If Chao Zifeng hadn't been guarding himself, his nose might have been hurt again. "What am I doing?"
If you can speak, say something.
If not, shut up. He was so frustrated with his troublesome son. "Do you want to go see that little girl with me? When we arrive, she should be almost done with school." Chao Jinbo didn't fully trust Chao Zifeng, but emotionally, since he could make such a strong vow, he thought it was better to go see for himself. This morning, when they went to the police station, Wang Shichong wasn't home. Tonight, he planned to bring some food and drinks and ask about joining the army. Chao Jinbo decided that his eldest son was a lost cause, but his second son was still good. If Chao Zifeng couldn't join the army, then his second son could go instead. Both sons needed to stand up and support the family. However, Chao Jinbo, who had no hope for Chao Zifeng, was surprised to see the little girl who looked very much like the girl in the photo when he arrived at the kindergarten entrance. Matching her face to the photo was already impressive, considering he had searched for so long and only found this one. It would be great if her bangs were pushed back. Chao Jinbo looked at the little girl between two boys and said. Chao Zifeng, hearing this, immediately cheered up. "Yeah, I said the first time I saw her, if only her bangs were pushed back, maybe she'd look more like the girl in the photo, from 4 or 5 points to 8 or 9. Chao Jinbo looked at his proud son and said coldly, "It might also go from 4 points to not resembling her at all." Despite his words, Chao Jinbo saw Su Huayu and the others leaving the kindergarten and quickly walked over. When Su Huayu saw Chao Zifeng and the man beside him at the kindergarten gate, she was already thinking about turning around and running away. She and her mother both hid inside the police station yard, so how could anyone recognize them? When Chao Jinbo and Chao Zifeng stopped them, Su Huayu saw them bend down. Before they could speak, she cried loudly, "Wah wah." Su Huayu's loud crying made Chao Jinbo, who had just shown a gentle smile, stand frozen in place. Was he really so unkind-looking? Did he scare the child just by saying nothing? "Sniff sniff, my brothers are human traffickers," Su Huayu shouted, pointing at Chao Zifeng. Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang protected Su Huayu behind them. Hearing her voice, the adults around also gathered closer. Chao Jinbo and Chao Zifeng looked nervous and pressed together in front of everyone. Chao Jinbo waved his hands and said, "It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. We are not traffickers." Chao Zifeng looked at the angry, watchful adults around him and loudly said, "We just wanted to ask this little girl if she knows how to get to the health clinic." When Chao Zifeng said this, Chao Jinbo really wanted to call him stupid. But before he could speak, Su Huayu cried out loudly, "My mom said adults don't ask children for help. Anyone who asks children for help is a bad person." After she finished, all the adults around nodded in agreement. There were so many grown-ups, yet they chose to ask a 3-year-old girl for directions. Isn't that obvious? They must have something to hide. "Uncle, I remember you," Wu Lichuan pointed at Chao Zifeng. "This morning, our teacher took you to the health clinic. How could you not know where it is?" After Wu Lichuan finished speaking, the adults immediately surrounded them, protecting Su Huayu and her friends, and questioned Chao Zifeng and his son. "Who are you really? Why did you come to our police station yard? Why are you staring at that girl? Where's the security guard? Go call the security guard. Stop, stop. My son just thinks this little girl is cute and wants to play with her. He means no harm." Chao Jinbo apologized with a smile. "Little girl, I'm sorry." Su Huayu sniffled and said, "No, he's a bad person. He almost hit me and my brother yesterday while riding his bike, and today he came to our kindergarten. Such a big troublemaker." Chao Zifeng looked at the 3-year-old Su Huayu, who was very clever with his words. It wasn't my fault yesterday. It was you guys running around on the road. Besides, I didn't even hit you in the end. Hit us, Su Huayu shouted loudly. You hit my brother so hard he bled. Chao Jinbo turned around angrily and stared at his son. You hit someone at the police station yesterday and you didn't say anything? Do you ever cause trouble? Under the angry looks of the people around, Chao Zifeng hurriedly explained, I really didn't mean to. They suddenly ran out, and I wasn't paying attention. My new car got scratched all over. Enough talking. Go find the guard, someone said. Actually, when Su Huayu was crying and saying Chao Zifeng was a human trafficker, someone had already gone to call the guard. Chao Zifeng felt like his luck was bouncing wildly today, up and down. Why was he so unlucky? We're really not human traffickers. My aunt's husband is Wang Shichong. My aunt's name is Guotsilian. Stop talking, Chao Jinbo cut him off. His words sounded a bit too smooth, making Chao Jinbo wonder if this kid often flaunted Wang Shichong's name outside. Oh, so you're related to Wang Shichong. No wonder you could get into the police station. We need to question him carefully. Look at his sneaky eyes. Is Wang Shichong here? Has Wang Shichong come? Wang Shichong didn't come, but Chao Zifeng's aunt, Guotsilian, had come to see the fun when Su Huayu shouted that Chao Zifeng was a human trafficker. She didn't expect the fuss to turn onto her. Salian, isn't that your nephew? When asked by someone nearby, Guotsilian really wanted to cover her face. Could she say she didn't know him? But before she could hide her face and run away, someone recognized her and loudly said, Hey, isn't that Wang Shichong's wife? Comrade Guotsilian, come over and see. Is this man bothering a child? Is he your nephew? As everyone's eyes turned to her, Guotsilian wished she could find a hole to hide in. She had never felt so embarrassed in all these years. Guotsilian was pushed into the center of the crowd. Since she couldn't escape, she could only face it now. She smiled and said to the people around her, Maybe everyone has misunderstood. Even if my nephew had 10 brave hearts, he wouldn't dare steal a child in the police compound. Besides, he's just a young guy. Why would he steal a child? After saying that, Guotsilian smiled and said to Su Huayu, Little friend, you can't tell lies. Did you misunderstand something? Su Huayu pretended to be scared and hid behind her brother. As her brother, Wu Lichuan, was a bit afraid of these adults, he still loudly said, My sister never lies. It's this human trafficker who is lying. I told you I'm not a trafficker. Chao Zifeng really wanted to kick this little brat. He hadn't done anything, and this kid was falsely accusing him of being a trafficker. If this got out, he wouldn't be able to live properly. All right, you don't need to argue with these kids about what's fair. When the guards arrive, tell them the truth, said an older woman from the crowd. Exactly, the guards are coming. Let's give way. Chao Zifeng saw the guards approaching and quickly hid behind his father, panicking. Dad, think of a way. Chao Jinbo looked at his son, who was clearly nervous and guilty, and said, What are you afraid of? We haven't done anything wrong. We're just being asked to answer some questions. Do you really think the guards in the police compound would falsely accuse us? They hadn't done anything wrong, but Chao Zifeng's guilty look made it seem like they had committed some terrible crime. After Chao Jinbo pulled Chao Zifeng away with respect, the surrounding adults comforted the children led by Su Huayu. After hearing the adults' reassurance, Su Huayu and the others quickly ran home, feeling that staying home was the safest choice. Su Miaojuan only learned what had happened to her daughter when she was returning to the police compound and ran into Lu Jianwei. The smile she had been wearing disappeared completely when she heard about the two men approaching her daughter. Lu Jianwei understood her sudden change of expression. After all, she only had this one daughter, and being frightened when two grown men stopped her for questioning was natural. There are many bad people in this world. If you have a girl at home, protecting her is never too much. Thank you, Comrade Lu. I want to go home and check on her quickly. Looking at Su Miaojuan's anxious expression, Lu Jianwei nodded and said, You go ahead. I also need to visit my parents. Su Miaojuan didn't hear what Lu Jianwei said afterward. When she heard you go, she pushed her cart and ran home. Lu Jianwei watched Su Miaojuan's panicked look and let out a long sigh. Being a mother is not easy. When children have even a small mistake, they become like frightened birds. When Su Miaojuan pushed her bicycle with a basket of vegetables to the small vegetable garden, she saw Su Huayu sitting at her own door. Seeing her daughter, Su Miaojuan's tense heart finally relaxed a little. Su Huayu looked at her mother's worried face and knew she had probably heard about what happened this afternoon. When her mother held her tightly, Su Huayu patted her mother's back and comforted her. "Mom, don't be afraid. I'm here." Su Miaojuan looked at her daughter with red eyes and asked nervously, "Did they hurt you?" Su Huayu shook her head. Because her mother was so nervous, she tried to act more indifferent. If she cried, her mother might also break down emotionally. As soon as they came over, I pretended to cry. "Mom, am I clever?" Su Huayu said with a smile. Hearing this, Su Miaojuan felt relieved. She didn't scold her daughter for causing trouble but asked seriously, Why do you say those two men are human traffickers?" "Yesterday, I met that uncle. If Brother Zhongbai hadn't protected me, that uncle on the bicycle would have knocked me down. When he saw me, he even asked if my surname was Hua." Hearing this, Su Miaojuan's heart suddenly sank deep into a valley. "Mom said I shouldn't have the surname Hua, and I shouldn't tell anyone my surname. So I said I wasn't. She also asked me to lift my bangs. I didn't want to. That man is a strange uncle. Strange uncles are definitely bad guys. In a child's eyes, who is the worst? Human traffickers are probably among them." At this moment, Su Miaojuan wasn't sure if she heard Su Huayu's words. She tightly hugged her daughter and only had one thought. Their identities might have been exposed. Huayu would find out where they were very soon. While Su Miaojuan was trembling with worry, Chao Zifeng, who was taken to the guardroom, was not any calmer. The people in the police compound are all from the police system, so it's very easy to find out what Chao Zifeng has been doing there these days. When Wu Haifeng learned that Chao Zifeng went to a kindergarten for an interview in the morning, he was called over by phone. He sat calmly and slammed the table, shouting, "Tell me, what are you really up to?" Chao Zifeng cried and said, "I'm innocent. I really didn't mean anything bad. If you're innocent, why would you go to a kindergarten for a little girl? Are you a pervert?" A police officer nearby pointed at Chao Zifeng and scolded. For a moment, Chao Zifeng wanted to confess everything, but he remembered his father's warning on the way here. He explained, "It's really a misunderstanding. I just wanted to apply for a job. I thought working at a kindergarten would be easier, and the benefits at the police compound are good. I just wanted to ask that little girl if she and the kids around her like having a male teacher. I never thought she would misunderstand." Wu Haifeng sneered, A misunderstanding? I don't think so. You haven't worked since high school. Why do you suddenly want to work at a kindergarten now?" Wu Haifeng suspected that Chao Zifeng's family had also been arranged by the Hu family when he heard his name. But their visit to the police compound was accidental, and meeting Su Huayu was also by chance. Wu Haifeng was still unsure whether Chao Zifeng was certain that Su Huayu was Huayu's daughter. "Because recently, my dad suddenly wanted me to join the army. I think being a soldier is too tiring, and I'd have to leave home.
So, I thought I'd find a nearby job."
I really didn't have any bad intentions. Chao Zifeng now deeply regrets everything. He failed to cause trouble elsewhere, but insisted on causing trouble in the police compound. What kind of people live there? How could he possibly outsmart them? He definitely couldn't, but his uncle Wang Shichong came to speak for him. Of course, the condition for him to speak up was that Chao Zifeng hadn't done anything serious. That's why he was taken out just before he broke down during questioning. At the same time, Chao Zifeng and Chao Jinbo were blacklisted from entering the police compound, and Wang Shichong became well known there. After Chao Jinbo took Chao Zifeng away, Wang Shichong specifically went to apologize to Wu Haifeng. "My nephew is spoiled by his family. If he has any bad intentions, he really doesn't. He's just a bit foolish." Wu Haifeng looked at the usually smooth-talking Wang Shichong and said, "It's best if it stays like that. If I catch him wandering around in front of my daughter again, or if he causes any more trouble and I find out, I will make him understand what prison feels like." Wang Shicheng looked at Wu Haifeng, who didn't show him any respect, and awkwardly smiled twice. Don't worry, I will call and warn him again. Not only did Wang Shicheng warn him, but when he found out that his so-called nephew had been using his name to cause trouble outside, he felt like divorcing his wife. He couldn't believe he had such a foolish relative who dared to bully Wu Haifeng. But the trouble didn't end there. Lu Jianwei went to her parents' house in the military compound. She knew her brother had been locking himself in his room since he came home. Since he cared so much about Su Huayu, she told her brother about what happened today at the door. Lu Jibwa sat on the bed, listening to his older sister's chatter outside. Huayu said his injured brother is you. Did you get hurt? Is your hand better now? Qi Zhaoli, who had just come back from the hospital, heard her daughter's voice. When she heard that Lu Jibwa was hurt, she hurried upstairs, worried outside Lu Jibwa's door. Xiaobo, are you hurt? Where? Does it still hurt? Should I put medicine on it? Lu Jibwa heard Qi Zhaoli and, annoyed, pulled the blanket over his head. But her voice still reached his ears. He was very annoyed. He wanted to go back to his hometown. Lu Jibwa went to the window of his room, opened it, and looked at the eaves and lawn downstairs. He climbed onto the window and jumped onto the eaves. When Lu Hai and his eldest son, Lu Jianza, returned, they saw their younger son jump out of the window. Jibwa, Lu Hai's heart almost jumped out of his throat. They both shouted and rushed forward. When Lu Jibwa jumped onto the eaves and then down again, Lu Jianza caught him firmly in his arms. Meanwhile, upstairs, Qi Zhaoli, hearing the window open, took out her key and opened the door. When she and Lu Jianwei rushed to the window, they watched helplessly as Lu Jibwa jumped from the eaves. At that moment, Qi Zhaoli's legs went weak with fear. Even though Lu Zhongbai was being held by Lu Jianza, Qi Zhaoli still supported herself against the window and suddenly knelt on the ground, crying loudly. Seeing her mother crying so painfully, Lu Jianwei's tears also started to fall. Lu Jianwei hugged her mother and said, "Mom, don't be afraid. Your brother is fine. It's my fault, it's all my fault. I really made a mistake back then." "Boo-hoo," Qi Zhaoli said, feeling guilty. She truly thought that Lu Zhongbai had forgotten what happened years ago. She didn't expect her son to remember everything clearly. Her heart felt like it was breaking. "I'm sorry for him." When the crying from upstairs reached her ears, Lu Zhongbai felt a moment of guilt and sadness, but he still pushed away Lu Jianza, who was holding him. He couldn't find anyone his age to compare with, but facing his real brother, who had come from serious training, he knew he was no match. This brat is really out of control. Climbing walls and rooftops. Does he want to die? What if he breaks his leg? "Big brother, turn him over for me. I'll beat him up," Lu Hai said angrily, feeling his chest hurt. When Lu Hai saw Lu Zhongbai jump down from upstairs, his heart almost stopped. Even now, his legs felt weak. "You better beat me to death," the stubborn person shouted loudly. As soon as Lu Zhongbai finished speaking, his own brother turned him over and tried to pull down his pants. Lu Zhongbai clung tightly to his pants and shouted, "I'd rather die than be humiliated." "Lu Jianza, if you dare to pull my pants down, I'll burn all your pants." Lu Jianza chuckled angrily, thinking, this kid really has a lot of nerve. Although Lu Zhongbai's pants weren't pulled off because he jumped from the second floor, he was still spanked in front of everyone. Lu Jianza's grip was strong, and as he hit Lu Zhongbai, he grunted but didn't cry out. Seeing his young son biting his lips so hard, Lu Hai softened his heart. All right, stop hitting him. His bones haven't fully healed yet. If you hurt him badly, it'll be worse." Meanwhile, upstairs, Qi Zhaoli hurried down after hearing Lu Jianza hit Lu Zhongbai. She cried as she snatched Lu Zhongbai from her eldest son's hands. She pulled down Lu Zhongbai's pants and saw that his was swollen. She cried loudly and scolded, "How could you be so cruel, Lu Jianza? He's your younger brother. He's all you have left. How could you do this?" "Boo-hoo, my son," she sobbed. Lu Jianza looked at his crying mother with a twinge of pain. Since his second brother's death, this was the first time he saw his mother cry so hard. But he still kept a cold face and said, "A young tree that isn't straight will bend. If I don't teach him a lesson now, what if he jumps from the 3rd floor next time? Then what? Just prepare to carry his body away. But you shouldn't hit him like that." Chi Zhali was weak, but still hugged her younger son and cried, "Look at how stubborn he is. If he's not willing, then hit him harder. Take off his pants and give him a good beating," Lu Jianzi said sternly, looking at Lu Zhongbai, who refused to listen. "Soldiers can be killed but not humiliated. Lu Jianzi, when I grow up, I will pull down your pants and throw you at the army gate for the dogs to wear." Lu Jianzi was so angry at his brother's bold words that he couldn't help but laugh. "Fine, I'll wait until you grow up." Chi Zhali wanted to hold her son and take him back to his room, but Lu Zhongbai refused. He tightly grabbed his pants and looked at Lu Jianwei standing behind his mother. He said, "I want to stay at my older sister's house. Didn't you just come back?" Chi Zhali squatted down and looked at her son. "Yours swollen. Let me put some medicine on it, okay?" "No, this small injury won't kill me," Lu Zhongbai replied. After saying that, he looked at Chi Zhali, whose eyes were red again. He pressed his lips together, took a step forward, and looked at Chi Zhali, whose tears falling again. Slightly impatient, he reached out and wiped her tears. "You're so old. Why are you crying?" Lu Zhongbai really didn't understand. "I don't cry." Since he was young, Lu Zhongbai knew that crying was useless. It couldn't solve anything, and people would look down on him. While his mother was wiping his tears, Chi Zhali hugged him naturally. All right, I won't cry." When Wang Jinbong returned, he saw this scene. He stood at the door for a moment and then said, "Dad, Mom, I'm back." Chi Zhali quickly wiped her tears and put on a smile. But as soon as she smiled, she looked at her young son's face and sure enough, she saw his cold expression. When her young son tried to leave her embrace, Chi Zhali instinctively reached out to hold his hand, but he pulled away forcefully. "Mom, why are you crying?" Wang Jinbong asked worriedly, looking into her red eyes. Chi Zhali looked at Lu Zhongbai, who turned his back and said nothing. She forced a smile and said to Wang Jinbong, "Mom, I just got a little dust in my eyes. It's nothing. Don't worry." Before she finished speaking, Lu Zhongbai started walking unsteadily toward his house. "Zhongbai, where are you going?" Wang Jinbong quietly asked, not liking Lu Zhongbai. Lu Zhongbai ignored him and, when passing his older brother, was stopped by him. "Mom said she needs to put medicine on you. Your bottom hurts so much you can't walk properly. Where are you going?" Lu Zhongbai looked coldly at Lu Jianzi, who didn't give him any face in front of Wang Jinbong.
Go to.
"Are you satisfied?" Hearing this, Lu Jianzi's face immediately darkened. This brat is really spoiled and needs a lesson. Lu Zhongbai, Lu Hai, hearing his rebellious words, also got angry. "Can you speak properly?" Lu Zhongbai snorted coldly and walked past Lu Jianzi, continuing to leave. When Lu Jianzi tried to stop him, Lu Jianwei quickly stepped forward to block him. "Forget it, I'll take him home. When we get there, I'll put medicine on him." Lu Jianwei held Lu Zhongbai's arm, and seeing he didn't resist, he relaxed. "Big sister, hold him, okay?" Lu Jianwei said softly. "No, I'm not a kid," Lu Zhongbai replied. Lu Jianwei smiled. All right, our Zhongbai is a big kid." She held Lu Zhongbai's arm and said to her parents and younger brother, "My little Yang and the others miss Zhongbai. Let him stay at my house for a while." His own home, Lu Hai was unhappy. Chi Zhali held her husband's hand and interrupted him. "Fine, he can stay at your place for a while. Okay, we'll go first." After Lu Jianwei and Lu Zhongbai left, Lu Hai looked at Chi Zhali helplessly and said, "Zhali, spoiling children is like killing them. Look at how he has become because of his parents' indulgence. What will happen in the future?" "Enough," Chi Zhali interrupted Lu Hai. Then she took a shaky breath and gently turned to Wang Jinbong, who was standing nearby, and said, "Jinbong, go do your homework. Mom will call you when dinner is ready." Wang Jinbong nodded obediently, carried his school bag, and went inside. Once only Chi Zhali and her husband were left in the yard, she looked at him with red eyes and asked, "Do you remember what happened when Zhongbai was kidnapped?" After she finished speaking, Lu Hai remained silent. Lu Jianze opened his mouth but said nothing, only sighing. When he escaped on his own and was taken to the hospital, his body, Qi Zhali covered her chest and sobbed uncontrollably. He was badly injured, with no good skin left, his fingernails and toenails all torn off by those animals. She couldn't finish her words, only crying out in pain. Unable to bear the memory, she knelt on the ground and was caught by her eldest son. She pounded her chest and said, "It's my fault, it's our fault." She grabbed Lu Hai and cried, "Lu Hai, you said the child wouldn't get into trouble. You said he would be found. Did you find him, Lu Hai? Did you find him?" "My son, my Zhongbai, how did he manage to escape?" "My son." Lu Hai turned his head, tears falling from his eyes. Back then, little Lu Zhongbai was tortured so badly in just a few days that he looked unrecognizable. When Lu Hai and Qi Zhali rushed over with Lu Jianwei and Lu Jinze, the small boy was lying on a large white hospital bed with a blank expression and no sign of life, as if he was just an empty shell. He was in so much pain, yet he seemed to feel nothing, lying there numb. If Lu Zhongbai hadn't painfully pulled his hand away from the gentle grip of Lu Hai and Qi Zhali, everyone would have thought he was dead. Lu Hai held back his sobs, squatted down, and supported his wife, saying, "It's all in the past. Don't think about it anymore." Hearing this, Qi Zhali stared at him in a daze, as if she was seeing herself from a few days ago. Tears fell from her eyes one by one. She looked at Lu Hai, whose hands trembled uncontrollably, and asked, "What if the past didn't happen?" Qi Zhali looked at her husband with a hint of despair and said, "Zhongbai said about what happened back then he remembers clearly." Lu Hai froze in place when he heard this. Suddenly, he understood why his father-in-law and mother-in-law, after coming to the house and seeing Wang Jinbang, told them to be nicer to Lu Zhongbai. If they couldn't accept Lu Zhongbai's personality, they shouldn't scold or hit him. They could just call the old couple, and they would come to take the child away. How could that be? Lu Jianze's voice was weak and full of guilt. How could it not be? Qi Zhali was clearly smiling, but tears kept falling. Didn't you already know? Zhongbai has a good memory since he was young. They were proud of their son's intelligence, but hoped he would forget what happened before, like other children. Maybe then, they could avoid feeling guilty and escape their own shame. People are truly selfish and shameless. When Wu Haifeng returned home, Su Miaojuan had already prepared dinner. He looked at Su Miaojuan sitting at the table holding Su Huayu, lost in thought. Just as he was about to speak, Su Huayu, in her mother's arms, said, "Mom, Dad is back." Su Miaojuan heard her daughter's voice and looked at Wu Haifeng. Seeing her absent-minded expression, Wu Haifeng thought to himself that Hu Yuzhen was really a beast. If she wasn't, Su Miaojuan wouldn't be so afraid of her. "You're back." "Yes, I went to the security office." "What did those two say?" Wu Haifeng sat beside Su Miaojuan and said, "They said it was a misunderstanding." Su Miaojuan didn't reply to this explanation, only looked at Wu Haifeng. If she believed that, she would be a fool. Wu Haifeng noticed her gaze and said, "I know they didn't tell the truth, but they didn't do anything serious. Wang Shichong also came to protect us." Su Miaojuan continued, "So they just let him go?" "Yes, but they are not allowed to enter the police compound anymore." Su Miaojuan was silent for a long time after hearing this. "June about this. I'll quit my job tomorrow." Su Miaojuan's words made everyone in the room look at her. "Mom, please don't." Su Huayu held her mother's hand and said, "Don't quit your job." She told Su Miaojuan this not to make her give up her work and career, but to prevent her from isolating herself and staying only with her family. June, it's not that serious," Wu Haifeng said with a frown. Even though Wu Haifeng previously thought Su Miaojuan was overreacting by worrying too much about Su Huayu, her reaction today still surprised him. Especially because Wu Haifeng believed that Su Miaojuan's job at the alcohol factory was a good one, and it would be a shame to give it up. Because of what happened today, the police station has become stricter about who comes and goes, Wu Haifeng said, looking at Su Huayu with concern and speaking to Su Miaojuan, who was holding her tightly. June, your reaction scared the children." After hearing Wu Haifeng's words, Su Miaojuan instinctively looked at her daughter. Seeing her daughter's worried face, she lowered her head and kissed her on the forehead. Yue, why don't you and your brothers go play in the yard? Wu Haifeng suggested. Su Huayu knew her father wanted to talk to her mother, so she voluntarily stepped down from her mother's embrace and said, Mom, don't be afraid. Su Miaojuan gently touched her daughter's face and said, I'm not afraid. De Chuan Xiaojiang, go play in the yard with your sister. Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang also sensed something was wrong. Since their father said so, they took their sister's small hand and headed outside. When only Wu Haifeng and Su Miaojuan were left in the main room, Wu Haifeng said, I think Yue is quite clever. She wasn't scared by what happened today, but your reaction scared Yue, Wu Haifeng said, looking at Su Miaojuan, who was silent and looking down. He sighed and took her hand. I don't know what Hou did before to make you so afraid. But Jun, this is the capital city, not Shanghai. Even if Hou knows you're here with Yue, he has to think carefully before doing anything. Su Miaojuan looked up at Wu Haifeng and said, You don't know, Hou is a madman. He's willing to do anything to achieve his goals, Wu Haifeng replied. Because of her past experiences, Su Miaojuan reasonably suspected that Hou's previously deceased children had not been buried, but were sealed away by a master. Being able to do such things to their own biological children, what else could he be if not crazy? You're clear about the attitude of the authorities toward big capitalists now, Wu Haifeng said, not implying that Su Miaojuan was worrying too much, but trying to give her a sense of security. Hu probably anticipated leaving the country early on. He wouldn't dare come back. If he does come back, leaving again won't be so easy. Hu has enemies in the country. There are many people willing to work for Hu. He doesn't need to do everything himself, Su Miaojuan raised her voice, unable to hold back. Like this time, maybe Hu just made a phone call and countless people rushed to do things for him. Yes, with so many people dealing with big capitalists, we should really investigate what they are up to, Wu Haifeng said, hinting at something which made Su Miaojuan feel a little more at ease. Wu Haifeng held Su Miaojuan's hand and said, Yue is still young. Sometimes, whether things are scary depends on how parents handle them. If you give up your job and stay with Yue because of today's incident, have you thought about how Yue might feel? Su Miaojuan was initially resistant to Wu Haifeng's words, but now, feeling calmer, she realized she might have been a bit impulsive. Yue might think it's her fault that you lost your job, and she might become afraid to do things. Wu Haifeng continued seriously. She's only 3. We can ensure her safety while letting her grow freely. I was too extreme, Su Miaojuan said, feeling a bit regretful. Did I scare Yue just now? Somewhat, Wu Haifeng replied. Then I'll go check on her. No need, Wu Haifeng called out to Su Huayu and the others in the yard. Kids, dinner time. Su Huayu and Wu Lichuan immediately ran into the house upon hearing. The first thing Su Huayu did when she entered was look at Su Miaojuan, who had been a little emotional earlier. Seeing her worried gaze, Su Miaojuan felt guilty about her earlier reaction. She took her daughter's small hand and said, Yue did very well today. Actually, it's nothing serious. But in the future, if Yue faces something like this again, she must tell Mom right away. Su Miaojuan glanced at Wu Haifeng beside her and continued, Tell your parents, okay? Su Huayu nodded and asked, Mom doesn't want to work. Yue wants Mom to work? Su Huayu nodded. Mom working makes Yue happy. Mom being with Yue also makes me very happy, Su Miaojuan said sincerely. Because of past experiences, Su Miaojuan wanted to be with her daughter all the time. Different kind of mom. Yue hopes Mom is happy, hopes Mom is blessed, hopes Mom is joyful. When Su Huayu finished her 3 wishes, Su Miaojuan was already holding her daughter, her eyes teary. Her daughter was so good and so understanding. She really couldn't let her be taken away by Hiyu.
Mom, Su Huayu gently petted Su Miaojuan's back.
It's okay. Su Miaojuan thought about how Su Huayu wanted to learn to shoot earlier and felt moved. Su Huayu was still very young, so she probably couldn't learn to shoot yet, but she could start by building her strength. Wu Haifeng had told Su Miaojuan he wanted to train with Wu Lichuan and his brother every morning. Su Miaojuan thought her daughter could join too. After she told Wu Haifeng, he naturally agreed, but he added one more person. Our family of 5 can't be without you. Let's exercise together in the morning. Seeing the smiling father and sons, Su Miaojuan nodded helplessly. Since the children were still young, Su Miaojuan and Wu Haifeng agreed to wake them at 5:50 a.m., exercise for 40 minutes, then wash up, have breakfast, and go to school. The children woke early and went to bed early, lying down by 8 o'clock. Su Huayu lay on her bedding. Su Miaojuan took a blanket and covered her daughter's belly button, then leaned down to kiss her forehead and said, "Good night, Yuer." "Good night, Mom." Su Miaojuan smiled, gently touching her daughter's small face, then patted Wu Lichuan and his brothers' little heads. Before leaving, she reminded them, "No eating after brushing your teeth before bed, understand?" Brother Wu Lichuan and his brother said together, "Got it, Mom. Good night." Sleep early. The door to the west bedroom closed, and Su Huayu heard the brothers Wu Lichuan pacing back and forth on the Kong, a traditional bed. She was about to settle down to sleep, but the noise from the next room continued. As Su Huayu pulled back the curtain to ask whether Wu Lichuan and his brother wanted to sleep, she happened to make eye contact with Lu Zhongbai, who was opening the back window of their house. Lu Zhongbai continued climbing in after seeing Su Huayu, but because his bottom was hurt, his movements were slower. Wu Lichuan saw how Lu Zhongbai looked and asked curiously, "Lu Zhongbai, did you get a scolding at home?" Lu Zhongbai instinctively wanted to deny it, but seeing Su Huayu's curious look, he awkwardly moved to the curtain, lay down, and muttered, "Yes." "You really got scolded." Wu Lichuan and Wu Lichang immediately gathered around him and asked, "Did they hit your bottom?" Lu Zhongbai, feeling annoyed, pushed away the two small heads that leaned in, saying, "Just a small injury. Can we see? Are you crazy?" Lu Zhongbai was speechless, knowing his wound was on his bottom, and yet they still wanted to look. "Stay away from me. You're bothering me," Lu Zhongbai said, because his bottom was swollen and he dared not lie flat, so he just lay on the Kong. When he turned his head, he happened to make eye contact with Su Huayu. Su Huayu. Seeing Lu Zhongbai snort at her and bury his face in his arm, Su Huayu felt a bit speechless. She pulled the curtain closed and continued to sleep. Children need enough sleep to grow tall.
But, sigh.
Just as Su Huayu was about to fall asleep, she heard faint groaning and muffled sounds nearby. She opened her eyes, turned to the side, pulled back the curtain, and saw Lu Zhongbai, who was from the waist down, applying medicine to himself. Lu Zhongbai probably didn't expect Su Huayu to suddenly open the curtain. He thought she and the brothers Wu Lichuan were already asleep. So, when their eyes met and Su Huayu looked at his bottom, Lu Zhongbai quickly covered his bottom with both hands. "Don't look," Lu Zhongbai whispered, embarrassed and annoyed. If the room had enough light, Su Huayu would see that Lu Zhongbai's face was as red as if he had a fever. Lu Zhongbai had both hands on his bare bottom, his face buried in the bed sheets on the Kong, with no support. When he tried to lift his head to look at Su Huayu, he looked like a fish that had just come ashore and was out of water. "Pull up the curtain." Su Huayu looked at the shy Lu Zhongbai and smiled as he pulled the curtain back up. The moment the curtain was drawn, Lu Zhongbai's stiff body immediately pressed flat against the bed. "Do you really not need my help?" "No, I'm done." Lu Zhongbai applied ointment to his palm, then circled around his bottom to spread it evenly, finishing the task. As his tiredness faded, Su Huayu asked the person beside him, "Does it still hurt?" "It doesn't hurt. I'm not afraid of pain." After saying this, Lu Zhongbai slightly raised his voice to emphasize, "I won't be hit forever. When I grow up, I will pull down Lu Jian's pants and spank his bottom in front of everyone." Hearing Lu Zhongbai's childish words, Su Huayu smiled and asked, "Who is he?" "My older brother." "So your parents have 3 children?" Lu Zhongbai, lying on the Kong, shook his head. "No, for I also have an older brother who died when he was 17. Su Huayu listened silently, then turned to look at Lu Zhongbai. Lu Zhongbai paused before speaking. "My grandma said that when I was 4 our family would gather together. Then, my second brother died and I almost died too, but I can't die. If I die, my grandma will die too." When news of his second brother's sacrifice arrived, his grandma fainted on the spot. Lu Zhongbai stayed by her bedside for a long time, afraid she would never wake up again. Lu Zhongbai believed that his grandparents loved him the most, so he couldn't die. If he did, no one would take care of his grandma and grandpa in their old age. Live well, Su Huayu said through the curtain to Lu Zhongbai. Living is good. Lu Zhongbai reached out and pulled back the curtain, looking at Su Huayu facing him, and asked, "Are you mad at me?" Su Huayu nodded. "Don't call me your mom anymore. You love your grandma and grandpa, and I love my mom too. I understand," Lu Zhongbai said, reaching out to touch Su Huayu's hand. "I can still be your older brother, right?" Su Huayu looked at the proud Lu Zhongbai and smiled, saying, "Of course you can." She took a small blanket and handed it to Lu Zhongbai, saying, "All right, it's time to sleep. My mom said that children can't grow without sleep, so you need to rest well." Lu Zhongbai silently covered his bottom with Su Huayu's pink little blanket. His belly button was close to the bed, so he didn't need to cover it. At 5:30 the next morning, Lu Zhongbai got up on time. He looked at Su Huayu and the brothers Wu Lichuan still sleeping nearby. He touched his slightly swollen, less painful bottom, listened to the voices of Wu Haifeng and his wife outside, and quietly opened the back window to return to his older sister's house. But Lu Zhongbai, enduring a slight pain from his bottom, squatted on the back window of Su Huayu's house, staring silently at the ladder that had disappeared outside. Who was awake at night and moved his ladder away. Just as Lu Zhongbai was worried about how to go home, the bedroom door of Su Huayu's room was knocked. "I'm coming in." When Lu Zhongbai limped into the main hall, he saw his sister Lu Jianwei with red eyes and her silent husband Ji Dehui sitting nearby. Seeing Lu Zhongbai limping, Lu Jianwei immediately rushed over to support his arm and asked tremblingly, "Where did you go last night? Why are you limping worse than yesterday?" "Let me see." Lu Zhongbai looked at Lu Jianwei trying to pull down his pants and said firmly, "I didn't go anywhere." "Then why are you limping?" Ji Dehui, standing beside, slowly exhaled and said to his wife, "Did you not hear the sound just now?" Lu Jianwei looked at her husband in confusion. "What sound? This kid just jumped down from the wall. If he wasn't limping, who was?" After Ji Dehui finished speaking, Lu Jianwei immediately looked at Lu Zhongbai with concern, asking, "You jumped over the wall? Why did you jump? Where did you jump from? Is your leg okay?" "Big sister, I'm fine." Lu Zhongbai felt a bit uncomfortable with Lu Jianwei's concern. "Zhongbai, did you sleep at the neighbor's house last night?" Lu Jianwei, hearing her husband's words, looked at Lu Zhongbai and asked, "Did you go to the Wu family last night?" "Yes." Since he was discovered, Lu Zhongbai didn't want to hide anymore. "Why did you go to someone else's house to sleep?" Lu Jianwei asked angrily. "Do you know how worried I was last night when I couldn't find you?" Lu Jianwei was so anxious, she almost didn't sleep all night, afraid that the child was lost. But the guards said Lu Zhongbai hadn't left the estate. Under Ji Dehui's reassurance, she had no choice but to go home again. Lu Jianwei kept thinking that if she couldn't find Lu Zhongbai this morning, she would call the family and also contact their hometown to see if Lu Zhongbai had run away or gone back home. Fortunately, Lu Zhongbai finally returned before she made the call. "Don't spank me," Lu Zhongbai said firmly. Lu Jianwei. "Did she say she wanted to hit him? Why did you go to the Wu family's house so late at night?" Lu Jianwei looked at her younger brother and felt a terrible headache. "I like it." Lu Jianwei. "Are there any other reasons?" "Isn't that reason enough?" Seeing her brother's confident attitude, Lu Jianwei took a deep breath and silently told herself not to get angry. "Isn't this the first time you've slept at the Wu family?" Lu Zhongbai looked at his brother-in-law and didn't answer. But sometimes silence is an admission. Just as Ji Dehui and his wife wanted to ask more, brothers Ji Huayang and Ji Huayang yawned and came out of their rooms. They probably just woke up and didn't notice the tense atmosphere in the main hall. When they saw Lu Zhongbai, they said, "Uncle, you're back." Ji Dehui and Lu Jianwei looked at the brothers, realizing that only the two adults in the family didn't know Lu Zhongbai had been sleeping at the Wu family all this time. Lu Jianwei sighed deeply and then asked Lu Zhongbai, "Xiaobai, do you like Huayu very much?" "Don't you like her? But she's still a girl. You can't just go to her house openly like that. It's rude and unpolished. If Huayu's parents find out, they'll definitely scold you and maybe even punish you." "It won't happen," Lu Zhongbai said confidently, looking at Lu Jianwei. "Lu Hai is higher in rank than him." "Lu Jianwei, you shouldn't talk like that." Ji Dehui also looked at Lu Zhongbai with a frown. Qi Zhali once saved Wu Haifeng's life, according to Lu Zhongbai's different way of saying it. Lu Jianwei said seriously, Lu Zhongbai, your thinking is wrong. Mother saved Wu Haifeng and you secretly went to Wu's house to sleep. That's two different things. Also, what you just said about Dad. You can't say such things casually, and you definitely can't say them outside. Do you understand? Even if it's true, it shouldn't be spoken. I'm not stupid. Lu Jianwei covered her chest, which was almost blocked, and said to Lu Zhongbai, even if Wu Yuhua's parents don't know about this, we should tell them clearly. I won't go. Lu Zhongbai refused. Su Miaojuan already didn't like him. If she found out he secretly went to sleep in Su Huayu's room, she would definitely make sure Su Huayu never talks to him again. Lu Zhongbai, seeing Lu Jianwei angry, Lu Zhongbai compromised. I won't go again. Good. Lu Jianwei said reluctantly. A real man never goes back on his word. Lu Jianwei looked at her brother with a smile and emphasized again. This is what you said. If I find out you disappear again at midnight, I will go directly to Wu's house to find someone. I said it. Let's eat. I'm hungry. Lu Zhongbai decided to turn his sadness into appetite, thinking that eating more would help him grow up faster. Meanwhile, Su Miaojuan opened the door and entered the west bedroom, looking at the open back window with a frown. She saw Wu Lichuan was awake and asked, was the back window not closed last night? Yes. Wu Lichuan rubbed his eyes and said instinctively. Although it's hot now, leaving the back window open so wide can easily cause a cold. Wu Lichuan nodded his head and helped Wu Lijong up. When he realized what Su Miaojuan was talking about, he instinctively looked to the other side of the curtain. Fortunately, Lu Zhongbai, like before, left their bedroom before their parents came in. In the morning, they agreed to exercise. Wu Haifeng led the family to do Bajuanjin, then Wu Qingxi, followed by military boxing. Wu Haifeng performed vigorously, Su Miaojuan learned the most correctly, Wu Lichuan was the most enthusiastic, Wu Lijiang was just going through the motions, and Su Huayu moved softly. 5 people, 5 styles, but in the end, everyone finished. Maybe because they exercised in the morning, both Su Miaojuan and Su Huayu ate more than usual. Since the incident yesterday, Su Miaojuan has decided not to resign, but has also chosen to pick up and drop off her children every day if possible. When she unexpectedly met Lu Jianwei's family on the road, Su Miaojuan once again thanked Lu Jianwei while holding her daughter's hand. Lu Jianwei felt a bit guilty because of what her brother had done. She smiled and said, "It's nothing. As the saying goes, close neighbors are better than distant relatives. Don't worry." Yesterday, several families, including ours, talked with the security team. From now on, access to the estate will be more strictly controlled. Although Su Miaojuan had already heard this from Wu Haifeng, she still smiled and thanked her. "Thank you, Comrade Lu. Just call me Jianwei. Can I call you Miaojuan from now on?" "Of course." Lu Jianwei smiled and said, "Since our children go to school together every day and come home together, why not let them go together? With more kids, there's less chance of accidents." Hearing this, Su Miaojuan felt a little tempted, but she looked at Lu Zhongbai standing beside Lu Jianwei and hesitated. After all, she still felt that Lu Zhongbai was not entirely safe. "Mom, we will protect little sister well," Wu Lichuan promised Su Miaojuan. Wu Lijong also nodded his little head. "With us here, no one can bully little sister," Ji Huayang said loudly. Su Miaojuan looked at the small children in front of her. She thought for a moment, suppressed her concerns about Lu Zhongbai, and smiled. "All right. Thank you all, but relying only on children is not enough." After sending the kids to kindergarten, Su Miaojuan specifically went to talk with the teacher and the principal. Yesterday, after the principal and teachers learned about what happened after school, their vigilance increased immediately. This was because Chao Zifeng failed the exam yesterday. If he had passed and still harbored bad intentions, the consequences could have been serious. Now, Chao Zifeng had already faced the consequences of his actions. He was nearly overwhelmed when questioned in the security office, then faced disdain and harsh words from his own father, and finally received a phone call from his respected uncle, who scolded him. In short, from the time Chao Zifeng returned home yesterday until he woke up this morning, he had been living under the constant disapproval and dislike of his family. Finally, when everyone at home had left, Chao Zifeng dared to come out of his room. "It's all my fault, I blame myself. I didn't do anything wrong. If it weren't for you looking down on me, I wouldn't have offended the police station people. Is working at the police station such a big deal? It's just 10,000 yuan. Chao Zifeng saw a piece of paper in the trash can beside the dining table with a string of phone numbers written on it. Chao Zifeng recognized the phone numbers. They belonged to the Hu family, copied by his father from his eldest uncle. He looked at the paper discarded in the trash can and, on impulse, picked it up. Everyone looked down on him, thought he was good for nothing and always causing trouble, but he was determined to prove he was not wrong. He was not wrong. However, after impulsively making that call, Chao Zifeng started to regret it. Not to mention that the girl in the photo only resembled the girl in the picture by about 4 or 5 points. Just knowing her parents was enough to scare off anyone with bad intentions towards her. Just as Chao Zifeng was about to hang up, the other side had already answered the call. After starting work, Su Miaojun was a bit worried about Su Huayu at kindergarten, but her work efficiency did not suffer. "Help me calculate this report." As Su Miaojun thought about finishing her work early to pick up her child, Ding Ichio handed her her own work. Su Miaojun looked at the documents on her desk, then turned to look at Ding Ichio, who was wearing a pretty pink checkered dress today. Ding Ichio smiled and said, "As the saying goes, the capable work more." "Please, Sister Su." Since Su Miaojun had never lost her temper at work and always accepted whatever Wang Changliang gave her, Ding Ichio never thought Su would refuse her. But just as Ding Ichio placed her documents on Su Miaojun's desk, Su took them back. "This is your own work." Ding Ichio didn't expect to be refused, and when she saw her documents being taken back, her face looked a bit unhappy. "I know it's my work, but I have something to do today." When Yang Jingjing heard Ding Ichio say that, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. She had only been working a few days, and she was already busy every day. It's one thing to take a day off yesterday, but now she has more things to do today. Since she's so busy every day, why come to work? She might as well stay at home and relax, since she doesn't really need this job. "I also have things to do," Yang Jingjing said. Ding Ichio looked at Su Miaojun, who was refusing to give in, and said unhappily, "I want to leave early today to watch a movie. If I stay late, I'll miss it." Su Miaojun just smiled and said, "It doesn't matter if you miss it. What does that have to do with me?"
Su Miao.
Ding Ichio stood up angrily. "I didn't expect you to be so eager to please others. Why do you do whatever Wang Changli asks? When I ask you to help, you refuse." Wang Changli heard his name and spoke up. "Because I am your team leader. The work I give to Su Miaojun is her responsibility. The extra work is yours, and it's normal for her to refuse. Su Miaojun can finish twice as much work as you.
Why can't you?"
Ding Ichio looked at Wang Changli, who was defending Su Miaojun, and got angry. "Didn't you hear what I just said? I said capable people. Why do you do whatever Wang Changli asks? When I ask you to help, you refuse." Wang Changli heard it. Ding Ichio, seeing everyone oppose her, was so angry she pushed her chair aside and walked into the office. As Ding Ichio headed to the office, Su Miaojun felt a moment of nervousness. She was worried that if her daughter was discovered by the Chao family, her side might also be exposed to the Han family. But she also knew clearly that if she accepted the work Ding Ichio casually threw at her today, she would become Ding Ichio's servant, ready to do whatever she asked. She knew she couldn't agree to this from the start. As she thought, Ding Ichio stormed into the office and complained to her uncle. "I was just asking her to help with a small task. She refused, and then she and Wang Changli bullied me. Uncle, when did I ever suffer this kind of injustice?" Han Yongfu looked up from the newspaper in front of him and said to Ding Ichio, "I've told you many times. The current situation isn't good. People like us need to keep a low profile. Have you forgotten what I and your mother told you? But she is just a little worker." "Why should I?" "Because you are only a worker too." Han Yongfu lowered his voice. Even though he was unhappy with his niece's behavior, He didn't want others to laugh at her. Everyone could see clearly that Ding Ichio only got into the finance department because he helped her. If she had just worked honestly, it would be fine. But if she keeps acting spoiled and pretentious, something bad might happen. Ding Ichio, who was scolded by her uncle, pressed her lips tightly. In the end, she reluctantly asked, "So, are we not going to the movie with Commander Foam?" When Han Yong-fu heard the words, Commander Foam, he looked at his young and pretty niece and finally sighed helplessly. Go, with their current status. Only people like Commander Foam might help them avoid trouble in the future. What about my work? I don't know how to do it. I definitely can't finish it before work ends, Ding Ichio said, acting cute as her uncle softened.
Han Yong-fu lugte her helplessly.
What could he do? He could only spoil her. Go call Su Miaojuan in. Ding Ichio left her office and went to Su Miaojuan's desk. She casually tapped on Su Miaojuan's desk with her pen. Then, when Su Miaojuan looked up, she looked at her provocatively and said, "My uncle is calling you." When Su Miaojuan stood up, Ding Ichio whispered in her ear, "I hope you can be as bold in front of my uncle." Su Miaojuan clenched her fists silently. As she walked toward Han Yongfu's office, she took a deep breath slowly. This breath was full of anger, frustration, and a hint of panic and fear. Su Miaojuan knocked on the door of Han Yongfu's office. After hearing him say, "Come in," she pushed the door open and went inside. Unlike what she imagined, frowning and cold, Han Yongfu was smiling when she entered. "Comrade Su Miaojuan, please sit." After sitting down, Su Miaojuan looked at Han Yongfu and asked, "Director, is there something you want to talk to me about?" "Haha, it's not official business. It's a personal matter." Hearing this, Su Miaojuan's hands on her lap clenched slowly. "I saw in your family background report yesterday that your husband's name is Comrade Wu Haifeng." After Han Yongfu finished speaking, Su Miaojuan's previously tense heart finally relaxed a little. "Is it the Director Wu from the Public Security Bureau?" When Han Yongfu mentioned Wu Haifeng, Su Miaojuan almost became certain that he wanted to ask for something related to him. Su Miaojuan didn't hide anything. Although she hadn't mentioned Wu Haifeng's identity at work or in the office since marrying him, she had initially married Wu Haifeng hoping to be protected by him. Han Yongfu saw Su Miaojuan admit this, and his smile became even more genuine. "Comrade Su, since you and Ichio joined our department, we haven't had a chance to gather together. How about I invite everyone to Kwanju this Saturday? Bring your families so we can all get to know each other. I'm not sure if my husband will have time." Han Yongfu smiled and said, "He will. Your newlywed wife invites him to a department gathering. Even if he has something to do, he should make time, right?" Su Miaojuan wasn't sure if she was being too sensitive, but she felt like she heard a threat in Han Yongfu's words. She didn't refuse immediately, since there was still a day before Saturday. "Okay, I will ask him when I get home." "Good. Nothing else? Go call Changliang in." Su Miaojuan looked at Han Yongfu, who hadn't asked her to handle Ding Ichio's work, and nodded before leaving the office. "Team leader, the director wants to see you." Wang Changliang was about to slack off when he heard this bad news. He asked softly, "Did he say what it's about?" Su Miaojuan shook her head. Wang Changliang sighed and stood up. As he was about to ask Han Yongfu what he wanted, Han Yongfu said, "Wang Changliang, you've been with me for a while now. There are some things I need to remind you of." Wang Changliang looked at Han Yongfu with confusion. "Director, what is it? Do you know who Comrade Su Miaojuan's husband is?" A policeman. They had known this since the day Su Miaojuan got married. Not just any policeman. He's the director of the Public Security Bureau. When Wang Changliang heard this, his eyes widened in shock. He truly hadn't expected that Su Miaojuan's husband would be such an important figure. Her husband is so impressive. How can she resist not mentioning him in the office? So, don't be so biased. You assigned so much work to Xiao Su, and she's already upset with you. Wang Changliang's face fell. "Director, you don't need to explain. Some people seem easy to get along with, but they are actually very scheming. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to climb up to the police chief position, right?" Han Yongfu stood up and patted Wang Changliang's shoulder. "Always be more cautious. Today, I really can't finish the work on Xiao Ding's side." Xiao Su is right. Since you assigned this task to Xiao Ding, you should finish it for him. Wang Chanliang's face looked a bit unhappy, but he forced a smile and said, I understand, director. Only Ding Yiqiu and Yang Jingjing noticed Wang Chanliang's unpleasant expression. Su Miaojuan kept her head down, focused on her work, with no time to look at his face. Because of her reaction, Wang Chanliang believed what Han Yongfu had just said. Now Wang Chanliang felt sick. He valued Su Miaojuan so much, yet she betrayed him like this. He threw Ding Yiqiu's documents onto his desk. Confused, Su Miaojuan turned to look at him and saw his furious eyes. She looked at him in confusion. What was he suddenly so angry about? She only felt puzzled for a moment before turning her head away. She had just discovered a problem with the company's finances. Maybe she could use this to take down Han Yongfu. Su Miaojuan was not the type to sit and wait. Knowing there was a sword hanging over her head, she decided that before it fell, she would seize it and break it. Especially now, as the situation at the top was becoming clearer, she wanted to use this opportunity to remove threats. When Su Miaojuan finished her work and left early, she confirmed that she had probably offended Wang Chanliang. His attitude changed noticeably. Since leaving Han Yongfu's office, he had been like this. Perhaps because only Wang Chanliang, Su Miaojuan, and Yang Jingjing were in the office, Su Miaojuan directly asked Wang Chanliang, Team leader, is there some misunderstanding between us? Wang Chanliang looked at Su Miaojuan with a tone that seemed like a mild question and said, there must be some misunderstanding between me and the director's wife. If there's any mistake, it's mine. Su Miaojuan listened to Wang Chanliang's sarcastic tone and ignored Yang Jingjing's wide-eyed shock. She replied, yes, it is indeed your fault. Relying only on one side of the story and then getting angry at others without knowing the full situation, that's not your fault.
Whose fault is it then?
After speaking, Su Miaojuan didn't bother to look at Wang Chanliang's surprised face. She grabbed her bag and turned to leave. She didn't have time to comfort someone who was not thinking clearly and just following others' logic. Instead, she would rather investigate whether Han Yongfu was embezzling public funds. If he was, she would kick him out and, ideally, take his position herself. Having been close to Huiyu for many years in her previous life, Su Miaojuan understood one thing clearly. Power, no matter who holds it, is never as good as having it yourself. If she had been the director today, Wang Chanliang wouldn't have dared to show such attitude. Honestly, he didn't doubt Han Yongfu's words. He just thought she was easier to manipulate. When Su Miaojuan returned home to pick up her daughter, she was just 5 minutes away from the kindergarten closing time. She saw Teacher Song standing at the kindergarten gate. She wanted to ask how her daughter had performed today, but then she overheard her sister-in-law and aunt talking about introducing Teacher Song to someone. Hearing this, Su Miaojuan quietly stepped back. She felt that asking her sister-in-law about it wouldn't make much difference. Seeing Su Miaojuan's gaze, Song Lingling smiled and nodded at her, then continued talking with the sisters-in-law and aunts in the yard. Right now, she really wished for a perfect partner so she wouldn't be constantly pressured to get married. Perhaps, as if the heavens heard her prayer, on the day she left the yard after school to buy something, she was saved by a handsome young hero falling from the sky. Looking at the charming and handsome young man in front of her, Song Lingling thought that love might come faster than she expected. Do you all think Teacher Song seemed a bit strange today? While Su Huiyu was busy finishing her evening painting homework at her desk, she overheard Wu Lichuan and others discussing Song Lingling nearby. She seems like she's possessed. No way, Teacher Song couldn't be possessed. She really seems to be possessed. Only someone possessed would smile foolishly now, and then like her. The little boy pointed at Song Lingling, who was smiling foolishly again, and said, "Look, everyone, she's smiling again. That's so scary." Su Huiyu looked at Song Lingling curiously, and when she saw her shy smile, she felt a bit helpless. She wasn't possessed. She was in love. But this happened so quickly. Yesterday, when her mother took them home, she was still talking about the women in the big courtyard helping Song Lingling find a partner. How could she already have someone she liked after just one night? Could it be that she went on a blind date last night? "What are you thinking about?" Lu Zhongbai asked, noticing Su Huiyu staring at her while drawing and not moving. He didn't expose her, he just asked, "Tomorrow is Saturday. Where do you want to go to play?" "We." Before Su Huayu could answer, Song Lingling clapped her hands and smiled. "Does everyone want to go to the zoo on Saturday? I want to see the big lion. I want to see the big tiger." Seeing how eager the children in the class were, Song Lingling took out a bunch of zoo tickets from her pocket and said, "Perfect. My friend gave me many zoo tickets. Each child can take 2 tickets. You can bring your parents this weekend to the zoo." "How about that?" Lu Zhongbai said to Su Huayu nearby. "Let's go to the zoo together tomorrow." "Yes. I want to go to the zoo." "I've never been there before," Wu Lichuan said excitedly. "I want to see the big tiger," Wu Lijong also said excitedly. Su Huayu looked at Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijong, who seemed eager to go right now, and reminded them, "Mom said there's a dinner with her colleagues tomorrow. So, they might not have time to go to the zoo after all. Mom said it's okay whether we go or not. She will definitely go with us to the zoo." Wu Lichuan was right. Su Miaojuan would agree to take them to the zoo because today, near the end of work, Han Yongfu said they had a dinner on Saturday and Su Miaojuan simply refused. Han Yongfu's face didn't look very good at that moment. But there was nothing he could do. He couldn't force Su Miaojuan to bring Wu Haifeng here. Since Wu Bureau has no time, we will change it to the weekend. Han Yongfu has already invited everyone, and he must organize this event. Everyone thought Su Miaojuan would refuse again, but she didn't. She said, "Okay, I will go back after work and tell him." The first thing Su Miaojuan did after work was to gather all the financial loopholes she found in the financial reports, along with the evidence she discovered, and submit everything to the regulatory authorities. The weekend plans could be discussed on Monday. Su Miaojuan also thought that once she submitted her evidence, she might not see Han Yongfu again on Monday. After submitting the evidence, Su Miaojuan felt refreshed. When she returned to the courtyard to pick up her child, she saw Qi Zhali at the kindergarten gate. Qi Zhali saw Su Miaojuan and greeted her. "Hello, Comrade Su. Do you remember me?" "Yes, I remember." "Hello, Comrade Qi." Qi Zhali smiled and said, "I heard Wei say that Zhongbai has been staying at her house, and you all took good care of him." "Thank you. It's nothing, just the kids playing together." Su Miaojuan felt a bit helpless about this. She really didn't want her daughter to have contact with Lu Zhongbai. However, the brothers Wu Lichuan and Ji's brothers played well together, and Su Huayu was always with Wu Lichuan's brothers. Lu Zhongbai was always with Ji Huayong's brothers. In the end, the 6 of them often went in and out together and sat together at the kindergarten. Contact was unavoidable. After chatting a few words outside the kindergarten, they saw the children lining up and coming out. Today, the children were especially excited after school. Su Miaojuan looked at her daughter and noticed that her daughter's backpack was being carried by Lu Zhongbai. Su Miaojuan silently sighed. Sometimes she really wanted to ask Lu Zhongbai what he liked about her daughter. Was it just because she was pretty, or because she found her daughter fun? Su Miaojuan always felt that Lu Zhongbai's affection for her daughter carried a sense of material desire. In simple terms, he didn't see her daughter as a normal person. Just like Huiyu. Su Miaojuan, including Huiyu and all his women, saw them only as toys or tools. Su Miaojuan disliked having such people around her daughter. "Mom, our teacher gave us zoo tickets. Can we go to the zoo together tomorrow?" Listening to the happy voices of the children around her, Su Miaojuan probably understood why Wu Lichuan and the others were so excited. Sure enough, when Su Huayu and Wu Lichuan brothers handed her the tickets, Wu Lichuan held up 6 tickets in front of Su Miaojuan. "Mom, look, these are tickets for the zoo tomorrow. Each child can bring 1 adult," Ji Huayong said. "We can all bring 3 adults." Qi Zhali's eyes looked at her son, hoping he would give her his extra ticket. But Lu Zhongbai didn't move or speak to Qi Zhali. Qi Zhali seemed used to Lu Zhongbai's coldness. She took the initiative to ask Xiaobai, "Are you going to the zoo tomorrow?" "Mom, will you go with me?" Lu Zhongbai looked at Qi Zhali with some surprise. "You have time?" "Yes, Mom has time." Qi Zhali quickly replied, happy to get a response from Lu Zhongbai. "Mom will go to the zoo with you tomorrow." Seeing that Qi Zhali wanted to go, Lu Zhongbai took a ticket from his pocket and handed it to her. "Here, this is for you." Qi Zhali happily took the ticket. Xiaobai, do you want to come home with me tonight? No, I'm going to the zoo with Xiao Yang and the others tomorrow. Okay, that's fine. Qi Zhali gently touched Lu Zhongbai's head, who finally didn't seem so resistant. Let's meet at the zoo entrance at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, okay? Lu Zhongbai nodded.
Okay.
He was actually happy inside, but he didn't want to show it. What if she changed her mind? I'll see if there are any extra tickets then, and maybe your dad can come with us, she said. Lu Zhongbai was silent, but seeing his mother's eager look, he finally nodded. Auntie, we have extra tickets. Su Huayu's family had 5 members, but they had 6 tickets. Qi Zhali looked at the ticket handed over by Su Huayu and then at Su Miaojuan standing behind her. Su Miaojuan smiled and said, We have 6 tickets, so 1 is extra. Thank you very much. After Qi Zhali took the ticket, she suddenly thought about what would happen if both she and Lu Hai went to the zoo with Lu Zhongbai tomorrow.